All right, good evening, folks. Thank you, everyone, for attending. Tonight is Monday, January 20th at 7 p.m. I'm sure you're all well aware it's the Londonderry Town Council meeting. Please rise to the Pledge of Allegiance and stay standing for a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So those who might not have known, it was brought to my attention recently that either today or yesterday we had a border patrol agent up in Vermont that had been killed. So with our federal and local first responders, they're definitely on the front lines and keeping us safe. So, if we could please just have a moment of silence for that individual, their families, as well as keeping in mind our first responders, DPW, fire, and police as they keep us safe as well. So please join me. Please be seated. All right. Again, good evening, everyone. So I've called to order Londonderry Town Council meeting, and we'll start with public comment. One thing before we go there or get into it and have speakers come up, just please state your name and address for the record clearly so those that are recording minutes can do so accurately. Please limit your time to 5 minutes, and we're all familiar with the rules posted on our website, and please direct all comments to me. So with that, we are in public comment. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Richard Polinsky, 89 Hall Road. As I know the board is aware of, there is a opening of the library trustees board due to a resignation on December 17th. I noticed that tonight we have appointments to boards. I'm one of the people that was nominated to fill in for the short time, and I haven't heard anything from the town. So it kind of looks to me like there's a game being played again, a time game. Remember that state law requires that board have an odd number of people, 5, 7. So does this board plan, it's a real simple question, does this board plan on not naming somebody to that board? Or are we going to play the time game? Because if you're going to play the time game in hopes that it runs out by the March election, because you have up to 60 days to name somebody, I see that you were notified on December 23rd. So that means, not counting the 23rd, you have until the 22nd of February. But you're not doing anybody any favors by not naming somebody, because if there are any votes that need to be taken there, you could end up with 3-3 on everything. So that's state law you need to follow. State law requires an odd number of people. I haven't been notified you're doing anything tonight with interviews or anything. I know there's another person in here that was nominated too, and they're not aware of anything. State law is pretty clear that you have up to 60 days. You were notified on the 23rd. I have that email that was got through a 91A.
Just as a point of clarification,
go ahead.
sir, sorry for interrupting. The council did receive notification from the chair on the 11th of January.
You actually got notice from the chair on December 23rd. I have it in my hand. She signed it as vice chair, but if you look at their bylaws, upon the resignation of the chair, they're automatically chair. So although she signed it vice chair, she's the chair. You got it on the 23rd. I have it here. And if we want to play that game, I made a phone call, if you remember, Chad, and asked you when you were notified, and you told me the 18th of December. So that doesn't jive with the 11th. And this says within 60 days. Doesn't mean you wait the 60 days. So you need to name somebody so they can have legal votes if that should come to fruition. The state law requires that it's an odd number of people. You were notified on the 23rd. It says, I'm Helen Palmieri, I don't know if I spelled it. I'm the vice chair of the library trustees. With the resignation of our chair, I'm reaching out to find out information protocol for reaching the town attorney for questions from the trustees. You know why she called. She called because she had a resignation. That was on the 23rd. That would bring you to February 22nd if you don't count that day. You need to have an odd number of people. Let's not play the game. Let's name somebody, whoever it is. Doesn't have to be me. I don't care if it's me. I will do it if I have to. But this waiting is ridiculous. Let's get it done. Do the job that you were put to do there. I had to tell people that it was the town councilors, the ones that picked the person. I had all the information on the 18th. I found out the person resigned on the 17th. I got all the state laws right here. Do we want to spend the time to go through them, or do we want to do the right thing? If not, you guys aren't going to look very good because this is what's required. I think you should be doing this. It comes down to something as simple as that. So they can't get anything done because you didn't name somebody. This board didn't name somebody. And you don't have to wait for names to come in from them, although you were sent some, because the law says may send you names, not shall, may. That means they don't have to send you names. You could just pick somebody that was interested. So let's do something. Everything's mañana. Everything takes forever to do with this board. Let's get it done.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? All right. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Daniel Bouchard, 8 O'Connell Drive, Londonderry. I want to bring up a suggestion for the council. I guess the thing nowadays is looking at efficiency of government. The federal government's got a group that's going to be looking at the efficiency. Our governor said she's going to have somebody looking at the efficiency. Maybe the council could look at, how can we do things more efficiently for the community? You're looking at what? We have a $50 million budget, I think we're looking at. It's a lot of money. So if you could look at that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Good evening.
Beth Morocco, 4 Westwood Drive. I just came here tonight to put in one more plug for the library. I am hoping that you will support what has been presented to you. They've been really diligent. I've been following them for years. I've been there in person for at least a year and a half, I think. And I'm just really hoping that you'll recognize that a lot went into revising even the budget to meet the suggestions of the budget committee. So with that in mind, I really hope that that goes forward with your approval. It means a lot to the voters to have the thumbs up of the town council and the budget committee. So if we could do that, that would be just fantastic. Thank you again for everything you do.
Thank you. Anyone else? Good evening.
How you doing? Joseph Quadros, 44 Bartley Hill Road. I've never been to one of these town meetings. I've lived here 10 years, and I don't know. I just figured since I moved in, I've seen so many condos go up in this town, and I've been telling my fiance I'd come down here at some point and get involved, but I just really think we're overdeveloping this town, and I'd really love to see less development versus more development, especially when it comes to massive condo complexes and commercial development. I think it's ruining the town. I think a lot of people feel that way, and I think it needs to be heard. So that's why I'm here, and I'll continue to come until the team and the town council hears that.
Thank you for coming. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, I'll close public comment. Board appointments and reappointees. So we're going to start out with the demolition committee. My apologies. We do have a letter from the chair of the school board. He did ask, and being that he is the chair of the school board, we are going to read his letter into the record. Sean.
Good evening, members of the Town Council. Regrettably, I am unable to join you for tonight's meeting due to work commitments. However, I would like to take a moment to share some thoughts and concerns. Firstly, I want to express my gratitude to all the councilor members and the Budget Committee for the diligent effort you have put into this budget season. Your comprehensive approach in crafting the budget for the upcoming year is commendable. I understand that the recent increase in the budget may not resonate positively with many of you. Nevertheless, I want to highlight that over the past 4 years, the Town Council has consistently aimed to keep the budget under control, prioritizing the interest of the taxpayers. This has sometimes led to departments needing to make cuts that could jeopardize services in the long run. The COVID relief funds received in recent years have assisted departments in acquiring essential equipment and covering necessary personnel costs that were already on the horizon. However, as the town evolves, we now face shortfalls in some areas. With our growth, the demand for services has risen, and the maintenance of our aging buildings and infrastructure has become increasingly critical. I believe it is imperative that we pass the proposed budget. If we allow the default budget to take effect this year, we risk falling further behind, which would ultimately degrade the quality of services available to our community. With the ongoing development in both residential and commercial sectors, it will become increasingly challenging to meet costs without appropriately adjusting our budget as we progress. It is my hope that for the sake of the safety and quality of life that the residents of Londonderry expect, the community will rally behind the town budget and its associated warrant articles. As for the tax incentive program that you will later discuss, I see it as a valuable asset for the town, one that should be leveraged when necessary. The projects under consideration tonight will be crucial for your deliberation. I want to clarify that I am not here to sway your decision either way. A few weeks ago, I had reservations about this program, but the recent presentation and concerns voiced by community members regarding rising taxes have shifted my perspective. I recognize that the choices before you are not straightforward. On one hand, we have taxpayers who are understandably worried about increasing taxes, and the town is actively seeking solutions. One potential avenue for relief is generating additional revenue to help mitigate tax hikes. The question then arises, do we take the risk of hoping that development will come to Londonderry, regardless of whether we implement the tax incentive? On the other hand, if we do approve the tax incentive, it could lead to new developments that would generate revenue at a discounted rate initially, ultimately aiding and easing the tax burden. In conclusion, if a majority of our community is comfortable with the current tax situation, you may choose to take the risk of doing nothing tonight, hoping for development to occur organically. Alternatively, you could approve the tax incentive for the project or projects at hand, ensuring that we secure future revenue to help alleviate some of the tax increases. Thank you once more for your dedication to our community. It is truly appreciated. Bob Slater, 1 Stonehenge Road.
All right, thank you. All right, folks, so we're going to go into section C, appointments and board appointments, reappointments. The demolition committee has brought up, and I know Chairson Hilden is going to brief on that. Good evening.
Good evening. So I'm just here to ask you to please extend the terms of the Demolition Review Committee for another 90 days. You had previously extended them through the end of the year, and that was in anticipation of receiving another permit for demolition in likely December of last year. However, that application that we were anticipating didn't come until January. So we're moving through that process now, and we need an active Demolition Review Committee to do that. In the next 90 days, the Assistant Town Manager and I have talked about ways to revise the ordinance, so we're hoping to have that done within the next 90 days. But while we work through that ordinance, we revise and streamline it, we do need to have that standing committee.
Any discussion from the council? What's the period?
I'm asking for 90 days, so we can just say March 31st, if that works for you.
March 31st. Do I have a motion?
Second.
A motion from Ted. Any discussion?
Well, March 31st isn't 90 days.
No, but, oh yeah, sorry. All right, we'll go with April 30th. Does that work? That's slightly more than 90 days.
The council's pleasure.
Yeah.
Council?
Fine with me.
I'm fine with going ahead, yeah.
Yeah.
Motion to go ahead.
All right, so motion for what date?
We'll go with April 31st.
April 31st. So I have a motion from
Second.
Ted, a second from Ron. All in favor, say aye.
Amend that to the 30th.
Can you say April 30th? There's no 31st of April.
Apology, thank
April
you,
only
April
has
30th.
The knuckle thing, right?
I heard
Oh.
March, thank you.
Can you amend it?
I will amend to April 30th.
April 30th. Motion from Ted, second from Ron. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
So next one is discussion or the library trustees open for discussion. We did receive legal opinion on that. Is someone able to share a little bit more regarding appointing, holding?
So I believe our legal opinion was that since we had received from the trustees an email on January 11th, that is our starting date to go by for the 60 days. And our 60 days would actually put us past the March elections. And her thoughts and feelings were with the openings for positions coming up this Wednesday to next Friday, that, you know, she had, there was not a need for us to push forward.
I don't think it was thoughts and feelings. I think it was a legal analysis.
My apologies. Thank you. Her legal analysis was not to push forward at this time.
Further discussion? What does the council want to do? Are we going to move forward? Are we going to appoint someone? Are we going to hold? What does the council want to do?
Well, did you all read the legal analysis?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, do you know what it says?
Would you like to share with the?
But you all have it on your email.
Yeah.
So, bottom line up front, from my understanding, and John, I know you're more diverse with this, the council can either hold and not appoint anyone until, and allow sign-ups, or allow people to sign up per the normal election and run for the March 11th, or the council can appoint someone for that period and still have up until the March 11th election.
Guys, come on. Basically, what she's saying is that her analysis and her point of view is that signups are next week. The spirit of the charter, even though it doesn't say any other position with the town councilors being at 90 days, is that what her analysis is saying is that she thinks it should be left to the voters. I mean, that's what she's saying. The decision is do you want to leave it to the voters or not? That's really the question. Her analysis is that, in her opinion, it would be best to leave it to the voters. Do you disagree? Is that what she's saying? Do you all agree? So that's the decision.
So council, we have a decision. What do you want to do?
I think we all just agreed.
Yeah.
Leave it to the voters?
Leave it to the voters.
All right, do we need a vote for that? Or,
I'm not even sure what the motion would be.
true, I agree. All right, so the consensus is to leave it up to the voters. The next sign-up period is next week, Monday.
It's this
or I'm sorry.
Wednesday.
Thank you. Someone share the dates?
It's Wednesday, the 22nd to January 31st.
All right, Wednesday, 22nd through January 31st. Town clerk's office is where you go and do that. The requirements are you have to be above 18 years old, be a resident of the town of Londonderry. And clerk's office is open from 8:30 to 5. All right. Moving on, I'll accept the motion to open public hearing.
So moved.
Second?
I have a motion from Ted, second from Ron. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, folks, we are in public hearing. I'll have the budget committee come up, or we have,
I mean, isn't there really much more for them to discuss at this point? It's really more, of course.
Perhaps we want to, we're going to have to go through and move these all to the warrant. Are we going to do that tonight?
yes,
Okay, that's going to take a little bit of period of time. Perhaps what we want to do is
move some things around.
It's only a suggestion that perhaps we want to do the tax piece first, because I'm guessing some people are here for that too.
the commercial industrial tax.
And because
Yeah.
the budget, the public hearing part on the budget is gonna take a little bit of time.
I agree with that.
Whatever you guys wanna do, but just from a time management standpoint.
I agree with that. Thank you. All right, so folks, we'll move the public hearing towards to the end. We'll start with number 2, which is ordinance 2024-13. So those who don't know, last meeting on the 6th, we had council invoke councilor privilege, which means that the council shall vote and deliberate and vote on the item that was moved to the next regular meeting. So with that, Town Manager Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the first hearing is regarding the exemption program, commercial industrial tax exemption program itself. The program was set to expire on January 9th. Again, like you mentioned, councilor privilege was invoked and bumped it to this meeting. I'm going to be brief in this because it seems as though this was discussed quite extensively at the last meeting, but I'm happy to go into more detail should you have questions. So this program was introduced in 2022, amended in 2023. The primary objective of the program is to essentially balance the tax burden that's set on our residents. In other words, we're looking to attract commercial industrial businesses into town by way of this program. It's one of the tools in our toolbox, is I think what I said before, so that we can again try and balance that tax on our residents. So the program itself provides exemption on local taxes for new or improved properties. It's a 3-tier program. And I think the other important piece that I want to highlight is the public benefit portion. So there's specific criteria in the ordinance that talk about public benefit. So again, this really is something that the council should look at when you're looking to extend this. I think that some other benefits to consider outside of what's listed in the ordinance are things like infrastructure development. So when we see projects, commercial industrial projects come in, they often can provide for things like infrastructure improvements. For example, if a large industrial user comes in and it requires the extension of water and sewer lines, that's something that the onus can be placed on that developer as opposed to that potentially having to be put back on the town. Things like job creation, economic vitality. Those are some of the additional benefits to the program. So again, I can go into more detail if you'd like, but I think procedurally for this evening, you've got, as I see it, kind of 2-ish options. You can extend the program. And as I understand it, there is some desire from the council to potentially amend some of the criteria and some of the information in the ordinance. So again, you can extend it as it is, and then we can look at doing a resolution to the ordinance in the future with some proposed amendments. Or you can choose not to extend the program this evening and it will just expire. And if we did want to bring it back, it would require, a whole new kind of presentation and rewrite essentially of the ordinance.
All right, thank you. Anything from the council before I go to the public?
I know for me, in order for me to support this, I have to have it amended. Right now, there's no options for the town. If they meet these criteria, they get it. Like, I did my research on my end, and the people that applied are gonna get it tonight because we don't have any way to do anything. So in order for me to support a future one, I would have to have some kind of, I guess, something for the town to be able to push back. We have nothing right now. We have to say yes, there's no out.
Okay, so basically what we did was follow what was recommended by the state.
Yep.
And we adopted that as other towns did, and we put that in place. I think what we can do is if we decide to vote and extend the program, I believe we can put in the motion that it's with the understanding, and we can set a time limit, that we have to put the amendments and revisions in place in X period of time. And if we don't put those in place, we can also say that, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Kelly, we can probably also say that if they are not accepted within that period of time or revised within that period of time, it will terminate.
Correct, and so you can extend it for up to 5 years, and I would agree, if you so choose, you can put, whatever you just outlined, attached to your motion. So maybe it's extending it for a year so that it gives us kind of a time frame to work through this, and you're not extending it for, a lengthy period of time.
So what I'm suggesting is that, and it's probably something less than a year,
Yeah.
is that we just so we have a proper amount of time to do the proper analysis and do it correctly.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm with that.
Anything?
Would you think June 1st would be a good, I'm just thinking, give us enough time to.
Well, I would probably ask Miss Karen how much time she needs.
I mean, like, I'm trying to give you some time to create it, or do you?
Work with legal to
Yeah.
amend it.
Yeah, I mean, I think June is likely reasonable. It's January, so.
Yeah,
6 months.
I'm trying to think of, like that
Yeah,
time frame.
I would just defer to her since she'll have to
Yeah.
do the work.
Folks, this is a public hearing. Is there any comment regarding the ordinance 2024-13? Good evening.
Good evening. Christine Perez, 5 Wesley Drive. Who owns the land? Who owns the land where these people are applying? For example, who owns the land at 60 Pettingill? Do we know who owns that land?
Would you like me to answer that?
Can he answer me?
It's the applicant.
Is this a-
It's about extending this. If they own the land of the people that are going to be putting, if I own the land and I want a tax break, I'm putting a building on it, I'm going to put the building on it anyway. So I'm wondering who owns the land on these. I mean, for example, when I see that the movie theater's withdrawn, well, they were going to do it whether they got this or they didn't get this because they already started doing it. We can't afford tax breaks. We have trouble getting enough money for our police and fire. We in the town cannot afford giving tax breaks. There's no reason. These people are not going to go someplace else. Get that out of your head. They are not going to go somewhere else. And if they do, someone else will come. The state is cutting back. The nation is cutting back. We can't afford giving tax breaks to people. If you want to give tax breaks, let's give every citizen a $1,000 tax break. Every homeowner.
Christine, if I could just address that. That was my issue that I had. But in my research, what I found was that the way it's currently written, we cannot say no. They've met the
But you don't
criteria
have
of
it
this
anymore.
program.
You don't have it.
So-
You let it expire.
It
So
didn't
if-
expire because there was a motion made, and these people were already grandfathered in. So in the current way, that's why I'm saying, in order for this program to continue, I want there to be more, I guess, for the town
skin in the
to
game
push
for the
back
town.
on. Because
Well,
right
then-
now, there is no legal way for us to push back.
So we have to pass all of this, give these 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever it is, people a big tax break in this economy. Please don't put it into effect again. They will come. They don't need tax breaks to come to Londonderry. And if they do, don't come.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Deb Paul, 118 Hardy Road. Again, I am going to say I'm totally against this. When I was sitting on the council, we were told that the council would listen to all of these and had an option to decline these people or not. So I hear what Kelly is saying, and the key words are may, could. We don't know in the future if the commercial property taxes are still going to keep coming down. that becomes even a bigger burden. So, they could do infrastructure. They may not. Who knows? It doesn't mean they're gonna. There is no guarantee that this company is going to come in and have jobs for anyone. They might have 3. Big deal. You can't go by assumptions that this is what it is. And I'd like to know is when we approve something, if you guys should, which I wouldn't approve any of them. And I would want more details. When are these projects starting? They could wait 5, 6, 7 years. How long does this expire? Do they have this tax diffuse thing from now until the cows come home? Or is there a deadline? Like in planning, you submit a plan, there's a clock that starts ticking that you have to move forward. Do they have a clock? I don't think so. So they can sit on that till whenever they want. And even if there was a clock, just like planning, they can turn around and say, can I get an extension for another year or 2? Can I get an extension? It happens all the time. And so I really think that you guys need to really think about this stuff, and it should be done all publicly. I would really like to hear the conversation that you have and how you get to where you're going to go with this whole thing. I was against it. It was poorly written to begin with. It was rushed through, and I was promised by Mr. Malaguti, who's no longer here, but he said, and I asked twice, and it's on tape, will the council have an opportunity to refuse people from coming in if this is not a good fit for the town, or it's not good timing, or it's not in a good place? And the answer was yes. So now I'm hearing they can do, these are all we can't say no? Tell me, what's the truth? Just speak the truth. Oh, we made a mistake? Just say it. Own up to it. I don't understand you guys.
Mr. Chair, could I just clarify a few items? Yes, please. So first, the council can choose to deny applications. That is an option. However, the applications that are before you this evening have been reviewed, and they do meet one or more of the criteria. So I think the question the council needs to ask itself is, for what reason would you deny these projects? And if you're going to pick a reason to deny the projects, be very clear and specific, because it needs to be legally defendable. As far as when this expires or when it takes effect, the exemption will not take effect until the structure is built. So they have to build the qualifying structure.
Right, but do they have
There,
like 10
depending on
years?
which tier they're on.
I just need to understand it a little better, Kelly.
Once the qualifying structure is built, depending which tier they were granted, then the exemption starts year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on, should it be more than that. So they have to build something in order for it to take effect for them.
I understand that, but they could wait 10 years from now to build something. They could wait and half build it and then wait another 10 years, and we saw that, didn't we, folks? Didn't we see that kind of happen at Woodmont? So, and yeah, this is why you guys need to really go through each one of those criteria and explain to the public why you think that's a good idea. Not to justify them, but to explain why you think it is or not a good idea, or why you need more information on each one of these line items for each one of these. Don't just roll over. Answer the questions and do your homework and do your due diligence. You were elected to do something, so do it. Don't just depend on Kelly to say, yep, they're good, this is what I... No, make up your own minds. Be your own people. Thank you.
Deb, to answer that question, I'll answer for myself as one of the 5. I did my homework. I did my research. That's why I asked 2 weeks ago.
Did you go through each one of them?
That's why I asked 2 weeks ago to have this extra time to do that. And I did my own research, and I found out that it's in the town's best interest, the way it's written, to approve these, because if we deny them and we get taken to court, there's a good chance we'll lose.
So
And
they're
why
already
spend that
starting
money?
off to be a bad customer in the town. They took advantage of us, and we allowed them to do it. So
Well-
I was against it. So the councilors who were up there, shame on them for not backing me. And there you go.
If I may. I don't think anyone's taking advantage of the program. Was in place when they applied. They applied in accordance to the ordinance the council adopted.
Thank you.
So this was a program rolled out by the state, right?
It is based off of the state statutes for.
So it was part of a state statute rolled out by the legislature, and adopted by multiple towns.
Correct.
Hey, can we
Okay,
please
thank you.
keep the sidebar conversations to a minimum, or kindly have conversations out in the hallway? I have a really hard time listening when there's a lot of ambient noise, so if you can respectfully, please, keep conversations in here to a minimum, and if you want to have conversations, just kindly have them in the hall. You're more than welcome to come and go as you please. Thank you. Sorry.
John, continue.
All set. She responded.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I just want to thank Ron for doing his due diligence on this, because I've attended all these meetings and I've heard the same thing, that the council can deny it. And that's great. But now I'm hearing, if you deny it and they challenge it, now it's going to cost us money. All right? We're going to have to pay attorney fees and everything else, and who knows what else they're going to get out of it. So I don't think this is as good of an idea as everybody thought it was. I think it has to be changed. So I would suggest that you hold off on it, make the changes that you need to make, and then put it back in. Okay? But not come out and say, yep, they can walk away from it. You know, we can say no. Well, now we hear, if you do, we're going to go to court, possibly.
Just for clarification,
Yeah.
I believe what the assistant town manager said is not that we can't say no, that you need to have a legitimate and defendable reason to say no in accordance to the ordinance.
Right. And I understand that. And I know that's what she said. But that's not how it was presented to us from the previous town manager. That it was just, you know what, if I come to you and I say, hey, I want this tax break, and you look at it and you go, yeah, you meet the criteria, but we don't want to do it. You know? I mean, Londonderry has a lot of EPA sites. Okay? I think you want to be careful of giving businesses that are going to cause us trouble down the road. I mean, we've got Holton Circle, we've got the Tinkham site, we've got Auburn Road, just to speak of a few, you know? And I don't think we want another one somewhere else where somebody comes in, oh yeah, they're great, you know, they're going to give us all these tax dollars. And that's why I asked at the last meeting on Buck, all right, I think it was or off exit 4A, what exactly are they going to put in there? They want a tax break. What exactly are they putting in? Are they going to be dealing with a lot of chemicals that can cause us problems on the road? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I have a question. If we deny this, what is the process to get it back again?
We would need to present essentially a new ordinance, if you will.
So first hearing, second hearing.
Yep. Public hearing
Vote.
process.
Okay.
Yeah, but if we do it with the deadline of June 1st as the amendment, no one can be grandfathered under the ordinance as it exists as we're working through it.
Okay.
I'm asking, not telling.
I'm not 100% on that, to be honest with you.
I think once we post it and say that we're looking to amend it, like most ordinances,
I mean,
and I don't know either, but
How do we get the answer to that? Because we're going to have to vote on this tonight.
well, you got a couple options. One is that if you decide to do this and decide to do it the way that we've been talking about, and it turns out that we can't do that, and that it doesn't it doesn't post that way, you can come back on February 3rd and you can change it again, and just deny it. You can actually do that from a procedural standpoint. The only way to get an answer tonight is to find out if somebody's available and go into non-meeting.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Good evening.
Christine Perez, I have just two things. Number one, I want to publicly make sure people know that it's my understanding that Sean Faber, Chad Franz, and Ron Dunn were not on the town council when this was started.
No, I was.
You were, okay. So those two were not on the town council when this went into effect.
And I don't know if Ted Combe, I
wasn't
think
on
it
it
was Sean, Ted, and Ron for clarification.
Yeah.
That we're not.
Okay, well, whoever, 3 of the 5 were not on the council when this came in.
Well, before, the 4 of us were not on it.
No,
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 He was.
No, Chad
We're on it?
Chad was on it.
Thank you. But
So that needs to be clear. So the other thing, did you end this? It expired, didn't it expire? And these people are grandfathered?
because the counselor privilege was invoked, it continued to tonight's meeting where we shall vote on it to either continue with amending, continue as is, or discontinue.
I don't,
I would,
but I think you're asking a different question.
no, no, that's it. I wanted to know
About
if
the
it-
applications or the?
No,
program?
not the application. You just said they were grandfathered.
Correct.
I ask you to please let it die. And if you want to start a new one down the road, when we see what's happening and what is a good idea so that you don't end up in the same problem again, and so that you can deny it. And do you know what's going into these industrial buildings? Do you know what they're going to do in these industrial buildings?
We do have representatives here for the applicants to speak to that. They spoke the last meeting. They're here this meeting.
So you will know what's going into them,
Yes.
what's being done. Okay, thank you.
Deb Paul, 118 Hardy Road. I was going to echo what Christine just said, that the applicants are going to be presenting again tonight. My thing would be, it would be nice if they were in the package, the information, because then I could have spoke a little bit more intelligently. Now I have to read it all tonight to be able to, and I find that all the time.
all the
that
links were put onto the
package-
website.
I find that the package on the website is not the package that you get, like the applicants who are going to be
It's one and
nominated.
the
And I
same.
know it's off topic, but I would like to see those kinds of things so that everybody can come to the meeting. It's public information. It should all
is.
be there.
It is, and actually,
Mr. Chair?
Counselor Faber asked, Counselor Farrell asked for continue to do that moving forward. So they were posted
Okay,
previous to
'cause-
tonight's meeting, and they,
I didn't know about tonight. I was busy, but my point is in the past, it's been hard. You come here and you want to talk, and you don't have all the information.
and not
you
to
look
talk
like an
to
idiot.
Counselor Farrell, that's why
So
he
thank you,
wanted it.
John.
Could I just add something just to
Yes, please.
clarify? So the applications, as was requested by the council, were published on the website last Monday, both on the council meeting page for tonight's meeting and on the commercial industrial tax exemption webpage. We did not print all of the information for this evening because it is an extensive amount of paper, which comes at a cost. So these applications have been up and available to the public, and I believe, is there something in the back for folks to?
On the agenda, sorry. On the agenda, if you look on the back of your agenda, there's a QR code. If you scan that QR code, it takes you to the page on the website where all the links to all those applications and all the budget documents that Justin and Sarah have uploaded are. It's a substantial amount of paperwork that we just didn't have the capacity to print today. So
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening.
Richard Belinsky, 89 Hall Road. So this is basically going to run out tonight if it's not renewed. Let it run out. Obviously, these 4 or 5 are grandfathered. They are what they are. This is starting to get a little messy. We'll extend it till June. We'll see if we can do, corrections to it. I do agree with you, Ron. There has to be something in it for the people to get out of this. A lot of these companies may or may not come here without this. If they're a good neighbor, they're going to want to pay their fair amount of taxes like everybody else. Everybody thinks that commercial is the end-all to end-all to help with your tax base. It can be if their assessments go up more than residential. If you're going to renew this, go back 20 years, 25 years, and look at the assessments. And then try to project. Is this going to be positive in the long run? People have got slammed with their taxes over the last, 3-4 years because of assessments. I get how it works. Just do it clean. This is another mess, like the whole thing with the trustees that, we bring up the charter, which has nothing to do with them because they don't go under the charter. So that was irrelevant. Make it clean. Take care of these. You have to take care of these. End this. Do what Ron's suggestion. Look into the rates, because if you put more and more and more commercial in, and we keep going the way housing trends are going, I personally think that's what's going to happen. We're a suburb of Boston. There's a good chance that the commercial rates are going to keep going down, and we're going to keep getting slammed. And, you know, have to be truthful. If it should reverse, then having all that commercial is a good thing.
So there are no commercial rates? It's the same rate
Well,
for
the
commercial?
rate, assessments. I should
Okay,
use the word
okay,
assessments.
thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you. So look at the assessments. Because if they keep going down, we're going to keep getting slammed. You have a budget. You have to collect that amount of the budget. There's a formula. You know, all know how it works. And what's happened the last 2-3 years? People are getting slammed. I've got neighbors that tell me they got to move. They can't afford to stay here anymore. Commercial can be good. Commercial can be bad. Let's not play the game if we're going to adjust it like Ron's suggestion. I don't disagree with that. Take care of these 4 or 5, because you have to. They're on the books. And do it fresh. Take the time to do it right. Obviously, it doesn't sound like it was done right the first time. I didn't get all that involved in it. I personally don't agree with them. If they want to be in this town, they should be a good neighbor and be willing to pay like everybody else. Now, do I blame a company if they come in here and say, hey, what can you give me? They're all going to do that. It's part of the game to see who blinks first. And what I've seen in this town blinks first. All the time. And I know somebody's going to bring up the power plant and all the money we've got from them, and that's true. But they never seem to bring up the $6.25 million we had to pay them back that I warned was going to happen for 20 years. It just took a long time because the company lost it and they were being run until it sold. And as soon as Calpine bought it, they came looking for their money. We could go into the whole string of events, such as Gilchrist Road and that being sold to have money for it. Be careful. I don't think a lot of homework is done into this. Let it die. Take care of these. Write the new one. Have public hearings. It's the cleanest way, because I don't trust this whole thing of, well, we'll go to June and we'll be doing this, and then we'll find out there's some legal loophole, and all of a sudden we get 20 more companies coming in slamming us on this, and oh, now we're grandfathered. If you let it die and go with a new one, it doesn't happen. It's really simple. Stop making it complicated.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, commercial assessments aren't going down. They're just not increasing as quickly as residential.
At the same rate.
Right.
All right, getting my exercise here tonight. I just would hope that the council would reconsider this whole thing and put it off. 3 of you were not involved in it. Ron has done his due diligence on it and researched it and found that, you know, you're kind of stuck. And instead of expanding it into June and then maybe, all right, changing it and costing us all kinds of legal expenses if somebody comes along, I don't see what the harm is of just saying, let's hold off. We'll have, you know, we'll get together. We'll do something where we're all in agreement. All right, explain it to the taxpayers, have the hearings, and do it over. I don't think from now till June you're going to have anybody come up and say, I want to build this big, you know, building, and I want my tax break. If that happens, I think whoever's involved, Kelly or whatever, can say, the council is looking into something, could possibility be a tax break, you know? So things don't happen overnight. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll say I researched this since this first came in front of the council in December. I've looked through the aspects of this. I agree with Ron. I don't think there's enough legal room for us to reject some of these things, and I don't like the agreement as written. I think I'm adamant that if this carries forward, we need legal protection in here to be able to deny stuff better. than there is in there right now, because right now there's too much legal risk on the town, and I don't like that. I need some more flexibility in it, and I want the agreement rewritten in that manner.
I think all of us agree to that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And just for clarification, we were all involved in the analysis.
Yes.
It wasn't just one person, with all due respect. We were all involved in the analysis because we all had the same question.
Good evening.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Kevin Smith, 6 King Philip Drive. Just wanted to reiterate a couple of the points I made last week about this program. I think it's somewhat short-sighted and naive to think that companies are just going to move to Londonderry anyway because of where we are. Land costs are at an all-time high. Construction costs are still at an all-time high. Labor costs are at an all-time high. And while interest rates aren't at an all-time high, they're still high. And so it's a very, very competitive environment out there. As I said last week, we're not only competing with other communities in southern New Hampshire, we're competing with northern Massachusetts as well. And I do believe we need to have as many tools in the toolbox to make it attractive for companies wanting to come to Londonderry. The whole reason the state of New Hampshire allows communities to adopt this kind of an ordinance is because, generally speaking, business and industry is good for communities because it does take the load off of what the residential taxpayers are paying. If you look at neighboring Derry, for years, their taxes were significantly higher than Londonderry because of their lack of industry. You look at a small town like Newington, which is very low in services, but they have a ton of industry. They have one of the lowest tax rates in the state of New Hampshire. But the reality is we needed to make ourselves competitive in this nature. Second thing is, this is money right now that we currently are not getting. So this is not a tax break, so to speak, because none of these applicants tonight are paying taxes on what they plan to build, because none of these buildings have actually been built yet. And last week I went through this on a number of the applications and talked about what we're currently receiving today. One of them, the land's in current use. We're receiving almost nothing on the land versus what it would be even if they got a tax exemption in those first few years. And it's significantly more than what the town is currently receiving. The last point I would just make was there was a comment about whether or not the applicants currently own the land. I'm not sure why that would make a difference or not. One of the landowners, one of the applicants is here this evening. He will talk about how this program was an incentive for him to accelerate his industrial development that he's applied for an application on. So, and as far as this ordinance itself, it probably does need some tweaks to be made to it. And so I appreciate the council being very deliberate about it, being thoughtful about it. And while I'd like to see the program in the future, if it means that it runs out tonight, and so you can take a step back, figure out what needs to be done and bring it back later, I think we'd all be okay with that.
Thank you. All right, we'll go back to the count.
1 second.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. I didn't see you get up.
Hi, good evening, Maria Barud, 6 Bridle Path. I agree that it's a very competitive market for businesses to come to different towns, but I think we're forgetting about the location of Londonderry. We're located in a very specific way. We have an airport, and we're located between 2 major highways. Airport in Boston is running out of room for the cargo operations, where a lot of companies are looking into relocating into Londonderry, Manchester area to move their cargo operations. So I think we need to be, as town, stronger in refusing businesses. And I get we want to bring businesses, we want to bring income here, we want to bring employment. But we need to stand a little stronger. And I get we have this predicament where we need to deal with the issues that are on board currently, but we need to strongly look very strictly on how we can refuse it, because we have that power. Londonderry is a unique location, unique town, and if you would like to hear more details about the possible, expansion of cargo businesses in our area, we really have all cards in our hand. So just please look into it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly, do you have information on the neighboring communities?
I do. So do you want to let this gentleman go, or do you want me to respond?
Go ahead, answer.
So the communities that I have listed here are communities that are similar to Londonderry in terms of their proximity to major highway systems, and then similar to how they offer their exemption program. So Salem adopted their program in 2024, and it's a graduated tier program, 5 years, 50%, 40%, 30%, 20, same as us. Derry has had their program since 2020, and it's applied to no more than 50% of the increase in valuation for no more than 10 years. Goffstown started in 2024. It's a graduated program over 5 years, again, same as us. Hooksett, 2021 implemented their program. It's no more than 25% increase in valuation and no more than 5 years of relief for designated parcels only. So that, in other words, they have a designated area that this applies to, not the whole town. Pelham has had it since 23. It's graduated over 10 years. Again, the 50% years 1 through 5, 40% year 6, 30% year 7, 20% year 8, 10% years 9 and 10. And then Hampton Falls has had it since 2023, and it's a graduated program similar to ours. I think the major point with these other communities is that they don't have a minimum value, whereas we do. And so when I see that, it says to me that it's likely a business may go there, given that anybody can apply for the program. It's not subject to certain tiers and thresholds in terms of the assessed value.
Okay, thank you. Sir?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I took a quick look at the applications before I came. I think, is it half the developers are from out of state?
So, are you talking about specifically ordinance 224-13? So
Yeah, the applicants.
yeah. So we'll move to those items.
Okay.
We have to discuss one at a time, and the public hearing is typically the council, the public, the council on one specific thing.
Okay,
So
yeah.
when it comes to the individual applicants, we'll discuss those in order.
Yeah. I just want to make a comment. I disagree with this gentleman over here. I mean, land and building costs go up no matter where you build, whether it's in London or another town. So I think those points are kind of moot. And I saw in those applications, like every one of those applicants quote that. I mean, I think that's just like an easy thing to say to try to get a tax break. But so I just want to disagree on that. I do agree with this young lady here and this lady here, and the last woman who came up and spoke. I mean, Londonderry's got all the cards. Like, we're in the best spot. Businesses are coming here, and I've been here 10 years. I've seen massive condo complexes go up around my neighborhood on Bartley Hill Road.
So just for clarification, if I can interrupt real quick.
Sure.
This is for commercial, industrial.
No, I understand.
So multi-family and stuff, that does not apply.
I've also seen a lot of commercial build up
I understand.
across like everywhere in Londonderry in the last 9.5 years since I lived here, and I don't think my taxes have ever gone down. So I read it. I think it's 30%, 40%, 50%, depending on the tiers for the tax breaks over the next couple of years. Like, I'd like to see a 50% tax break, as a resident. So I personally don't agree with it. I agree with the folks that spoke earlier, and I think that just the point of, hey, it's expensive to build now and land costs a lot of money, like that doesn't really matter because every town and everywhere you build is going to be expensive, right? So I think we're really going to look at it, and in my opinion, I would deny them and figure out a way to deny them. And then I would not renew it, and I would try to think of something better for the town, because she mentioned Salem and other towns. I didn't move to Londonderry to become Salem. And I feel like we're trying to become Salem. Like, let's not become Salem. Let's be Londonderry. That's the kind of thing I want to say.
Thank you. All right, so we'll go back to the council. So,
I got Megan on text.
okay. Can I say something first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So, being...
We didn't close it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Forgive the interruption. Jonathan Esposito, 5 Shelley Drive. I have what may be a foolish layman's question, but what is a legally defensible reason to deny one of the applications under the current program as they've been grandfathered? I mean, is my constituents contacted me and said this is a terrible idea, so please vote against this? Is that legally defensible?
That probably would not be legally defensible. The short answer to your question is there is nothing that is ironclad guaranteed to be legally defensible. You don't know when you go into a court of law if something which seems like it's the ironclad 99.9% of the time will work, it might not. There is no guarantee ever. Every one of these is always a gamble. Now, there are things that are well within the realm of certainty where we can go, yeah, we definitely feel good and in a good area about this.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you for that. And I just want to echo the sentiments of some other citizens who have spoken tonight. I think if we're going to offer tax incentives, there are a lot of folks already here who really could use them, whether it's the elderly or disabled veterans or other folks who are in situations where they're on fixed incomes. I've heard concerns from a number of fellow residents about the affordability of remaining in Londonderry. I know young families who would like to move to Londonderry and literally, who are living in Manchester in school systems that they find less desirable than Londonderry, specifically because they cannot afford to come here. Perhaps if we're so concerned with development, we could offer incentives for young families to come here. That would also help with the fact that New Hampshire has an aging population, but Londonderry doesn't have to match those demographics. We could have a more, vibrant population base, which is also a more vibrant tax base. I just had one more quick question before my public comment is over. The email that you read from School Board Chairman Slater earlier tonight, that was in favor of this program, is that correct?
He actually, and I hate to interpret his own words, so I can...
Real quick,
Yeah.
I don't want to interpret his words, and I think it would be unfair for us to do that
Yeah.
for anyone who's not present and to defend that either way.
Understood. That's a moot point then. My only concern would be that we offer the same courtesy to residents in the future. As someone who has spoken at the TC before, I've sent in correspondence at times when I've been unable to make a public meeting, and I've asked for it to be included in the record and not even necessarily read during the meeting, because I understand that could become a time concern with trying to, manage public comment in a reasonable manner. But I've sent in correspondence and asked that it be included in the minutes and not had that courtesy granted before. So with respect to the school board chair, if we're going to offer him a platform for his opinion on items on the agenda, we should extend that same courtesy to the rest of the residents. If we could keep that in mind in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to close public.
Deliberate.
We're going to close public comment. The hearing is still open. The council, it's going to come back to the council for deliberation. If I can say what I was going to say.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries. So I was one of the two counselors that was still on, or that was on the council when this was adopted. And my reasoning for approving this was because I felt that, yes, there is lands that could be developed, and yes, they're in a hypothetical situation, builders will come regardless of incentives or not. I personally at the time, and I still do feel that giving tools for us to help offset the tax rate is a good thing. And back then, my comments were, and they're still true today, my personal comments were, if a property is undeveloped and we're receiving nominal tax revenue from an undeveloped amount, and to make it as simple as possible, hypothetically, let's call it $1, yes, we would be accepting 50 cents. 50 cents is better than 10 cents or 5 cents. Yes, it's not a dollar. It's still 50 cents. And those were along the lines of the comments that I made back in 2003 when this was adopted. So that's all I have to say on that. Actually, I'm sorry, one more thing. Sorry, Councilor Farrell. I also do agree that there needs to be better verbiage on specifically, a better verbiage on allowing us more room to deny without saying we have to. And the council, there's a consensus with the council on that. And with that, I'll turn it over to Counselor Farrell.
All right, so I've got, you asked about our attorney. I have her on text, ready to take a call if we want to go into non-meeting. Okay, so that's just one. Here's basically our options. Our options are let it lapse. We don't have to do anything. Just let it lapse, and it lapses. Extend it with language that gives us the ability to amend it. That's two. Third, extend it with language with a deadline to amend that it would expire if we don't amend it. And find out from our attorney if once we do that, does it put everything on hold? She's ready to take a call from us if we want to ask that question. So depending on what you want to do, if you just want to let it lapse, we don't have to talk to her.
Well, I think we need to talk to her.
How would we enter into non-public?
Well, we would go into non-meeting.
Non-meeting?
Meeting.
So
And we would have to go upstairs and call her.
Okay, so we would just recess.
We could recess into, believe we could recess into non-meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
But we could do that, we can go upstairs, I just want to let her know that, is that what you guys want to do?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, polling shortly for non-meeting. That's what you want to do, I'm gonna hit the text now,
Yep.
okay? Then you need to recess into non-meeting.
All right.
To meet with our attorney, someone pull up RSA 91A to meet with our attorney with the section to enter into non-meeting.
I want to say it's L.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm not an attorney. I think it's 91.
While we're waiting for that, the real good reason for doing this is that what I want
Folks.
to make sure we cover is we've been told over the years that land use laws tend to favor the developer and the developments.
Folks,
Let's
please.
just so that we can get some clarification, I think it will give us a clear path.
Yeah.
To pick one of those three.
Yep.
I will make a motion to enter into,
Wait. May you wait?
Consideration of legal advice. Okay. 91A, all right, 91A3,
L.
2L.
2L.
91A3, 2L.
thank you. I will motion to enter into non-public under 91A:3, L.
Roman numeral
2L,
2.
thank you.
2L.
L.
Consideration, sorry, do you want me to?
Numeral
use this?
2L, thank you.
Second.
I have a motion from Ted, second from Sean. Roll call vote.
I, Sean Faber.
I, Ted
Hi,
Combs.
Chad Franz.
Hi, Ron Dunn.
Hi, John Farrell.
All right, folks. Please bear with us. which is not applicable for this. This is, oh, the hotel is, yeah. Where's Ted?
All right, where's Ted?
I don't.
Bathroom.
Unacceptable. Not allowed.
Now that I've gone to the bathroom, I'm gonna have to go constantly. So can we get this thing going? I mean,
Buckle up. We're in for.
I'm 8 years out from surgery and I still can't stop going.
I could
No,
sleep.
TMI.
I could sleep through the night. That'd be good.
Oh my goodness, right?
Sometimes it's only once, sometimes it's. Right, Jesus dead. What are we doing?
Okay, so the only thing I had was this yellow.
Edward.
That's the only thing I had.
Should we applaud when he gets back? Should we applaud when he gets back?
make a motion.
No, yes, yeah, we are. Yeah, yeah,
You to do that first.
yeah. All right, so I'll accept a motion to exit non-public.
So moved.
Second.
From Ted, second from Sean, roll call vote.
I, Sean Faber.
I, Dick Holmes.
I, Chad Franz.
Hi, Ron Dunn.
Hi, John Farrell.
All right, with that, I'll accept a motion to seal those non-public meetings to a period of June 1st.
So moved.
I have a motion from Ted. I have a second.
Second.
Second from Sean. All in favor. Do we have to do a roll call vote for sealing?
Go ahead, probably better off.
All right,
Sean
roll call
Faber.
vote.
I, Dick Holmes.
I, Chad Franz.
Hi, Ron Dunn.
Hi, John Farrell.
All right, so
So more or less, looking for a consensus from the council to direct staff to look at amending this by June 1st,
no later than June 1st.
no later than June 1st.
All right. So, all right. So what do you need for?
I need
Do
a
we have a
consensus from
consensus?
the
Well,
five
I
of you.
believe
How you want-
what you're looking for is for staff to ask you a question.
How would you like staff to proceed with this? Would you like staff to bring forward a resolution to
So,
this
yeah.
ordinance with amendments by June 1st?
I would like a revised ordinance with work with legal with amendments to give us a little bit more teeth. For a period of no later than June 1st.
Will do.
Or an amendment. Okay. Do we have a consensus?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
And just to note for the record that that will require a first reading and a hearing.
Correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. So the application for 16 Orchard View Drive was pulled. So moving on to number 4, application for the Londonderry Commercial Industrial Tax Incentive Program for new construction of 173,000 square feet of high bay industrial facility at 16 Pettingale Road. Folks, we're in public comment is now open.
Public hearing.
No, public hearing has
It
been.
remains open, and you're asking to go to the public.
Correct.
Comment is.
I got a question.
Yes.
So on the last one, did it just lapse? Or you're not doing anything, or
It expired.
it expires? Okay.
We're looking at it again. We asked,
We asked
staff
staff to amend it.
as Kelly said,
We need teeth.
All right. So on the last one, it expired. You're going to amend it
Well, it
and
doesn't
come back
expire, it
with
just
something.
lapses.
It
lapse.
just lapses, whatever, and you're going to come back with something better. Thank you.
Thank you.
No.
No. No.
No.
All right, so we're discussing specifically the property at 60 Pettingale Road. Good evening.
Are they going to present anything? You're asking the public to comment on something that they don't know anything about.
Is the applicant here and would like to present? I know that the applicant did present during our last meeting regarding this specific property.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did present at the last meeting. Kevin Smith, 6 King Philip Drive, representing Lansing Melbourne Group, who is the owner of the property at 60 Pettingale. Lansing Melbourne is a development group that has been around for about 35 years. They've been doing work in southern New Hampshire for the last 25 years. They've done, actually they owned the land where the New Balance facility currently sits. They also own land on Roundstone Drive. They did the True Hotel in Manchester. They've done apartments in Nashua. They've done the Shoe parking garage in Manchester as well. And they've recently permitted this a high bay warehouse, logistics warehouse at 60 Pettingill Road. I will note that plans have not been signed yet for this, so the site plan is not fully approved. It has conditional approval from the planning board. The land is currently in current use, which means it has a tax value of $2,076. And so the current tax bill that they're receiving on it is $33.50. Even with the exemption in year one, they will pay a tax bill of $226,390, and that is roughly $226,356 more than what the town is currently getting. And after the 5th year of the exemption, they'll be paying $373,745. And would just note again for the public that it ticks down every year, so the exemption gets less and less until it's over in year 5.
Thank you. All right, folks, public comment. Good evening.
I think I should. I got a question on this. So it's for high cube storage, right? So if they decide I'm not going to do high cube storage, I'm going to do something else, do they get that exemption, or do they have to come back?
Would you like me to answer?
Please.
I believe they need to come back because that would change the assessed value and all of the math essentially that they've presented.
Okay, so it's only for this kind of business.
It's for what they represented in their application.
Okay, thank you.
Deb Paul, 118 Hardy Road. I also would like to know, how many waivers and exemptions are this business going to need to put in what they want to put in? Because we don't know what it is, what's going to be needed, what's the property thing. Are they going to need, like, I don't know, Technology Hill, 75 different waivers for things? Because there's nothing put in yet. So, yes, sir. Yeah, would you? Thank you, Kevin.
Absolutely. So as I mentioned, they do have their conditional approval from the planning board. So at this point, it's just meeting the last site plan and subdivision requirements that the town has. I don't know how many specific waivers they got for this site through the planning board process, but I don't believe any of them were out of the ordinary. Let's put it that way. John Trottier, the town's engineer, is here this evening. He could speak to that more. But as I mentioned, they do have their conditional approval already. They need to tidy up some of those conditions before they can get final sign off on it.
Mr. Chair, is it okay if Mr. Smith stays here to answer my next question?
It's up to you.
It's up to you. You're the
Go
boss.
ahead. If he'll answer the questions that,
Okay, thank you.
do you mind just
Sure,
speaking?
I'll speak into the mic. My second question is, you just made me forget. Do we have a timeline as to when you would be starting construction and when the construction would be finished?
Sure, I believe it's their hope to begin construction this summer. And usually the construction season right now is running 12 to 16 months on a project like this.
And here's the last part of it is, are they going to be doing any off-site improvements to help us alleviate even, doing this tax thing?
So they've actually been paying into a fund to the town that the town has set up for future mitigation to widen Pettingill Road.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry.
Christine Perez, 5 Wesley Drive. Do we know what's being stored in there?
I think that's hard to speculate.
Well, how do we know we're not going to be storing a million lithium batteries or something that could cause a problem to our police?
So just generally speaking, through the site plan review process, one of the departments that reviews this is the fire department, and that's a typical ask of the fire department. When we have warehouses or things that require storage, the fire department is very, good.
So
at
is the
making
fire
sure that
department
they don't have-
involved in this then?
Yes, they have reviewed the plan. They've reviewed what was presented to the planning board. And to my knowledge, there's nothing of concern in terms of hazardous materials.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, folks, let's.
Dave Plaza, 207 Pillsbury. To take the land out of current use, are there back taxes that we get back to the town?
I believe so. Correct, Kelly?
Current use taxes, when the land comes out of it, a portion of it goes to the Conservation Commission, and then a portion of it goes as revenue to the town budget.
Thank you.
Do we know what that number is? Justin?
So the first 100,000 goes to the conservation, and then there's a 60-40 split after that.
Okay.
Does that answer? It looks like that doesn't answer your question on this. What?
Yeah, I mean, the number is typically based off of the assessed value, correct?
Sorry, I thought you were talking about the entire breakdown.
No,
I
not
don't
the
have that
breakdown.
number off the top of my head.
Okay.
Sorry. Thank you, Marge.
Good evening. Patrick Elasm, 22 Summer Drive. Mr. Smith, Lansing Melbourne Group was the company at question, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask the town council, with regard more to the tax incentive program that you all went private for, how many of you have looked at Lansing Melbourne, what they do, and how long they've been around? Okay, because when we talk about a tax incentive program that takes money out of Londonderry's pockets for some amount of years, it's worth, my opinion, you really think about what is the target for an incentive program. Lansing Melbourne is a great company. You should look up their website. Over $1 billion in developments, 106 projects, 40 plus years in business, and they've partnered with all sorts of other top-tier capital and construction companies. Is this the kind of company that needs an incentive from Londonderry that costs us several $100,000, but to them is maybe a rounding error? So, again, the comment is not so much about this. Any business would be foolish not to take whatever incentive it's given, but when you think about a program that you put out there, really worth considering, is that what you want to give a tax incentive for? Or do we want to incent small businesses, startups, family businesses, and people doing their first thing to try and escape the corporate rat race? Thank you.
Thank you.
One last thing that I thought of when Marge asked about the environmental, well, said the environmental thing, when Dave said it, is would this company be willing to do an environmental baseline study of the property while they're there?
This isn't applicable to the. To the
Well, it is,
It's not
because if
applicable.
they would
It's
do
not,
it,
Deb.
it would show that they were good partners.
It's not applicable in this state. It's not applicable.
It's not.
Yeah, you can't.
All right, any other public comment regarding this? All right, I'll close public comment deliberation from the council. All right, so council, do you want to move forward? If so, I'll accept a motion to approve application for the property at 60 Pettingale Road. Or do you want deliberation?
They've met all the conditions they need to meet, so we cannot, we cannot deny it.
So I'll accept a motion to approve 60 Pettingale Road.
Could you clarify that this is for tier 1?
I'll accept a motion to approve 60 Pettingale Road at tier 1 at this time.
So moved.
I have a motion from Ted. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ron. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Thank you. Number 5, application for the Londonderry Commercial Industrial Tax Incentive Program for a 90-room extended stay hotel at 15 Pillsbury. Mr. Smith, I understand you've already presented on this. Can you please just give a quick synopsis of what you've already done?
Sure. So again, this is an application for 90-room extended stay hotel, which would be at Woodmont Commons. The developer on this is also Lansing Melbourne Group. This is a tier 1 application. The current tax bill on the property is $31,247. at full build, when this would go into effect, the tax bill will then go to $122,000, $122,543 for a difference of $91,295. And then on the last year, that tax bill will increase to $181,975,000 for a difference of $150,728 from what the current tax bill is on this particular piece of property. This they view as vital to making the pro forma work. Hotels are not easy to pencil out right now for the aforementioned reasons that I stated earlier, particularly at Woodmont Commons, where people want to see more than residential and medical buildings. This would not only be obviously something that the town could use. Right now, our only hotel is a Sleep Inn at Exit 5. This would be something that would be very attractive in the town of Londonderry. It's allowed in the PUD, and it would bring in other uses with it, other hospitality uses with it, such as restaurants. Restaurants like to be near hotels. Entertainment venues like to be near hotels. But this project, I mentioned this at the last public hearing, they're having a very difficult time. You talk to almost any hotel developer right now, they're having a hard time penciling these projects out because they're very difficult to build because of the construction costs.
Thank you. All right, folks, we're in public comment for 15 Pillsbury Road only. Seeing none, we'll go back to the council. No, please, thank you. Name and address, please.
Christine Perez, 5 Wesley Drive. Having a extended stay hotel is going to, in my opinion, and if you look around and if you call Merrimack and find out what's gone on with them, you will find that this is going to put a burden, big burden, on our police department and fire department.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Deb Paul, 118 Hardy Road. Kevin, you said that you don't know if when they're gonna start, or you haven't found somebody. I just wanted to understand that.
No, they have a franchise agreement with a particular flag. I'm not at liberty to mention who that is. Right now, they do have an LOI, a letter of interest, with Woodmont to site the hotel there, but they have not submitted for conceptual site plan or subdivision with the town yet. That being said, they've applied for this now because the deadline, as you were aware, was January 9th.
Right. So I guess my next question to the council is, how long of a period are we going to wait to allow this to happen? Because to say this doesn't go through, I hope it does, but if it doesn't, how long are you willing to extend this out to them? And just keep in mind that if you read the police logs, a good chunk of it is Sleep Inn. They get a ton of calls, fire, police, on a regular weekly basis. So that is a concern. But I do understand what you're saying. I don't know what type of if it's going to be short stay or just long stay. But I do want to know how long you're willing to grant this opportunity for this development.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Whereabouts is this at Woodmont?
Sure.
Dan Boucher.
So it will be behind the new dairy medical office that's currently under construction. So down at the end of Main Street, where it intersects with Woodmont Avenue.
Okay. I think it'd be a great improvement. I remember when we had Dairy Motel there on 102. Before you guys were born, I think.
You're showing your age, Dan.
All right, I'm going to close public comment, moving to the council for discussion.
So what I've seen from this company is, and have to be the same as the other company, is that they seem to work with flagship hotels like Marriott, Hilton, and Hyatt. As a frequent traveler and someone who has stayed in these type of extended stay hotels, even if it's for 2 or 3 days, it does offer you kitchenettes and things so that you don't have to go out. You know, I know they want to have restaurants nearby, but it is a nice perk to have a kitchen when you're traveling, and you can go to the supermarket instead of going to the out to a meal. I think it's different from what we've seen here in town, and something in that area that, it means be right next to our fourth largest taxpayer. So I doubt that taxpayer would tolerate a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I do agree with that, John, because when, I know there's other facilities outside of the town of Londonderry that was mentioned, and you look at location and, looking at that area in particular and where it's at, I would agree. I don't think that there is going to be I'd be a fool to say there would not be some drawn municipal resources, but I think that the facility, the location definitely, and probably the cost would definitely contribute to that. So anything else from the council?
Mr. Chair, could I just add something? So I just want to caution you a little bit when discussing a potential site plan application that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah.
I think it's just important to know that this is an approved use in Woodmont Commons, the PUD.
Yeah.
Hotels are an approved use. And so when you're discussing specifics about potential application, just be careful about what you're stating on public record.
Gotcha. Thank you. Any other discussion from the council?
No.
Seeing none, I'll accept a motion to approve at Tier 1, 15, the application for the Commercial Industrial Tax Incentive Program located at 15 Pillsbury Road.
So moved.
I have a motion from Ted.
Second.
I have a second. A second from Ron. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative, is approved. Number 6, application for the Londonderry Commercial Industrial Tax Incentive Program for the new construction of a 750,000 square feet of industrial space located at 8, how do you pronounce that? Isaac Ave?
Oh, Buick Ave.
Buick Ave, 6,
Sorry,
864 Buick Ave, 22, 42 and 2 Ash Street, as well as 60A Seasons Lane. Folks, we're in public comment.
So, Mr. Chairman, again, to
Sorry
reiterate.
about that, Kevin.
No, it's okay. To reiterate, this development is being considered by Trammell Crow. So they have come before the planning board already, conceptually twice, to build 750,000 square feet of industrial off of the new Exit 4A, and that would be over 4 buildings. The industrial uses that they're looking at is advanced manufacturing, logistics, bio and life sciences, but uses of that nature. If you look at Trammell Crow's track record, they have a very good track record of development in bringing in a lot of value to communities. They have qualified as a Tier 3 project, one, because of the amount of tax dollars they're going to be paying, and 2, because of the investment they're making in bringing all of the infrastructure to Exit 4A, which includes gas, water, sewer, and electric as well. Many people aren't aware, but Exit 4A currently does not have any of that infrastructure in there. So without that infrastructure, you just got a nice roadway into Derry right now. But in order to develop the 200 or so acres over there, you need that infrastructure. And so they're going to be investing anywhere from $5 to $6 million. They have to bring the water and gas lines down Pillsbury Road and bore them under I-93 to get them to the other side of Exit 4A. They're also bringing the sewer line up Londonderry Road and bringing it through to the property, going in that direction. Still, that being said, even in year 1, without any building there, the current tax bill on the property is almost $52,000. In year 1, even with the exemption, they'll be paying a little over $1.1 million to the town for a difference of $1,102,749. So they'll already be one of the largest taxpayers in town, even with the exemption. And then at the end of the exemption program, they're paying nearly $2 million to the town in taxes. And as I mentioned last week too, I believe these are conservative assumptions because one, in the models that have been provided, the valuation hasn't changed in any of the exemption years, and the tax rate hasn't changed either. Both of those are almost likely to both go in one direction, that is up. So likely it'll be more than $2 million after full build.
Folks, we're in public comment. Any comments regarding this application? Seeing none, I'll close public comment.
Mr. Chair, could I just add something before you deliberate?
Yeah.
So just to reiterate, this request is for a tier 3 project.
Yep.
Yes.
In this case, the council has an option as to how many years you want to grant the exemption, up to 10. What's been proposed by the applicant is 10 years. I just wanted to point out, so if and when you make a motion on this, can you just clarify for tier 3 and then state how many years you're opting to do it for?
Okay. Council?
So first, before we get to that, Kevin, can you clarify a bit more for the public what these buildings may be for the town? I know.
Yeah, I mentioned
The
that. I mean, they're
representative had
looking,
mentioned
again,
a
they're
little
looking
bit, but-
at very similar to what Pettingill Road has right now, advanced manufacturing. They're looking at logistics and warehousing. They're looking at life sciences, biosciences, but it'll be those kinds of industrial uses.
And really, if we get more of the life science, these buildings could be worth way more than what the original estimates could be.
Yes.
As they're the highest and best use is life science.
Correct.
Okay. Council, what do you want to do? What period of time? Do you want to,
Kelly, the ordinance says that what the ordinance says, what the thing here is, I'm saying, but not more than 10 years. So,
Correct.
what does the statute say?
Yeah.
So the statute doesn't speak to that
So
specifically.
it doesn't speak to the length of
The
time.
ordinance is based on the tiers that the council amended back in 2023.
So
by
if I only
resolution.
wanted to do this for 7 years, is that something we would consider legally defensible?
Yes, it's very clear that it states but not more than 10 years.
Okay.
What's presented before you by the applicant is they're requesting 10 years.
Council, how long do you want to do? You want to do 7 years? You want to do 10 years?
So you guys are familiar with Trammell Crow, right?
Yes.
I mean, at one time, Harlan Crow was considered the largest landlord in the country. But now they're owned by a very large conglomerate out of Texas. So they're looking at, according to this, they're looking at investing $5 million. So I guess we gotta ask ourselves is what does a pro forma on $5 million look? Not that we should be concerned about that, but that is something they'll probably ask themselves. So, I mean, we have numbers laid out for 10 years. I don't know what numbers would be for 7 years. And I just threw 7 out just to be able to ask Kelly a question.
Right.
All right, Council, don't all speak at once. What do you want to do?
Certainly, they are bringing quite a bit of economic need to that side of 4A, and as well with these businesses, there should, one would think, bring more demand to the 4A area. So it's more of an economic engine as it is. Bring at least $5 to $6 million into the infrastructure in there, bringing the gas, the sewer, the roadways that we don't already have over there. And certainly it's, a lot of companies put together economic pro formas for, does this economically make sense for us to do? And when you go further out in time, it actually makes more sense for a company business-wise, financially. And the less years you do, it makes it harder for them to make that decision.
The other thing to keep in mind is, if you decide to approve this project either way, and for whatever length of time, it probably kicks in a number of things on the Woodmont development agreement that will have to start happening. So if you do that, it would probably, which are the enhanced services that they agreed to.
So do I have a motion?
I will motion for the 10 years. As been
Tier
put,
3.
Tier 3 for the 10 years.
All right, so I have a motion from Ted, tier 3 for 10 years. Do I have a second?
Second for discussion.
All right, second for discussion.
Just to clarify, just a point. So in year 1 it is 50, but by year 5 it's down to 23. By year 7 it's 10%, and years 8, 9, and 10 it's 6%, 3%, and 2%. So I just don't want the public to think that they're getting 50% for 10 years.
Thank you. All right, Ron, you're.
I actually think, I know you said arbitrarily 7 years, but on the paper, 7 years might make sense because it's 10% in year 7. And then it drops down to just 2 and 3%. So at that point,
I understand.
Yeah.
I didn't ask the question because of that. I just happened to pick a number and just ask her a question.
7 years kind of makes sense on the paper.
I liked 7 when I heard it. Too.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I know you
wanna
arbitrarily picked that, but it makes sense on the paper.
That's why I asked for discussion.
Yeah.
All right.
I would go with 7 years.
Yeah.
Do you want to amend your motion?
I can amend my motion to move to Tier 3 for 7 years.
I'll second that.
All right, motion from Ted, second from Ron. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. All right, Kelly, talk me through number 7, please. So is this well, let me rephrase this. This has not come, 6 Acadia has not come before the council. The application did meet the deadline, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes,
All right.
I can speak to, so,
To that, yeah.
the 6 Acura Way application, which is the location of the Village on Technology Hill PUD, was submitted by the December 31 deadline.
Yep.
I just did not get it into the legal notice on time.
Understood.
And so it's still grandfathered as the other ones are that we just heard. That's why you didn't see it on the agenda at the last hearing.
Thank you. Presentation from Mr. Smith.
Actually, I'm going to ask the owner and applicant, Ken Selinsky, to come up and speak to the council about it.
Thank you. Mr. Selinsky? Good evening, sir.
Ken Selinsky, owner of the land where we're doing the Village on Technology Hill. I'm going to depart from my prepared remarks, given some of the discussions here. And Kevin can slap me if I get out of line. I'm not coming here asking really for any money from the town. I'm looking to provide the town $2.3 million in annual taxes. And if this, looking to provide $2 million in annual taxes as opposed to $2.3 million in annual taxes the first year under this program. But that, as you know, is on a declining scale, and that reduction goes to close to zero by year 10. But what we're talking about providing well in excess of $2 million throughout that period of time. I'm not new to Londonderry. Previously, my wife and I owned Inside Technology, where I think we probably paid something on the order of $2 million. We had 280,000 square feet of space with 1,300 employees who worked in Londonderry, all of whom earned at least 3 times minimum wage, plus health insurance, plus generous vacation times, plus generous sick leave, plus 401ks with 4% matches and that sort of thing. We also have a workforce that if the town wanted to take advantage of to teach or tutor in STEM subjects and that sort of thing, or augment some of the courses at the high school with some, guest instructors on various aspects of STEM, we're prepared to do that. there's a lot of talk right now in Washington about making America great again. I'd like to think that we're in a position to help make Londonderry greater. We're primarily a defense company. We make night vision electro-optical equipment. Somebody asked, what do we do in the building that we're going to be in? We make night vision electro-optical equipment. Our equipment is used by all branches of the armed forces. Some of our equipment was used by virtually every soldier and Marine and Air Force ground personnel and some Air Force pilots as well. For many, many years, it went from being used primarily by combat personnel to combat support personnel after Jessica Lynch got captured in Iraq. And Special Forces using our equipment went in and rescued her and her colleagues. And then it was decided to provide our equipment, you know, if you will, Army-wide and forces-wide, not only to combat, but combat support as well. Our equipment has also played a critical role in the takedown of Osama bin Laden. That's the kind of stuff we do. I should mention it's also used by SWAT personnel within the state of New Hampshire and elsewhere. So I'm here to offer you $2 million in taxes going up to 2.3 as the incentive, you know, scales down.
Thank you, Mr. Selinsky, for that presentation. Anything additional, Kevin, to add? All right, folks, we're in public comment.
I think when I listen to all these, this is one that I think is something that should be granted because, you know, he lives in the state. He's, you know, done a lot for our community already with those buildings he's put up there years ago and the people he's employed. So I think he's got a good track record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would just second support for it as well. I think that location is definitely commercial. There's no residential really near there, looking at the map. And I like seeing them here. I think that's really nice. And being from New Hampshire, I think that's the biggest thing. So I'd agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? We'll close public comment, go back to the council. Go ahead, Kelly.
Just to note again, as was the case before, this is for tier 3, so could you just clarify the years and whatnot?
I'll make a motion to approve for 10 years.
All right, so I have a motion for tier 3 for a period of 10 years.
I will second that.
A second from Ted. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Application is approved. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we are going to move things back around.
We'll take a recess.
I'll take a 5-minute recess.
What's that?
We are still in public hearing.
Even though we're in recess.
That would. All right, folks, we are still in public hearing. I've invited the Budget Committee to come up. We are out of recess. Thank you, BudCom, for joining us. With that, I'll move it over to our finance team. Mr. Campo, you ready? Give me a couple minutes.
Just wait for everybody to get back.
Yep. No, fair enough. We want to wait for everyone to enter back into the room. All right, Mr. Campo.
Alrighty, so.
I already got. Real quick, Justin.
Yes.
Probably going to get punched in the throat from fire and PD. Being that we had a significant snow event last night, can we move some of the DPW up first? Or he's telling me no, disregard.
All right.
You just want to save a
No
public,
special treatment.
public meeting. All right, fair enough. Well, my apologies.
Yeah, I had a hat. I offered to take a shot.
Yeah, that's a nice hat.
Well, I did a ride along last night. You told me I couldn't drive.
That's oh, that's a good thing.
I didn't ask, but anyways, Mr. Campo.
Okay, so before you have all the warrant articles. There are two separate ones in which you'll need to make a decision on which one you want to put forward or if you want to put both forward. To start, though, you guys had tasked us with cutting $100,000 from the proposed budget. We went through and we were able to cut $224,000 through various cuts within the department. Ryan, I want to credit you. I believe you sent me something, or Patrick sent me something, where I was able to go through and use some of those items as places. We also have December 31st is the deadline for employee cash outs. And if they do not elect it, we were able to go through and remove those from the budget as well. And the last thing was we received a much better rate on one of our life insurance, life long-term or short-term. So we were able to reduce that as well.
It's great news.
Awesome. Great.
And we also had some insurance changes from new employees who started who made their elections. And so we were able to put them on the correct plans rather than assume a family plan.
Okay.
So some of that, there was significant savings as well.
Awesome. Thank you. Good work. All right. Where do we go from here? Any discussion or?
Public hearing.
Public hearing. So folks, this is public hearing. Public comments open. You're getting your steps in, Dan.
I'd be so bored if I wasn't here.
Oh. I think we'd be home if you weren't here.
Can we find out what the bottom line is going to be, tax impact on if everything passes, all these warrant articles? I understand that you guys have tentatively approved some contracts. So if you add the contracts and add everything together.
So that should be in the packet that's in the back. If you go past the warrant articles, you should see the normal tax rate impact or tax rate calculation sheet.
Keep going. Keep going. Oh, wait, he
No,
has the.
you have
hold
the,
on.
yeah.
See, I don't have the right stuff. That's why I'm asking questions.
No, it's the what I handed out. Yep. Okay. If you go past the warrant articles,
Yep.
you'll see it's the tax rate calculation. Yes.
Right here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah.
That's what I believe you're looking for.
So if everything passes, you're looking at $4.58.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I need.
And that's one thing to keep in mind too, is it's $4.58. At this point last year, if all the warrant articles were to have passed, the estimated tax rate would have been $4.15. However, as you're aware, it came in at $3.77. I estimate lower on revenues because I'd rather have the taxpayers not kind of have a bait and switch situation where I say, we're gonna get all these revenues, you say yes, and then all of a sudden they don't come in and the tax rate's higher than what the people voted.
Okay. My other question is, when you guys approve these contracts, are you gonna go over those contracts in public as far as not just what the tax impact is, but what were the major changes in these? I mean, how is this benefiting our?
Our attorney did review.
We had a meeting about that.
Oh, I saw the meeting, but it was basically telling us with how much of a tax impact there was going to be, how much of an increase they were going to get.
That's what
all right,
Justin
but the contract involves a lot of other things. I mean, did things change in the contracts that benefit our the employees or the community? What was added? What was
So I believe
changed?
she did offer a narrative to each one, and just for procedural purposes, we don't approve the contracts. We'll be moving them to the warrant.
I understand that.
And then there'll be another discussion at deliberative if there wants to be an additional information for around the contracts. People can ask questions about them, and then we can talk about them then. We may have to think about whether or not we need support for that, and then it goes to the voters for approval.
Okay, I was just
But
kind of.
she did offer some narrative.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting when all the contracts came up all in 1 year. I mean, usually they used to be staggered.
It wasn't all of them. It was 5.
That's
I
a
believe
lot.
there's 8. Is that correct?
There's 5 of them?
Seven.
Town side? 7, thank you.
There's 7 total?
Now there's 7.
Okay, and there's 5 of them coming up for renewal.
Yes, sir.
5 of them at this point.
Okay,
I believe what's happened over the years is there have been some that have opted for 5-year contracts, so that some of the staggering has adjusted.
okay. Now, as far as medical copay, is that increased?
Depending by contract and by contract year, there are changes in the participation of medical. And each contract has some differences between them.
Okay.
There is cost share in year 3 of all 5 of these contracts.
Okay.
I mean, I think it'd be
And that was presented
Yes.
at the last meeting.
right, but if somebody didn't watch that whole thing, it'd be good to have it on paper to show what contracts are providing and what we're doing for our employees. I think it's
Posted?
They're not
They're-
yet, no.
No? The minutes are posted.
The contracts yet are not posted because they've not been signed off by both the union reps as well as the town because it has not been approved by the taxpayers yet.
Okay.
okay. I just think it'd be beneficial for people to be able to look at them and just say, I mean, I watched it. I don't think it's great pay raises for our employees for everything they do. I think it's pretty low. That's my
Actually,
opinion.
they're right in line with what the teacher's contract is.
Is it?
Mhm.
Okay.
Thank you, Dan. Anyone else? All right, I'll close public comment.
Okay, so what we need to do is we need to go through these and we need to move them to the warrant.
Yep.
Okay, as you're going through them, we need to solicit comment as we go through them and move them to the warrant. All right, we also need to assign counselors for presentation. Okay, so how would you like to do that? Or would you just like me to suggest how to do it?
I think wisdom is going to prevail here and experience, so we'll do that.
Okay.
So as we go through number 2, if we get past number 2, because some of these warrant articles relate to things in the budget.
Yeah, so what I would say is that when we do article number 1, we'll move that to the warrant first.
Yeah.
Okay, then we do article number 2, and then you're going to ask for public comment
Mhm.
on article number 2. If you want to change anything in article number 2, that would be the time to do it.
Okay.
And then I'll assign counselors. It's probably the easiest thing to do. All right, so, and all I'm going to do is just rotate names. And if you don't like the assignment and you want to change, then we can change it before deliberative. But I'll literally just rotate names.
We'll do that.
So if there's a later warrant article that has something to do with the line item though in the budget, that's where I'm just being clear.
As long as we don't close the public hearing, you can go back.
Okay.
Which
Yeah, if you're, but if you think that's going to happen, then we won't move it to the warrant.
It's one of the ones that has 2 different options, and I want to
So what we can do is we can do number 2 and not move it to the warrant. We can also come back and move, and amend it, the move to the warrant.
Okay.
Should
So
we
you-
discuss the two options first?
Maybe we should
Or
just
do
move
it in
2
order?
last.
Well, I mean, you can always come back. Even if we move it to the warrant, you can always come back.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
I'm just suggesting maybe we should do 2 last unless there's a reason not, since that's the whole total budget.
If you want to do 2 last, that's okay too.
Okay.
So.
I'm fine with moving it
Right,
last.
so what you want to do is you want to start with Article 1, ask for a motion to move it to the warrant.
All right, so we'll start with Article 1, election of officers to choose necessary town officers for ensuring for the ensuing year or upon another is chosen or appointed and qualified. So I'll accept
Motion to approve.
move it to move to the warrant.
Thank you. Motion to move Article 1 to the ballot.
All right, so I have a motion from Ted. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Sean.
There's no assignment. Second, all in favor?
All in favor, say aye.
Right, you don't need assignments of counselors for that. Now, Article 2. Article 2, you want to hold until the end?
Yeah.
That's what Sean wants to do.
I mean, does anyone disagree with that?
I guess I don't see what the purpose of doing so is.
In case we have to go to something in the budget when we're talking about the warrant.
the
article.
options first then.
Yeah.
Let's hold Article 2. All right, go to Article 3. Motion to move Article 3 to the warrant for expendable maintenance trust fund.
All right, so do I have a motion?
Second.
Second.
Motion and a second from Ted. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, Article 3 is moved to the ballot. Article number 4, roadway maintenance expendable trust fund.
Wait, don't we have to?
Wait,
You have to ask if there's
I'm
anybody.
sorry.
Ask if, before we move to before we finalize the vote, ask if anybody has a question from the public.
Thank you. Is there any public input for Article number 3?
Don't you have to read it and vote on it?
Read it.
I don't think
You can either read it or say as presented.
Okay.
So reading it is what we've done in the past.
Okay, we can read it. Who's going to be assigned this?
I have Chad and Ted.
All right.
I'm just rotating names.
All right,
and I'm just going to write them down and I'm going to hand them to staff and they're going to figure it out.
Perfect. All right, so I'll do this. So, Article number 3, expendable maintenance trust fund, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $200,000 to be placed in the town expendable maintenance trust fund for the purpose of repairing and maintaining town facilities and infrastructure, and further authorize the use of $100,000 from the June 30 unassigned fund balance towards this appropriation.
If passed, gotta keep reading.
Yeah, thank you. If passed, this article required the town to raise $100,000 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of 0.015 dollars in FY25 based upon projected assessed values.
Okay, what's traditionally been done in the past is the budget committee has done their own votes and we vote tonight.
Okay.
So what you want to do is you want to ask for a vote if the council recommends.
So do I have a motion to recommend Article number 3, the expendable maintenance trust fund?
So just say all those in favor of yes.
All those in favor of yes, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
So that's 5-0.
5-0.
Okay, now motion to move it. No, we have the motion on the floor to move it to the warrant.
All right, so all in favor of moving to the warrant, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Number 4, this will be Ted. You want to go?
I'll just write them all down here and I'll hand them to him. You just.
Okay.
We can
Ted.
pass back and
I'll
forth
keep
reading it
track
right
of
now.
the names.
Yeah,
That would
we
be
can-
my job. I'll be the
All right.
secretary.
We can pass back and forth reading it right now.
Okay, fair.
Article number 4, roadway maintenance expendable trust fund, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $650,000 to be placed in the roadway maintenance expendable trust fund. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $650,000 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of 0.099 cents in FY26, based upon projected assessed values.
So the chair asks
All right, so
those in favor?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. And then public
5-0.
5-0.
Is
Is
there
there?
a motion to move this to the warrant?
All right, I motion from John. Do I have a second to move to the
Second.
warrant? Any all in favor say
Stop. Is there any public comment? I'm
Thank you.
sorry. I moved.
No. That's any public comment regarding article number 4. Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Article number 5, establish and fund police equipment and technology capital reserve fund. To see if the town will vote to establish a police equipment and technology capital reserve fund under the provisions under RSA 35:1 for the purpose of purchasing, leasing, obtaining, maintenance, and upgrading police department equipment and technology as determined by the chief of police, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be placed in this fund, and further to authorize the use of $100,000 from the June 30 unassigned fund balance towards this appropriation. Majority vote required. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $0 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0 in FY26 based upon projected assessed values. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. We'll go to the public for article number 5.
I got a question on how you're doing this.
Yes, sir.
Shouldn't you be asking public comment before you take your vote?
Doesn't matter, honestly.
Oh, so it
You
doesn't
can do
matter
it
what the
that way,
public
too.
says is what you're saying.
No, that's not
What I'm
what
saying
he
is
said.
that before you make your comment, you're getting the council's opinion.
Okay, so it doesn't matter to get up here
That's
and
what I
say
meant by
anything.
doesn't matter.
Okay.
Sorry.
Is this a new warrant article? Have we done this before?
This is a new fund, yes.
New fund?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
Any other public comment regarding article number 5? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion to move article number 5 to the ballot.
The warrant.
Or to the warrant, thank you.
So moved.
I have a motion from Ted. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ron. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Article number 6.
So just to be clear,
Yes.
when we vote first, we're voting to recommend,
We're
and then we're voting
voting,
to
the
move to the
first
ballot.
vote is to recommend.
Yes.
The
Yep, just-
second vote is to move it to.
Just making sure.
So we don't approve anything. We only recommend.
Yep.
Article number 6, Fire Department Truck Capital Reserve Fund. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $300,000 to be placed in the Vehicle Capital Reserve Fund, and further to authorize the use of $300,000 from the June 30th unassigned fund balance toward this appropriation. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $0 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0 in FY26, based upon projected assessed values.
All right, do I have a all in favor?
Can I say
of-
something, Chad?
Please.
I do think Mr. Bouchard has a point that in the past what we've done is somebody reads the article and then we discuss and open public comment, and then I believe the council votes to send it to the warrant, and then vote to recommend.
I'm fine with that.
You can do it that way too.
We'll do it that way.
Okay.
All right, so is there any public comment regarding article number 6? Mr. Bouchard, good evening.
Thank you, Patrick. So, my understanding on this warrant article, is this where we funded the 2 fire trucks earlier?
This will be, yes. So the plan here is this 300 will bring it to a total of 400,000.
Yeah.
And the plan is to use 200,000 to lower the cost of financing the $1.1 million fire truck. So each one would be about 900,000.
Okay, because we've been doing this for a while, though, right?
This is the second year for this one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's a good way to do it, because they saved us some money when they went and signed up for those fire trucks.
Yep.
Thank you. I think I'm going to sit here. I didn't have my hearing aid on.
Or at home. Anyone else? All right. Seeing none. All in favor of yes, say aye.
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 Or, no,
We're voting to move it to the warrant,
we
now,
have-
right? First you're voting to recommend it.
To recommend.
And then you vote to move
Correct.
to the warrant. Okay.
All
just so
right.
we can-
So all in favor of recommending Article number 6, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Do I have a motion to move to the warrant?
So moved.
I have a
Second.
Motion and second from Ted. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Article number 7. Fire Department Equipment Capital Reserve Fund, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $75,000 to be placed in the Fire Equipment Capital Reserve Fund, and further to authorize the use of $37,500 from the June 30 unassigned fund balance toward the appropriation. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $37,500 in property taxes, resulting in a tax impact of $0.006 in FY26 based upon the projected assessed values. Any comment from the public on Article number 7? All right. All in favor of recommending Article number 7, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I'll accept the motion to move Article number 7 to the warrant.
So moved.
I have a motion from Ted. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from John. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Article number 8.
Article number 8, Information Technology Capital Reserve Fund, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be placed in the Information Technology Capital Reserve Fund, and further to authorize the use of $50,000 from the June 30th unassigned fund balance towards this appropriation. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $50,000 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0.008 in FY26 based upon projected assessed values.
All right, public comment. Seeing none, all in favor of recommending Article number 8, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I'll accept the motion to move Article number 8 to the warrant.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Ted, second from Ron. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Article number 9, Pillsbury Cemetery Expansion Capital Reserve Fund, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $75,000 to be placed in the Pillsbury Cemetery Expansion Capital Reserve Fund, and further authorize the use of $37,500 from the June 30 unassigned fund balance towards this appropriation. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $37,500 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0.006 in FY26 based upon projected assessed values. Public comment. Any input from the public?
I have a question.
Yeah.
What do we have in the Cemetery Expansion Capital Reserve Fund now?
So we currently have $436,522, and the last time we did an expansion in 2019, it was $312,000.
Okay.
Anyone else? All right, all in favor of recommending Article number 9, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I'll accept the motion to move Article number 9 to the warrant.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Ted, second from Ron. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All in favor, say aye. Sorry.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Article 10, Fund Master Plan Non-Capital Reserve Fund, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $50,000 for the future updating of the town master plan to be placed in the Master Plan Non-Capital Reserve Fund, established for this purpose under Article 14 at the 2008 town meeting, and further to authorize the use of $25,000 from the June 30th unassigned fund balance toward this appropriation. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $25,000 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0.004 in FY26 based upon projected assessed values.
All right, any comment from the public? Do you have a question?
Is this one new? Did we have this on
Yeah,
here
this
already?
one's really new to me. I've never seen
I'm
it.
unfamiliar.
Justin.
We've had this since 2008, and it's been part of the initial request of starting to refill up the master plan reserve fund.
I
Okay, my
don't
mistake.
think it was on last year. I don't believe they,
It was not on last year. It's
Correct.
been on since the start of this, though.
but it's existed.
But it's not
since
establishing a
2000.
new fund, it's just funding a fund that's already there.
Correct. Currently, there is, where are you? $64,364 in the fund.
Should do a full-blown master.
Stupid question, but what are you going to use $50,000 for?
So,
Stupid question. I know.
It's not a stupid question.
Okay.
Kelly Karen?
so we are currently updating our master plan. While we did receive grant monies that we can apply to a portion of that, it's still of a significant cost. And the existing monies that we have in the reserve right now will not cover that cost.
Okay, so is this just legal stuff then?
This is consulting work, staff time, anything additional that goes along with updating the plan.
Okay, thank you. That helps.
The last full-blown master plan we did was about $130,000, and that was probably 10 or 15 years ago.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
So when would we be doing this master plan?
We're currently updating the master plan.
Right now.
The Town of Londonderry master plan is
Thank
what
you.
we're currently doing.
Any other comments from the public? All right, all in favor of recommending Article number 10, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I'll accept the motion, move Article number 10 to the warrant.
So moved.
Motion from Ted is second. Do I have a second? Second from Ron. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Article 10 is moved to the warrant. I'm going to change things up a little bit. Sean and Ron, if you guys could alternate reading Article 11, the next 10, please. Sean?
Sure.
Thank you.
So Article number 11, Recreational Capital Reserve Fund, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $20,000 to be placed in the Recreational Department Capital Reserve Fund, and further authorize the use of $10,000 from the June 30th unassigned fund balance towards this appropriation. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $10,000 in property taxes, resulting in a tax impact rate of $0.002. And in fiscal year 2026 based upon projected assessed values.
All right. Public comment.
Just for small money, why wouldn't we just take it all out of undesignated fund balance? I mean, it's 20 grand.
You're more than welcome to
Complain
make
we
that change.
take money out of the undesignated fund balance. Now you
I
want
never
us to take
complained
money
about
out of
it.
the undesignated
I
fund
never
balance.
said that.
Mr. Finance Director.
You're more than welcome to make that adjustment. This was just a suggestion I made at the start. That way it wasn't pulling it all and
I just think it's recreation. We don't do really a lot for recreation.
What's with all the if all the warrants that are utilizing a portion of the undesignated fund balance,
$1,050,000.
and what would the balance be after that?
Give me 1 second.
Sorry for putting you on the spot, but I
Nope,
definitely
you're good.
want
I
to
should
know.
have had that. I just had how much we have left to spend based on the policy.
Yes.
There will be 6.750 left.
We're taking $1 million out.
How much?
We're already taking $1 million out. Why are we adding to it?
$6,750,000.
So leave it on as is.
Well, that's my point of view.
I'll leave it as is.
Yeah.
I agree.
I mean, I had made a motion to increase what we're spending from undesignated fund balance to the warrant articles the last time we had spoken about this, and I had got no movement from the council. So.
Thank you.
Because we're already taking $1 million out of the undesignated.
Yes.
No.
That's assuming everything passes.
That is correct, assuming everything passes. All right, going back to the council, all in favor of recommending Article number 11, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I'll accept the motion, move Article 11 to the warrant.
So moved.
Can we have the same two?
Sure.
If it's all right,
Yeah.
can we have the same two people?
John's
You
just
can do whatever you want to do. I'm trying to keep track of
I know you are.
everything.
I think it might be easier to keep track of it. So can you make a motion? Do you mind seconding?
No, that's fine.
All right. I have a motion from Ted. Do I have a
Second.
second? Second from Ron. All in favor of moving Article 11 to the ballot?
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Article 11 moved to the ballot. Number 12, Ron.
To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $32,500 to be placed into the Capital Equipment Capital Reserve Fund, with funding to come from the annual distribution of the public educational and governmental access programming from the current franchise agreement. If passed, this article will require the town to raise 0 property taxes, resulting in a tax impact of $0 FYI 26 based on projected values.
All right, public comment. Going back to the council, accept the motion to recommend Article number 12. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I'll accept the motion to move Article 12 to the warrant.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion's a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Article 12 is moved to the warrant. Sean, number 13.
Article number 13, DPW equipment vehicle leases, to see if the town will vote to authorize the town manager to enter into a 10-year lease agreement in the amount of $520,000 for the purpose of leasing one 6-wheel truck, 1-ton dump truck, and a boom flail apparatus and proper equipment, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $70,607 for the first year's payment for that purpose. This lease agreement contains an escape clause. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $70,607 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of 0.011 in fiscal year 26 based upon the projected assessed values.
All right, any public comment?
Just a question on the 10 years. After the 10 years, does the town own the equipment or does it go back?
Yes.
Yes. What?
The town owns it.
Town owns it. Town
Yes.
keeps it.
Essentially,
The lease to
the
own?
lease terminology
Yeah.
is a governmental thing. It's essentially a finance agreement, is what it is. So we own it. Depending on how much useful life is left in it, we'll determine what we do at that point with it.
So if it still had some use to it, maybe another department could use it.
Exactly.
Thank you.
All right.
And it is up to 10 years because I think we have a pickup truck or the 1-ton dump truck. Well, that one will likely be a 7-year agreement.
Thank you.
All right, any other public comment?
Yeah. The 1-ton is a utility truck, not a dump truck. So you need to amend that. That's the utility truck, so that then the rec department takes the older truck and then their pickup truck goes, because it's theirs that's in trouble. We have one that doesn't suit our need. So the utility truck would come in and then they would get our 1-ton pickup.
Per your previous presentation.
Correct.
Thank you.
So I just want to make sure that the warrant article is
So
not a
yeah,
dump
we
truck,
just
it's a
need to
utility.
adjust it to one 6-wheel truck and a utility truck.
Correct.
Yeah.
1-ton utility truck. Yep.
Any-
Just
1-ton
scratch dump and put in utility.
All right, any further comment from the public? Seeing none, all in favor of recommending Article 13 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I'll accept the motion to move Article 13 to the warrant.
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Article 13 is moved to the warrant. Article number 14, Sean, or Ron.
Me, right? Yeah.
Yep.
To see if the town will vote to authorize the town manager to enter into a 10-year lease agreement in the amount of $2,300,000 for the purpose of leasing one aerial ladder fire apparatus and to raise and appropriate the sum of $292,130 for the first year's payment for that purpose. This lease agreement contains an escape clause. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $292,130 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0.045 in fiscal year 26 based on the projected assessed values.
All right, public comment.
What's the difference between this one and Article number 6, Fire Department Truck Capital Reserve?
So this one is for their tower/ladder truck. It was purchased back in 2002 and refurbished back around 2015, 2016. So the other one is for the not base, but the engine apparatuses. This is for the tower.
Any other public comment? All right. Okay. All in favor of recommending Article number 14, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I'll accept the motion to move Article 14 to the warrant. Ted.
Sorry. So moved.
Second.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Article 14 is moved to the warrant. Number 15, Sean.
Article number 15, police body-worn cameras. To see if the town will vote to authorize the town manager to enter into up to a 5-year lease purchase agreement in the amount of $1,235,000 for the purpose of leasing/purchasing body cameras and the associated equipment technology for the Londonderry Police Department, and to raise the appropriate the sum of $246,629 for the first year's payments for that purpose. This lease agreement contains an escape clause. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $246,629 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of 3.8 cents in fiscal year 26 based upon projected assessed values.
Public comment. Yes, sir.
Good evening. Patrick Elasm, 22 Summer Drive. A couple of questions about this one. First, because it was just asked a minute ago, this article contains the term lease/purchase agreement. The previous two articles only contain the term lease and yet were described as a lease purchase. What's the difference? Why the different terminology here?
This one is being purchased through the vendor itself, where we will be going out to bid for a master lease program for the other ones.
Got it. Okay. One thing that, at least to me, is missing from this article is, first off, are we replacing existing body cameras, or is this an all-new program?
All new program.
Okay. How many body cam units are we talking about here for this amount?
Chief.
Yeah.
So 68 to 70.
So I know that these are probably not regular consumer units, but can someone speak to why the cost for 70 units, that when you translate to a unit cost here, it comes out pretty steep? I mean, I can go on Amazon and buy a 128 gig body cam with Wi-Fi for $60.
Right. So during the presentation from the police chief, and if I can, the chief had expressed that this is also a maintenance and or a part of the maintenance server. Chief, do you want to come up?
Yeah. So Patrick, it's like a software program. So we're implementing a system like an ERP or anything else, and then we're paying maintenance on top of it in order to be able to have the server and be able to keep all the information. So it's similar to those type of programs.
Has the vendor name, or can the vendor name be disclosed? Is it Axon by any chance? It is. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so,
Can we get a name placard for you?
on these body cams, does this agreement cover any damage? Who's responsible for the damage to the equipment?
All that stuff is in there, Dan. Warranties, training, all of it.
So warranties, training, maintenance, yes.
So it's they're warranted for the amount of time that we're gonna have it, for 5 years? Okay, so you say 68 to 70 units. My question is, we know we have vacant openings on that police department, all right? Are we getting body cams for ghost people that we don't fill?
Chief?
Just looking at numbers, Chief.
We've learned I can't answer well for you, so.
So what we did is we proposed this for the current staffing for the police department, all sworn. So I know you like to ask about vacancies. If we hired 3 more people and we didn't have the body-worn cameras ready for them, the turnaround time would be a lot more significant in having to wait to get that stuff back. So in other words, we'd have officers out there without body cameras. So we chose, in the best interest of the safety of the men and women and transparency throughout the community, to have every body-worn camera purchased. And as you are so diligent on our vacancies, we are getting there. And with the proposed budget this year, we should be close to fully staffed if all goes well.
My other question is, we have people at the airport, and I know the airport pays for that stuff.
This is on us.
So the airport's not paying for this?
The airport pays us a administrative fee yearly, and we believe this is a good deal for both of us.
Okay, so get back to the airport. They pay for our training, right?
They pay for, well,
Yeah,
we're gonna say
sorry,
on
yeah,
the
sorry.
warrant
So when we bill the airport, we bill for the time of our officers plus an administrative fee. So it's whatever officers are working there for that month. So it's their payroll, their NHRS, their Medicare, and then an admin fee. So their
And all of their
outfit of equipment is purchased by us, and then they go to the airport and work, and that's what we bill MHT for.
What were you saying?
So we equipped everybody and we send them there ready to work.
Okay.
Did that answer your question, Dan?
Yeah, it answered my question. It's just I always under the impression that the airport paid for everything and we had the administrative fee. So now it looks like we're paying for uniforms and do we pay for a cruiser up there or do they pay for that cruiser up there?
Those are their own cars.
Those are their own cars.
They bought their own.
Okay.
So we just send them a bill for the cost of the personnel that are up there, plus an administrative fee every month.
Gotcha.
So whoever works there for that month, they get a bill for that.
So the bottom line is what I'm trying to figure out is, let's say that we charge the airport administrative fee of $100,000.
So it's $2.50 per hour.
I know, but just go with me here, Justin. So if we charge them $100,000 for the year, how much have we paid for uniforms and everything else that we can take out of that $100,000? So bottom line, how much money are we making?
Dan, I think this is getting beyond the Warrant article at this point.
Well, no, because we're paying for body cams to go up
I'm
there.
sure we can renegotiate that administrative fee when the contract comes up with the airport, right? That can be a discussion down the road in that conversation with the airport, but it doesn't change today.
So how many cameras are we having up at the airport?
Depends how many officers are up there, so every cop will have one.
How many cops do we run on the airport per day?
What shift?
Per day.
Well, depends. So, right now, minimum staffing is two and one. 2 supervisors, 1 patrolman. So we're averaging 9 patrolmen, 4.5 sergeants, and a captain.
So we've got roughly 10 cameras that are going to be going up to the airport.
I
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
don't think we should discuss tactical procedures that our law enforcement officers are conducting.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, I'm not talking
so
tactical.
I
I'm just trying to find out how much money, as a taxpayer, am I paying
I understand
for cameras up at the airport?
Dan, with all due respect, and I mean this in the kindest way, please limit your questions to the Warrant article.
It
If
is.
you want to have a separate discussion about the airport facilities, we can arrange for that to happen.
Well, it is.
Is that
It's.
okay?
I'm trying to find out how many cameras up there that we as taxpayers are paying for.
There's 14 officers assigned to the airport, right?
So 14 cameras are going up there.
So what happens again is
That's my answer.
Each Londonderry police officer, regardless if they work in town or the airport, or if they're working a double, they're all assigned their own camera. Doesn't matter if they're working there or here, they're going to be assigned one. So not that it's irrelevant or moot. This is equipment that we need for each cop, no matter where they work.
Okay. So I'm just trying to figure out. We've got 14 going up there, roughly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Chief, don't wander too far, please.
Richard Blinsky, 9 Hall Road.
Good evening.
Lease agreement contains an escape clause. What's the escape clause? What does that cover?
The ability to pull out of the contracts?
Yep, that's exactly what it is. We would be able to hand everything back to them, and
Under what circumstances, though?
if there is no appropriation, if the appropriation gets pulled by the taxpayers.
Okay. So once we're in this, there's no escape clause after the point.
So if the taxpayers were to go and say in year 3,
Say no.
hey, we're done with this, get rid of them, all gone, we'd be able to pull out without,
penalty.
Or having to finish out the contract.
there may be penalty, but we wouldn't have to, we wouldn't have to,
Finish.
right, but there may be penalty associated, but we wouldn't have to finish. We'd be able to say, all done, they take it all back.
There may be penalties, so it's not really a true escape clause. Okay. Sorry.
I'll be very brief, I promise.
admittedly, I wasn't here for the chief's initial presentation, and I'm actually a big fan of body cameras on law enforcement and public officials for transparency. And to your point earlier, Councilor Farrell, I'm in the technology sales business, so I'm well familiar with how cost structures work for these programs. In any case, though, at $247,000 per year divided by 70 units, that's $3,500 plus per unit per year, or over the 5-year period, $17,642 per officer. So I don't know if your remit here when deciding whether to recommend an article includes whether to move it to the ballot, or excuse me, to the warrant, based on any of the specifics in there. But for my money, that's a lot of money, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, sir.
Chief, I want to ask you a question. So, Chief, we have operated for a long time without body cameras, as many other agencies have had body cameras for a number of years.
Correct.
Why now?
Well, I think what we've seen in society, I think that what we've seen with law enforcement, and my personal take is I want our town employees to have everything that we can to support them, to back them. God forbid, as I said, if any one of our officers is involved in an officer-involved shooting, we'd like to be transparent and show what's going on out there. It also helps us with false allegations made by citizens against our police officers, and I think we owe it to them to give everything that we can to protect them.
Okay. That answers the question about our employees, about our police officers. What's the public benefit? How does the other side of the camera benefit from this?
Well, again, I think it goes back to the transparency word, and I think that, for all the good things that happen out there, not to get into specifics, but we had an incident several years ago where a false allegation was made against one of our officers, placed on paid admin leave for weeks on end pending the outcome of the internal affairs investigation. When these things
paid that person while the internal investigation went on.
Absolutely. And then, with something like this, it can be reviewed immediately and saves us a lot of time, aggravation, and obviously for the employee, the personal side effects that happen with these events. So I think that we haven't done it in the past. Shame on us as a police department. I think we owe it to them.
So, Chief, $1,235,000 is a lot of money.
Sure is.
You think it's worth spending $1,235,000 for all the things you've just stated?
I wouldn't be up here advocating for it if I didn't believe that was accurate.
Okay.
For context, I have a friend on a neighboring force and asked him to investigate what they're paying, and it's over $3,000 per officer per year. So it falls in line with.
Yeah, these things are not going to be cheaper. You can't go and buy GoPros or something on Amazon. It's not how it works. These things are tried and true. These are sole source vendors for the most part. And with the research that we put into it, this is the best one on the market, and we feel it's the best deal for our police department.
So in your mind, Chief, you think long-term this saves us money because you'll be able to have better verification of evidence of what's going on in the field?
Absolutely.
Okay. I don't know what that equates to, but okay. I don't have anything else.
All right, sir.
Again, I'm new to this, so I just want to confirm. You guys are just voting to then put it on the ballot, correct?
That is correct. So on each warrant, the council, it's recorded from both the budget committee and the council, a recommendation, yes or a no. That way, so that when the voter goes into the voting booth, they can see how each individual member voted. Either they recommended or did not.
Okay.
So it's not an approval. It's how we individually feel towards that one specific article.
Yep.
And then the voter will decide.
Okay. Perfect.
That's
all I want to know. Thank you.
Great question. Thank
I
you.
have one more question. Chief LeBlanc, I would like to ask you a question about something.
Can you come forward, please?
Each firefighter has 2 sets of gear, right?
Correct.
How much does that cost for us to fully equip one firefighter?
to fully equip one firefighter, you're about $4,500 if we remove the SCBA out of the equation, because we buy those for riding positions in the vehicles, not per individual. But if we're talking about PPE, so bunker gear, so helmet, hood, coat, gloves, pants, boots,
Tank.
you're at $4,500.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Sir.
Richard Belinsky, in Hollow. Just to make a little correction, you said you're moving it to the ballot. You're actually moving it to deliberative session.
Well, that's the warrant.
The warrant. Thank you for
Right.
the correction. Yes, sir, you're right. Anyone else? All right, so with that, all in favor of recommending Article 15, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I'll accept the motion to move Article 15 to the warrant.
So moved.
Second. So gentlemen, just so you start to understand, what we're talking about here, the point I was trying to make is that it's costing us money to equip our people. We can have the same discussion about what does it cost to equip our public works people. If we're adding $3,500 to equip the police officer, I didn't ask him what it takes to have vests, gun, uniform, and everything else. Our costs, are increasing as the services we render. So just to be completely clear, that's what's happening.
Thank you. All in
I think I
favor?
was trying to make your point.
I think we have somewhat overlapping perspectives.
I understand what you're saying. I mean, I'm just trying to get it all out on the table.
Can I ask one more question to the chief?
We've already moved on.
We do have we have a motion. Council will vote we had already recommended. So with that, all in favor of moving Article 15 to the warrant, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. And absolutely, please feel free to reach out to the chief, for further dialogue. Thank you.
These next several articles actually move together, so they're number 16 and 17. So it might be okay to go ahead and take them together, because what you're asking for is whether we're going to recommend the contract and whether or not we would recommend a special meeting if the contract fails.
Okay.
I'm just trying to.
Can we just say as written then, as opposed to reading?
Technically, if you're going to read them all, you got to read them all.
Yep.
All right.
I mean, but it's
Just saying.
but you might be able to take them two at a time so that we could see if we could move things along a little bit.
All right. Who's next reading? Ron?
I think I'm up, but I'm not going to read 4 pages of text.
I can read it. Can you read it, John?
No. Well, he's saying Article 16 and 17.
Well, you can read Article 16 and 17, and then we can
Right.
handle them
Exactly.
as one public comment and one.
You're reading one page.
That's what I'm saying.
To see if the town will vote to approve the cost items included in the collective bargaining agreement reached between the town of Londonderry and the Town Executive Employees Association, which calls for the following additional appropriations for salaries and benefits over what is the proposed budget, which reflects what is required under the current expiring agreement with the employees of the union. Fiscal year 26, $66,239 with an estimated tax impact of $0.010. Tax fiscal year 27, $61,599 with a tax impact of $0.010. Fiscal year 28, $46,045 with a tax impact of $0.008. And further, to raise and appropriate the sum of $66,239 for fiscal year 26 expenses, such the sum represents the additional costs attributed to the additional increases of salaries, benefits over those of the appropriation at the current staffing level paid under any existing agreements. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $66,239 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0.010 fiscal year 26 based on the projected assessed values. Article 17.
Thank you.
Shall the town, if Article 16 is defeated, authorize the town council to call one special meeting at its option to address Article 16 cost items only. If passed, this article will require the town to raise 0 property tax dollars, resulting in a tax impact of $0 fiscal year 26 based on the projected assessed values.
All right. Any public comment? Seeing none.
One quick thing.
Yeah.
Justin,
Thank you.
Is it possible for the budget committee to get a summary of what the changes are in this in each of these bargaining agreements tomorrow?
And who's included in each?
Yes, that would be great.
I should be able to provide something like that for you, yes.
Okay.
In terms of this one, I can tell you right now, as we go through it, if you guys want what group is in each one. The summary, I'll try to type something up and get it for you guys tomorrow.
That'd be helpful.
Okay. Thank you.
This one is, it's essentially the department heads for the town.
Okay.
So this would be the police chief, fire chief, DPW director, everyone.
Copy that.
All right. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll accept the motion to recommend Articles number 16 and 17. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I'll accept the motion to move Articles 16 and 17 to the warrant.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. We have some relief with reading these. Is that all right if we have town staff?
If you want to have somebody from, sadly, that's the process.
Okay, we'll follow the
But
process.
if you,
So it's been done.
we're going to read them all again at the deliberative session. So that's just.
Well, I'm saying we maybe having a town staff read for a little while would be
this
good.
is
You can ask
done for
budget-
20
if
years.
you want to ask the budget committee members to read, you can ask them to
And
read.
This has been.
I used to read them all.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll continue. Sean, go ahead.
So, whatever you guys want to do. If you want to ask somebody else to read, read.
I just asked. Don't shoot the messenger.
I'm just, you can do whatever you want.
Right. Articles 18 and 19, Sean.
Article number 18, ratify new collective bargaining agreement between the Londonderry Association of Police Supervisors, LAPS, and the town of Londonderry. To see if the town will vote to approve the cost items included in the collective bargaining agreement reached between the town of Londonderry and the Town Association of Police Supervisors, LAPS, which calls the following additional appropriations for salaries and benefits over what is the proposed budget, which reflects what was required under the current expiring agreement with the employees of the union. So for fiscal year 2026, estimated increase with budget is $82,018. Estimated tax increase from the budget is 1.3 cents. Fiscal year 27, $127,054. Estimated tax increase from the previous fiscal year, 2.1 cents. Fiscal year 2028, $99,958, and a 1.6 on the tax rate. And further, to raise appropriations, the sum of $82,018 for fiscal year 2026 expenses. Such sum represents the additional costs attributed to the increase in salaries and benefits over those of the appropriation at the current staffing levels paid under any existing agreements. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $82,018 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of 1.3 cents in fiscal year 26 based on projected assessed values. Article number 19, authorization for a special meeting on cost items. Shall the town, if Article 18 is defeated, authorize the town council to call one special meeting as its option to address Article 18 cost items only. If passed, this article require the town to raise $0 in property tax, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0 in fiscal year 2026 based upon projected assessed values.
Justin.
This union is the police supervisors, so the deputy chief, captains, lieutenants, as well as their administrative staff.
Question from the public. Seeing none, I'll accept the motion to recommend Articles number 18 and 19. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in affirmative. I'll accept the motion to move Articles 18 and 19 to the warrant.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Ron.
No, it's up to you guys are up now.
Oh, you're right. Article number 20. You're just waiting for that. Article 20, ratify a new collective bargaining agreement between AFSCME Londonderry Administrative Employees Association, Town Administrative Personnel, and the Town of Londonderry to see if the town will vote to approve the cost items included in the collective bargaining agreement reached between the Town of Londonderry and the Londonderry Administrative Employees Association, Town Administrative Personnel, which calls for the following additional appropriations for salaries and benefits over what is in the proposed budget, which reflects what was required under the current expiring agreement with the employees of the union. For year FY26, estimated increase from the budget is $52,491. Estimated increase from the budget is $0.008. FY27, estimated increase from previous FY is $77,081, which is estimated tax increase from previous FY is $0.013. FY28, $77,672, and the impact is 0.013 cents. And further, to raise and appropriate the sum of $52,491 for FY 2026 expenses. Such sum represents the additional costs attributable to the increase in salaries and benefits over those appropriation at the current staffing levels paid under any existing agreements. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $52,491 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0.008 in FY28 based upon projected assessed values. Article 21, number 21. Shall the town, if Article 20 is defeated, authorize town council to call one special meeting at its option to address Article 20 cost items only. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $0 in property taxes, resulting in a tax impact rate of $0 in FY26 based upon projected assessed values. Public comment. Seeing none, I'll accept the motion to recommend Articles 20 and 21. All in favor say aye.
Can you hold on 1 second?
Yeah.
This is town administrative personnel, so mid-level management.
Thank you. All in favor say to recommend Articles 20 and 21. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I'll accept the motion to move Articles 20 and 21 to the warrant.
So moved. Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Article 22, ratify a new collective bargaining agreement between ASME 1801 and the town of Londonderry to see if the town will vote to approve the cost items included in the collective bargaining agreement reached between the town of Londonderry and the ASME 1801 municipal employees, which calls for the following additional appropriations for salaries and benefits over what is proposed budget, which reflects what was required under the current expiring agreement with the employees of the union. For FY 2026, the estimated increase from the budget is $87,071. For an estimated increase from the budget on the tax rate, $0.013. For FY 27, you have an increase of $110,988 for a tax rate increase of $0.017, and FY 28 for an increase of $84,243 for a tax rate increase of $0.014. And further, to raise and appropriate the sum of $87,071 for FY 26 expenses. Such a sum represents the additional cost attributable to the increase in salaries and benefits over those of the appropriation at the current staffing levels paid under any existing agreements. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $87,071 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0.013 in FY26 based upon projected assessed values. Article number 23, authorization for special meeting on cost items. Shall the town, if Article 22 is defeated, authorize the town council to call one special meeting at its option to address Article 22 cost items only? If passed, this article will require the town to raise $0 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0 in FY26 based upon the projected assessed values.
All right, any public comment? Seeing none, I'll accept, all in favor? Yeah, please,
This
thank
is
you.
the
Sorry.
DPW workers, the town clerks, and the clerical staff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell.
Also, can we amend? It looks like I spelled the word 1,000 wrong. And it looks like it's happened 2 or 3 times. So
Which
can
one?
we amend that? Yeah. The next one it did it as well, and it looks like the previous one as well. I'm a numbers person, not a word person.
Justin, can you state that again?
So, articles,
Article 20, we're just changing 1,000 to being spelled right.
okay, so Alex,
Motion to amend as presented.
all right, a motion from John, do I have a second? Second from Ron, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Article 20 and 22 as amended. All right,
And then it'll happen in 23 as well.
thank you. And
Motion
okay,
to amend 23 as presented.
all right,
Sorry,
thank
24.
you. Okay, so,
Amend to 23.
all right, and we haven't read that yet, so we'll definitely just make sure we do that when we,
Yep.
thank you. All right, so, all in favor of recommending Articles 22 and 23 as amended? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I'll accept the motion to move Articles 22 and 23 to the warrant.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. All right, Article number 24, ratify a new collective bargaining agreement between ASME Londonderry Administrative Employees Association, Public Safety, and the town of Londonderry to see if the town will vote to approve the cost items included in the collective bargaining agreement reached between the town of Londonderry and the Londonderry Administrative Employees Association Public Safety, which calls for the following additional appropriations for salaries and benefits over what is in the proposed budget, which reflects what is required under the current expiring agreement with the employees of the union. For FY26, estimated increase from budget is $38,501. Estimated impact is 0.006. For FY27, $48,109, which is 0.007. FY28, $29,379, 0.008 cents impact, and further to raise and appropriate the sum of $38,501 for FY26 expenses. Such a sum represents the additional costs attributable to the increase in salaries and benefits over those of the appropriation at the current staffing levels paid under any existing agreements. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $38,501 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0.006 in FY26 based upon projected assessed values. Article number 25, shall the town, if Article 24 is defeated, authorize the town council to call one special meeting at its option to address Article 24 cost items only. Any comment from the public?
This is the fire department's supervisors, so the assistant chief, deputy chief, battalion chiefs, fire prevention chief.
All right, thank
and
you.
just amend the 1,000 to be spelled correctly.
Tracking. All right, so all in favor of recommending Articles 24 and 25 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I'll accept the motion, move Articles 24 and 25 to the warrant.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
if I may.
please.
So, looking into all these collective bargaining agreements and all the hard work that went into getting a good partnership with the town to help save money for people and really try to get this in the right place where it needs to be for the tax rate. Looking at some of the other communities, looking at some of the other schools where we have some school contracts come in at 4.6%. I think when we are trying to be fair to everybody across the board and we look at an organization, we have the library who's getting 6.5% raises. I think we need to take 30,000 off that and put it in line with the rest of the contracts in town. And I'd request that to the council.
For which article?
I'm just going to
Be on
repeat.
two.
I'm going to repeat this back to you because
Sure.
I don't understand. So what you're saying is and I'm just trying to get clarification. What you're saying is that we've moved these contracts to the warrant.
Yes.
The library, which
Does not have a contract.
does not have a contract and is not in the collective bargaining group. What you're suggesting is that they have a increase of 6.5%, 6.5%. So what you're asking is to take $30,000 from their wage line in order to
No, from the bottom line. We can't take it from the wage line.
from the bottom line.
Yes.
With the understanding that you're actually targeting wages.
Yes.
Is that I'm just trying to
Yes.
just trying to repeat what so I understand.
In order-
Because it will align with both school and town government.
Correct. In both this and other communities. I think we've just got to be fair across the board on this, and that's why I'm making this request.
Okay. So their budget is inside of Article 2.
Mm-hmm.
So do you want to do this now, or do you want to wait till we go to Article 2?
I'm only bringing it up.
I'm
'cause-
only trying to find a process.
Yeah, I'm bringing it up because it has reference to the other collective bargaining agreements, and that's the reason I'm bringing it up now. I'd prefer to do it now, but I mean, we can wait till
You
Article
can do
2.
whatever you want. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, because we may have other things that relate to Article 2. Article 2 relates to the entire budget, so that's why I think we take it when it's appropriate in here.
Okay. So I repeated it back to what you're.
Yes, you did.
Okay,
Thank
I just
you.
wanted to make sure I understood.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time tracking.
Sure, no problem. It's late. So that percentage is a high percentage versus other. I can't talk about current collective bargaining agreements because they're not signed off. But we went through a lot of hard work to get those in cooperation with each one of those organizations. Our negotiating team spent an extraordinary amount of time, and it was both extremely fair on both sides. I think that we need to be fair across the board with other organizations in town too as well. Otherwise, we're playing favorites. And I want to make sure that we're doing everything equally with everyone in this fits both in this negotiation and outstanding communities. For example, school budgets that I've looked at, theirs in this year has come up at 4.6%. So we're looking at something that's 5.6%, and I don't want our other employees in town to look at us and think we're being unfair and being favorite to certain organizations in town.
So you're proposing what?
The amount that raise would be extra over the top of that percentage. So the extra, we remove that in order to be fair for every
From the library?
bottom line.
Or
Yes.
From the library's bottom line. So you're, if I hear you correctly, you're saying you want to propose a cut to the library's budget by
30,000
$30,000 to be in line with
all other collective bargaining agencies.
Okay.
Not speaking specifically about these because these are not ratified yet.
You guys understand? Yes.
Mhm.
Okay.
You're smarter than me.
It's late. I'll give you a pass.
Thanks.
But understand that $30,000 is probably not going to directly affect wages at the library. It doesn't change what the library trustees have put in place for how they calculate raises.
That's up to them. We don't control how they do their budget. I only see something that I see as an inequality in town. And I think with all the goodwill put forth by all the other town employees, I don't want to see anything like that have ill will.
I see Sean's point. How would we do something like that though? We can't make them, right?
Well, they're a separate form of government. The town council funds the library. I guess. So all right. So I guess I would ask a series of questions. One is that for the library
for, when you asked for the $100,000, what did you take from the library?
10,000 was cut.
I believe it was 10,000.
Okay, so is the 10,000 part of this, or is it from that point?
It's not part of this. I was saying from that
Okay.
point. This is purely to address that. That's not to address the other things in town. That 10,000 is to address what the other departments made cuts to in that. So these aren't.
So I
line.
think what you're asking is, I think you're asking for the council to amend the budget of $50,111,000 and $482 to amend that to whatever $30,000 is less than that.
Yep.
And directing the finance director to take that from the library budget. I think that's what you're asking.
Yes.
Can he do that?
I am not sure. I don't see why the council wouldn't. It is the council's budget.
Yeah, and we did it last year.
But I think it would have to be a decision of the whole council.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
All right.
So it won't. The library trustees will decide where that 30,000 comes from.
I understand that.
Okay.
So what I would suggest is you've got that on the table. I'd say let's go through these and see where else we wind up, and see if and the only reason I'm saying that is if there's something else that needs to come out of the budget, we get to do it all at once, or not. But at least we finish these off.
I do agree.
I mean, if but you can object to that and say we have to decide now.
Yeah, I mean, I could have brought it up in Article 2. I just wanted to bring it up while it was relevant to these collective bargaining agreements. And if I have other things that are associated with the budget, I'm going to bring it up when it's associated with the article. It's just hard to store them up in your head, you know, if there's multiple, or if other people have them.
There's only 36 of them.
It also would have been helpful during November and December when we went through the whole budget process to have asked for that instead of last minute.
Not intended to be last minute. We just went through and approved collective bargaining agreements.
It certainly seems last minute.
I can understand and see both sides, but he does have a point. We're not allowed to talk about the collective bargaining agreements in public.
I understand that,
Someone's
but
intentions, Ted. You can never do that. Like, that's not what we do here. We don't assume what other people think.
All right.
Okay.
So
Great.
Hold on. So we're gonna pin this, process it as we progress through the other stuff, then we'll address it in Article 2.
Yeah, well, when you go to public comment in
They'll
Article
have
2,
to-
then you can address it
Yeah.
there, if that's what you want to do. It's however you want
I
to
mean,
do.
it's
There's
up
no
to you
right or
guys
wrong
too.
here.
Yeah, I mean,
I want to
guess
address it, but probably at Article 2.
okay,
I
then I'm
think
fine
at
with that.
Article
Yep,
2.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Article number 26, Police Department, add 2 traffic unit police officers to see if the town will vote and raise and appropriate $375,017 for the purpose of adding 2 full-time police officers to provide more traffic patrol coverage. If this article passes, this appropriation will be part of both the operating and default budget in future years. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $375,017 in property taxes, resulting in the tax rate impact of $0.057 in FY 26 based upon projected assessed values. Public comment. Seeing none.
My only comment on that is, I've brought this up before, we got 4 vacant positions right now. I don't know why we're adding more instead of just filling the positions that we have. I know this becomes part of the default budget, but I wanted to ask, Article 15, does that become part of the default budget? On the cameras?
we're past Article 15.
I know, but I wanted to know if it was part of the default, because it didn't mention that, and this one does.
It's a lease agreement. It automatically becomes part of default.
It's contractual obligation at that point.
Okay. So we're looking at an increase of 1.6 million to the default budget. Thank you.
All right. Any other?
It would be next year.
Yep.
And
Just in one department.
so it's only, it would only be the 246 and then the 375.
It's only the annual number that goes.
Yeah,
into
it's not the total amount.
Okay.
That's a gross appropriation where we have to put the whole amount on there.
Yeah.
However, because it's a payment plan for 5 years, it's only the 246 that would be part of default.
Okay, so roughly 600. Thank you.
Any other comment from the public? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion to recommend Article number 26. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Chair votes in the affirmative. Let the record reflect Sean oppose. All in favor, or do I have a motion to move Article 26 to the warrant?
So moved. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Article 27, Police Department, add 1 traffic unit police officer. To see if the town will vote and raise and appropriate $187,509 for the purpose of adding a 1 full-time police officer to provide more traffic patrol coverage. If warrant article number 26 passes, this warrant article will be null and void. Should warrant article 26 fail, this warrant article and this warrant article passes, this appropriation will be part of both the operating and default budget in the future years. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $187,509 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0.029 in FY26 based upon projected assessed values. Public comment.
Same comment. We have open positions.
Thank
Why
you,
are we
sir.
getting more?
Thank you. Anyone else? I'll accept the motion, or all in favor of recommending Article number 27, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Nay.
What was that? Are you opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
You're opposed?
Yep.
So gentlemen, I mean, and just for these, the number one comment of this community is traffic. I understand that you're opposed, but I'm just saying the reason it's on here is because we get overrun with comments about it. So I'm just laying it out there.
Yeah.
That's the reason why it came on.
So I fully understand that, and I think I'm not saying these don't have value. The problem is where we're at with this budget. I think we've got to say no to some things. And when I looked at this in particular, I think, and I'll make this call right now, we're going to be sitting here next year at this time, even if these pass, that problem will not be solved and people will be unhappy. And we'll have spent money to have that problem not solved and have people be unhappy, so that's why I opposed.
Okay.
And my oppose is to support Article 26.
Wait.
So you're opposed, because you're supporting Article 26. I mean, hey, they're reasonable comments, but that's what we're going to get asked at delivery.
Oh, yeah,
Of course.
absolutely.
But if you don't mind me asking, Ted.
Of course, that's why you're here.
If you're in support of Article 26 and you don't support Article 27, that increases the chances, that both fail.
That's speculation.
Article 27, in my opinion, right? It's just speculation. Is the backup? Is if the public doesn't want 2 traffic units, but they want 1, it's kind of a fallback. So if you support 26, it would make more sense to me that you supported both. But again, that's just my opinion.
In my perspective, I would like to have 2 police officers instead of just 1. So.
Okay.
All right. All right, I'll accept them. Any other discussion from the council?
So is that vote 3-2?
Yep. Got it.
I'll accept the motion to move Article number 27 on the warrant.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Article number 28, Library Department Children's Librarian, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $122,165 for the salary and benefits associated with adding a full-time children's librarian. If the article passes, this appropriation will be part of both the operating and default budget in future years. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $122,165 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0.019 in FY26, based upon the projected assessed values. Comments from the public?
Hi, Beth Morocco for Westwood Drive. I've been a patron of Leach Library for 20 plus years. I've seen the evolution that it has taken with our new directorship under Erin Matlin. Our community has really flourished in the area of the library. It is really a community center at this point. And one of the things that has always been missing is to have a dedicated staff member organizing and running the children's department. It is a whole department in and of itself. It's half that building, and they desperately need somebody who is qualified and dedicated to that space to run the programming, to be the familiar person. I've had a kiddo that grew up here, has known all the librarians, and it would have been really great as an experience for a young patron to have a consistent person who was there, who was able to do all the things that a librarian does. I remind the community that it takes a master's degree to hold that position. It is not just somebody checking out books. It is a really comprehensive role that they play in this community. And our library is endeavoring more and more all the time to reach outside of those library walls, into the schools, into the local arts programs, lots of places they're popping up, and they can do more of that and will be more impactful with a full-time staff in that role. So I just really want to stress that it's very important, and they've really been needing this for decades. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I have a question.
Please.
So the library trustees voted 4-1. I didn't know you could abstain from something like this, but do we know why there's members of the trustees that are not in favor?
Aaron?
I wish I could abstain from votes.
So regarding their vote, it was not clarified why that person abstained at the meeting.
And
It took
do we
place
know
at
why
one of.
which, I'm not asking which one. One of the trustees voted no. Was there any reasoning behind that?
I believe that was not shared as well. This happened at our trustees meeting. So it is that I think there was recorded their vote, but I believe they did not share as to why.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I just wanted to clarify, we do have a department head in the children's room. This person would be assisting that department head with outreach, programming, and everything that happens in that space.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I got a question for Aaron.
Of course.
On Article 28 is for a full-time.
Yes.
But Article 29 is for a part-time. Is that for the same thing?
It would be for the same position if 28 does not pass. I
Okay.
believe the wording was is in 27 regarding that. I mean, I'm sorry, 29.
29?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
My apologies.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? With that, I'll all in favor of recommending Article number 28, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Chair opposes as well. I'll accept the motion to move number 28 to the warrant.
So moved. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I think Kirsten's looking for a vote count.
2-3.
No.
2-3. 2-3.
2 in favor, 3 against?
Yep.
3 opposed.
So clarify that.
All right, Article number 29, Library Department, part-time children's librarian. To see if did we vote on to move Article 28 to the warrant?
We did.
All right, so Article 28, move the warrant, thank you. Article 29, Library Department, part-time children's librarian, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $32,310 for the purpose of adding a part-time children's librarian. This position will not be eligible for insurance or part of the New Hampshire retirement system. If warrant Article 28 passes, this article will be null and void. Should warrant Article 28 fail and this warrant article passes, this appropriation will be part of both the operating and default budget in future years. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $32,310 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0.005 in FY26 based upon projected assessed values. Public comment.
My only comment on this is, I don't understand why the library always has to take a hit. I think it's a great opportunity for our kids in the community. And I would hope that the board would support something like this for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, I just want to have a little bit of a dialogue, if that's okay.
Yeah.
All right, so the library's looking to expand its staff, and they tried to do this a couple of years ago, and it failed. We now have a table or a pending discussion about library wages. So I'm just trying to think outside the box here a little bit. So if I'm looking at running my library, what's more important to me? Is it more important to me to get a children's librarian and get a part-timer, or is it more important to me to keep my $30,000? And I'm just trying to, here's my reasoning behind it is that it's sort of like running a business. What's important to me? If it's important to me to keep my $30,000, then I remove Articles 28 and 29. Or I leave them and I go forward because I believe these are the right things to do, and that I believe this is what our library needs. So I'm just, and this is strictly a discussion.
Yeah.
Just saying that, okay, what's important here? If, and I'm not saying that the library is not important. I'm just saying that we have 36 warrant articles and this stuff adds up.
If I can ask a point of clarification, doesn't the library trustees decide whether this goes to the warrant, and didn't they already vote for it to go to the warrant?
No, they don't decide. We decide.
Okay.
They can ask.
That's why I was getting clarification.
Yeah, but so I'm just sort of putting it on the table.
Yeah.
And and you don't have to answer the question. I'm just
No, it's an interesting.
I mean, it's just we're having this whole discussion about them. We should at least try to think about it a little bit.
Council, any other input, or you want to proceed?
I think we can proceed.
I agree. All right, so all in favor of recommending Article number 29, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
All right, chair votes to recommend. Article 29, I'll accept the motion to move Article 29 to the warrant.
So that's 2-3, right?
3-2.
3-2.
3-2 in favor?
Yeah.
3 in favor,
I'm
2
keeping score right
opposed.
here.
Okay, 3 in favor, 2 opposed. I missed that.
Thank you. I'll accept the motion to move Article number 29 to the warrant.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Article number 30, Beautify Londonderry. Welcome to the Londonderry signs. To see if the town will move to raise and appropriate the sum of $20,000 for the purpose of replacing the current Welcome to Londonderry signs, which Beautify Londonderry, with Beautify Londonderry providing $10,000 in funds for the project. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $10,000 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0.002 in FY26 based upon projected assessed values. Any comments from the public?
My only comment on this is I've brought this up before. All right, I think $10,000. You go to any of these businesses that you gave tax incentives to today, and see if they'll donate money for these
Dan,
signs.
we're already raising $10,000 by going to the businesses. So
Another 10
that's
is
why
not
we're
much.
asking for 10 more. We're not asking for 20 total. We're asking for 10.
Well, another 10's not that much to ask for.
You want to?
They were in the crowd. You
I told you, I'll help you out getting it. I told you that before. All right, it's just like the Christmas lights where you guys didn't, then we had.
A reasonable question. If the Beautify Londonderry program raises more than $10,000, then we just wouldn't use all of this $10,000.
Goes back to
Correct.
USB.
He goes
Correct,
Back in
Justin?
the other fund balance.
Justin? Clarification. What happens to the 10 grand? Yep.
So that would depend on if Beautify Ordinary were to offer up the remainder. And depending on when it happens, it would either lapse in, or what I would do is I'd put in a revenue so that way there'd be no tax impact for the voters.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Warrant article number 30. All in favor of recommending article number 30, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I'll accept the motion to move article number 30 to the warrant.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. So
That was 5-0 in favor?
That's
Yes.
5-0 in favor. All right. So as we move to Article 31, we have two options. This is.
So
Mr.
you
Campo, can
you are able to do both. I would not recommend doing both because I feel as though it's a duplicated effort.
So which one would you recommend?
That is up to the
Again, which one would you recommend?
So hearing what you what everyone has said before about not wanting the warrant article to constantly show up every year, it seems like people are leaning towards the trust fund aspect. The contingency fund would require the voters to vote on it every year, and should they not support it one year, the money wouldn't be there. Either way, the trust fund, the external trust fund for the additional overtime, that would stay in there. It would remain as the trust fund until it is expended, and you can add to it if you would like going forward as well. Where the contingency fund, you'd have to vote on it every year.
Yeah, I personally like option 2 better for those reasons.
So I remember when we were discussing this previously, and Ron had brought up, because we were talking about the overtime in the budget to take care of things, and then we had discussed this warrant article, and I feel like we're duplicating efforts there, and we should either not approve this one or pull some from that overtime line. I don't think we should do it both at the same time.
What if we didn't fund it fully with 350 this year? What if we funded it with half that this year and then added another allocation to it next year?
I'm fine with wherever it comes out. I just think we're duplicating there, and I just want to make sure that we duplicate that effort. However that happens to pan out. I will say I favor the renewing it every year, just because I think if it's important, the voters should find it important.
Also, it seems like option one, I hope you don't mind me chiming in here. It seems like option one gives more leeway for the town administration and the town council to use it where they need it if there's some kind of an emergency, whereas option two seems to be only tied to public safety overtime.
I think if we go with option one, though, we cut it to 150.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yeah.
I mean, option two makes sense because it doesn't have to keep coming up on the ballot, but I see Sean's point that the increase in the fire department overtime line this year, if I remember correctly, was right around $350,000.
Yeah, Ryan had a lot of good numbers on that.
And so, more than that. My apologies.
Yeah.
You got an accurate number on that?
Give me 1 second.
Well, Justin looks that up. Do you have any input?
Whether it's 350 or 150, it's coming out of the UFB, so there's really there's no impact. You're better off with the bigger buffer, I would think.
Oh, that makes sense, true.
Well, and when it's coming out of UFB, if we can put it into the trust, we can still make money because it's going into a different trust fund, so we can have it be invested. That was the purpose and option of looking at putting it into a trust fund. So it's not just sitting there making nothing.
Well, it's not making nothing either way.
So no.
Well, no, if it went into option one, we'd have no ability to potentially invest that money, correct?
No.
Other way. So option one, it would remain as is. Or not, sorry, it wouldn't remain as is. Option one, it would remain as part of the general fund's investing pool. Option two, it would go into its own and own its own interest, similar to a capital reserve or what we have now with the expendable maintenance and roadway maintenance trust fund.
So we'd have better options investing it in option one.
Option one, the interest that would accrue from it, essentially the way I look at option one, it adds an additional appropriation should it be needed. Where option two, it's a trust fund to draw on should it be needed.
Mm-hmm.
Where option two, that money then goes into its own bank account and earns its own interest. Where option one, it stays within the general fund, and
the
any
interest goes
interest
to
it
the
earns goes to the general fund's interest.
Gotcha.
Oh, I see.
But it's an up to 350,000. So if we only need 100, we're not going to take 350.
Correct.
With option one.
With option one.
Or option two.
Or option two. However, with option two, if you take 100,000 and there's 250 left, that carries forward to the next year. Where option one, if you take 100,000, that 250 you have to it lapses and you have to go again for the next year.
And another thing is with option one, there is a calculation that is done every year of how much that can be. So that can change every year depending on what your UFB is. Option two, you could do whatever amount you wanted. at any time. Whereas option 1, you are limited to a certain calculation under that RSA.
Okay.
Sorry.
And in year 2, the ability to spend that money would go away, right?
So hypothetically,
wait, what
I
do you
could make
mean-
This number $1 million.
For option
in
1 or option 2?
In option 2, if
Yes.
hypothetically, I could make this number $1 million,
Yep.
and then if I only take 100,000, I still have 900,000.
Correct.
Yes.
And I'm not suggesting $1 million. I'm just using a nice round number.
There's no formula impacting the number that you're putting in. Whereas in option 1, there is a strict formula of what that amount can be, which is why every year it's almost renewed on as a warrant article, because that number can change year to year.
So then in option 2, it has to be released by the town manager.
Town council.
Town council.
It has to be released by the town council. In option 1, is it released by the town council?
Yes.
So in other words, so if they want to come back and they want the money, the town manager has to come to the town council and say, I need X. And the town council can say yes or no.
Yes.
Under both.
Right.
Okay.
So we'll just need a consensus from the council which one, and then we'll vote on that.
So
I
Patrick,
guess I'm still worried about the duplication of
Yeah,
money.
that's what I was thinking. That's why I was
493,000.
thinking we cut it to 150.
493.
We don't have
Yeah.
duplication.
Well, I mean, it's just, we're only putting one or the
Well, we
other.
cut
We're,
the
only,
over-
we're doing one or the other.
Or we
saying
cut
if we
the
do-
overtime line.
Oh, I get what
Right,
you're
but I'm
saying.
saying if we do
So
option
we're,
2,
we're doing both. Like we're
Yeah.
doing this to take care of
Right.
the overtime, but then we're
Right.
adding into the overtime.
Right.
So like we're doing double.
if we do option 2, we could cut it to 150.
Just
Maybe
another
we can
note.
cut either option.
Well,
And
yeah, go ahead, sir.
I know, but
Just another note, and I think it's been mentioned, both of these options are coming from your UFB.
yep.
Still real money. That's
Still
where
real
I'm-
money, yeah.
Yep.
So-
Understood. It's just if you cut it, you're not actually impacting the tax rate.
Yeah,
If you
I know.
leave this amount alone and then offset it by lowering the overtime line in Article 2, then it does have that effect.
Yes.
So can I
And
write,
that's what I was getting toward. Actually, you worded it better than me. Thank you.
can I write into this to release funds, you need a supermajority vote of the council?
I like that.
Supermajority meaning 4 out of 5? Yep.
I don't know the answer to that question. I don't see why not.
I think we'd have to ask legal about that.
All I'm trying to put in it is that, if you're gonna do it, and, see,
So how I
go ahead.
So how I look at it for number 2, for example, is we get into a situation like we were in last year. We go to the council and we request the ability to draw on that to make sure that the situation doesn't happen. If we get to year end and there's, like we had this year, 550,000 remaining, that money doesn't get touched. It stays in there because we have the money to be able to absorb it, no problem. It allows us, however, that buffer to be able to not go over the appropriation.
Yeah, and the only reason I bring up the supermajority is I think if it comes to some future council 5 years from now, and it says that, you need a supermajority to approve this, that council who was not involved in this is gonna go,
Huh, yeah.
we need a supermajority to approve this. This is important. I mean, we have to look harder at this.
Yes.
And that's the only reason I bring it up.
Yeah, I don't.
I like that.
I just want to make sure that we can do that legally.
I don't see why we can't.
I don't see why we can't either.
I just want to make sure.
I mean, well, we do it in the charter.
Yeah.
it's true. We do it already.
I'm okay with that amendment, but we need to decide upon which option we're still going with.
And what dollar amount?
Yeah.
All right, so
So you're at 150.
I'm at 150.
You're We're at talking about that 350. supermajority and how
Johnny, you would
council
option
down the
2?
road would view that, right?
Or
And
option 1.
that supermajority idea only exists for another council to view that if you go with option 2. If you go with option 1, it's gone at the end of the year.
I'm talking about the ability to release any money at all.
I know, I'm agreeing with you, but
Right, but
putting that
option one-
stipulation in won't exist continually unless you do option 2.
Oh, that's
Because
you
option
might-
1, you have to redo the warrant article,
Right.
so you have
That
to
is
put it in
correct.
again.
Yes, thank you.
okay. Well then, yeah. 2.
I'm option 2, 150,000. That's my.
So you're at 150, 350. So if we
Meet in the middle?
So
I'll try.
magic going on in that
Can we,
calculator.
can we agree to a number in the middle? 235.
Why change this rather than changing the line in Article 2?
I agree with Patrick.
I say leave this, and again, I'm not on the council. I know that. I don't want to be either. But I say leave this at 350 and evaluate that line in Article 2
Yes.
per Ryan's suggestion from 2 months ago.
Yep.
I didn't, that's a reasonable idea.
I'm in full agreement on that.
I am too.
Okay.
So what's the line in Article 2 that we're gonna
So
be?
then what
looking at?
option are we gonna go with?
2.
2.
Okay, I'm fine.
We have a consensus with 2.
So that's, and you're tabling that other part for the discussion on Article 2.
Yes.
We're just gonna need to know that number when we get there.
All right, so we're gonna go with there's a consensus for option 2. So I'll read it as is. Article number 31, establish an expendable trust fund for additional overtime in public safety under RSA 31:19A. To see if the town will vote to establish an expendable trust fund for additional overtime and payroll costs in public safety under the provisions of RSA 31:19A for the purpose of assisting in the costs associated with unforeseen circumstances and/or situations that may arise that would exceed the town's budgetary ability for the town's public safety departments, fire, police, public works. Can you add a comma between police and public works? Thank
And
you.
are we adding in the text about the
Yes, we are.
Okay,
I'll get
thank
there.
you.
And further, to raise and appropriate the sum of $350,000 to be placed in said fund, and to authorize the use of $350,000 from the June 30 unassigned fund balance towards this appropriation. Further, to name the town council as agents to expend from said funds with a supermajority vote for the purpose for which it was established. If passed, this article required the town to raise $0 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0 for FY26 based upon projected assessed values. Public comment.
Hey, John, just a quick question. If there's only 4 councilmen or council people available for the vote, the supermajority is what, 3-1 or 4-0?
4-0.
It's still 4. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, what it states in the charter, like when we have to hire
Yeah.
a town manager, gotta have 4.
Gotta have 4.
Yep.
So I just want to clarify the 350 number that came from the contingency fund aspect where it's 1%. I think the number was actually like 190 something. I knocked it down to 350 to make sure that we didn't bump into potentially being over 90% or the 1% that we're allowed. So that's where the 350 number came from in relation to how it got there.
Okay. Any other public comment?
So basically what you're doing is you're taking it from this account, putting it over there, and that's it.
We're establishing a
We're
fund
Right.
in case there's a need because of unanticipated overtime in public safety.
With the approval of a supermajority from the council to expend from that expendable trust fund.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yep.
Anyone else? All right, so with that, those in favor of recommending Article number 31, Option 2, as amended, say aye. Or what?
Point of discussion. So I guess this is contingent really on me on if we're going to do something with Article 2 for me. So that's where I'm having.
Well, that you already stated that you intended on doing that,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah. Yep.
But,
Okay.
But Sean again makes a point. If the good Lord, I can't speak. If the council decides during the Article 2 discussion not to do anything with that overtime line, then we'll have already passed this option for changing this.
So
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
So we can go back on these because we're only recommending.
But then my recommendation would
restricting
change.
Without restricting reconsideration, we can go back to them and pull them off the warrant still. Because we're in public hearing, so then once we close the public hearing, we can't do anything.
Correct.
You
So
don't
could
convince me, you gotta convince Sean.
Yeah, could my
I'm not.
recommendation change? That's what I'm asking about because my recommendation is more or less contingent on if we do that. Like, I wouldn't want to do this if we don't do that with Article 2, and that's my,
Then we'll go back.
okay.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we don't close the public hearing, you can go back.
Okay, just making sure. Then
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. We good, council? All right. So Article number 31, All in favor of recommending Article number 31 as adopted, as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. All in favor, I'll accept a motion to move Article 31, Option 2 as amended to the warrant.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Article 31 is moved to the warrant. Ted, you got this one?
Yes, we have two options here. Option 1 for Article number 32, establish the Municipal and Transportation Improvement Capital Reserve to see if the town will vote to collect an additional motor vehicle registration fee of $5 per vehicle for the purpose of supporting a municipal transportation improvement fund as set forth in RSA 261:153 6. And further, to vote to establish said fund as a capital reserve fund governed by RSA 35, and to appoint the town council as agents to expend from this capital reserve fund for the purposes of which it was established. Proceeds from the Municipal Transportation Improvement Fund are to be used to support eligible local transportation projects as permitted under RSA 261:153, such as public transportation, roadway improvements, signal upgrades, and development of new bicycle and pedestrian paths. The funds may be used as a matching funds for state or federal funds allocated for local or regional transportation improvements, but may not be used to offset any other non-transportation appropriations. The additional fee shall be collected from all vehicles, both passenger and commercial, with the exception of all-terrain vehicles as defined in RSA 215-A:1 IB, and antique motor vehicles, farm tractors, or motorcycles as defined in RSA 259:4. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $1 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0 in FY26 based upon the projected assessed values. And then we have option 2 with this is to establish an expendable trust fund for transportation under RSA 31:19-A to see if the town will vote to establish a transportation expendable trust fund under the provisions of RSA 31:19-A for the purposes of supporting eligible local transportation projects such as public transportation, roadway improvements, signal upgrades, and development of new bicycle and pedestrian paths, and further to raise and appropriate the sum of $200,000 to be placed in said fund, further to name the town council as agents to expend from fund for the purposes for which it was established. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $200,000 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0.031 in FY26 based upon projected assessed values. And I believe we do have someone from the senior committee here tonight, but also I had done a little bit of research with Justin, and why this had kind of come up is I believe they're charging, is it now $2 per ride? Was that correct, sir? From CART? Both ways. They're charging $2 both ways. And we're now seeing a ridership of 4,000 vehicles or people, from July 23 to June of 24. And at that rate, that's like $16,000 in riders, but yet we're not getting charged that extra from CART. Is that correct, Justin?
The individuals taking the rides are the ones being charged.
Correct, but CART's not charging the town itself for that increase, correct?
No, we have the amount that we pay to CART, and that's it.
Right, that's it. So I guess my question then is for the council, do we increase what we pay to CART to offset what charging the riders.
So, if I can get to that in a minute. So,
Because that could be way less than the 200,000. If we're just looking to increase money for the riders so that our senior citizens who need rides don't have to dole it out of their own pockets.
So,
is that the goal of this, sir?
We have, can we move up?
Oh, can you please come up? The microphone? Can you come up to the microphone, sir? Was that the primary goal of this? Was to offset those costs?
That's what it initiated.
That's what started this whole thing really a year or so ago, was when the fees went up. But first of all, there's some housekeeping I think that we need to deal with.
Would it
okay?
be all right if I pause you just for one moment? Is that all right?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. So, real quick, it was presented to us for additional $5 fee on each vehicle registered in the town. Ron had worked with, we had a conversation in length about this over two meetings. Received the presentation. Thank you very much. Ron, if you could pick up from there and discuss the discussions you had with Mr. Campo and where you landed.
So basically, the option 2, as a result of option 1, all the things that the senior committee wanted to get out of the fee, we brought it into number 2. So everything that was available in option 1 is available in option 2, just as a different funding mechanism.
Can I interrupt you for just a second? Because I think there's something more fundamental that we need to speak about. This is the Warrant article that we gave you back on the 6th. This is what we've been talking about. There's a big difference in this Warrant article. Sorry.
You're fine.
Big difference.
Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
There's a big difference between that Warrant article and option 1. And the main difference is that our Warrant article, you gotta remember, this is the Senior Resource Committee wants to do this, okay? So what we did was, in that article there, what we've been talking about, is we restricted the use of the money, okay? There's a lot of things in the Warrant article you can use this money for, but what we did is we said that the funds will be used for older adults and individuals with disabilities, and the second usage was pedestrian facilities, okay? The reason we did that was, this is the Senior Resource Committee, we're the number 1 or number 2 problem for seniors in our town, in the state, in the country is transportation and housing. So we wanted to go after the transportation issue. So first of all, this Warrant article, both of them, opens up this money to all kinds of uses, which is not going to help seniors as much as the transportation piece. So we that's the biggest part. Okay? Then, so I don't know how to handle that. I guess we can amend the options, both of them actually, to call out how we want to use the money. I mean, there are some seniors that want to have a bicycle path and so on, but there's an awful lot of seniors that just want to be able to get places that they can't get to now. Okay, so I don't know how to deal with that, but I assume that we can. Okay. The other issue is I sent a letter. I hope everybody has read the letter, and I was trying to come up with a way to deal with your main problem, which you didn't like to deal with fees that never go away. And I laid out as best as I could options to do that. Okay. Now, so I think those are the main issues. But the most important thing is, this is for the seniors. we're trying, actually, what we're trying to do is, I don't know if anybody actually looked at 6A, but what we're trying to do really is almost what 6A did, 70, 80 years ago. They said this money they did the same thing. They were afraid the money was going to go off to someplace else. So they passed a law that says all the money comes in for gas tax, registrations, federal money, all those monies that you can think of that has anything to do with transportation has to go to the highway fund. Okay? So what we're trying to do with this $5 fee is to say this money is going to be used for senior, I think the words was older adults and individuals with disabilities, and this pedestrian facilities piece. Pedestrian facilities piece, I think, helps us deal with some of the pedestrian problems, not only for seniors, but mainly for seniors, in terms of to be able to walk down the street without getting hit by a car. That could be a lot of things, but that's not the primary use of the money. The primary use of this money is we want to deal with a big senior problem and start to deal with an over and above cart to get a decent transportation system for people. So, and I guess I would ask, if you read what I had to say, did that move you any in terms of this idea that you don't like this money that never goes away? And I can point, I pointed you at 6A. There's ever legislation that needs to be looked at and amended, it's that. Because we wouldn't have this conversation. The town wouldn't have to add $5 fee on the registration fee if the state put any money in. And they put in, I think I'd be right to say that if we put this money in, okay, we will be putting more money in for operating transportation, public transportation in New Hampshire than the state does. Because they put in about zero. We're last in the country. So anyway, that's what I have to say, and I'm hoping that one, we can fix the use of the funds, and number two, try to persuade you not to put the Warrant article on to put the $200,000 in, because I think it'll fail.
So I'll speak real quick. So I did get your email. Thank you.
Yep.
I did look into 6A very briefly. I asked around a few other legislators. They are not in favor of it. It is one of those hot button topics that nobody even wants me to even talk about. So it was one of those things like, don't even talk about that. So I did do that. Thank you for mentioning that. I did do the due diligence there. I just like option 2 better. It gives us a fund that we can draw from to do exactly what you want to do.
Yeah, but I don't like your descriptions of what you can do with the money in either one.
Okay, so let's edit this. What you want the descriptions to say? Justin and I just we just went through and tried to mimic what you had, but we can adjust it. I'm not opposed to adjusting it.
That warrant article you have in your hands is completely different than the usage that you have here. This usage is wide open. It can be used for anything from filling potholes to doing senior transportation.
I think we did it that way on purpose to leave it a little bit open so you could use the money. Like to whoever. Say you came to us and you said you wanted to do something else for the seniors. Say you wanted to buy a vehicle, we could use the money for that, as opposed to. We tried to leave it open on purpose.
Yeah, but his concern is that it won't be used for seniors. That'll be used for other things.
Well, that's why we have That's why we have fiscal agents that are entrusted to properly utilize those funds. That's
so
entrusted.
The warrant article in front of you is what we sent to legal. We had legal look at it, from my understanding, and that's what they came back with. I didn't adjust anything. I told you from day one, this is an RSA warrant article. I'm sending it to legal because it has to be done a certain way.
Yeah, I don't fault the legal part of it, okay?
So
I fault the fact that how the money can be used. If you read the article, okay, it specifically says that you can specifically say what you want that money to be used for. in the warrant article, as long as it meets those basic general criteria.
My concern is if we go against something that legal came back with, we could end up with something that can't actually be implemented when we get through all of this, and then this passes, we're left with nothing. And that
DRA's got to sign off on it. Department of Revenue Administration's got to sign off on it. That's why we send it to legal.
Yeah, but I
So
I don't think the legal. I don't think.
Real.
I question whether legal saw what we wanted to
did.
do with the money.
They did.
They did.
Okay,
They did.
So about 5 or 6 years ago, Ford gave us this van outside, and then we put a warrant article on for $30,000, $50,000, something like that.
I think it was 50 at that time.
Okay, and then we created this fund, and it didn't work out all that well. You know, that's history. So, in chatting with Ron about this the other day, I kind of stepped back and looked at this and said, okay, this is more like gas tax. We have a gas tax, and the revenue is distributed somewhere. You know, this is a fee or a tax, call it whatever you want to call it. But it generates revenue. And it gives us a lot of flexibility. Selfishly, I'm looking at this and saying, this might give us the opportunity to do that traffic study we need to do to figure things out in town, and we might have a mechanism here. That's selfishly, that's how I'm looking at it. So,
with option 1 or 2?
with option 1, that's
With
with the
either one.
$5. Well, the problem with option 2 is we did this once before where we created a fund,
So
and we didn't do a great job with it.
So that we didn't create a fund with that. We added it to the senior affairs department's budget.
Oh.
For
So what do we do
it
with
was
that
$35,000.
$50,000 now?
It was 35.
35. So what do we do with that now?
So that has dropped down because at one point we had hired a part-time individual to assist with providing rides setting up rides, scheduling in that aspect. However, COVID happened and that position was one that was cut. We then also pay another agency an additional $5,000 to assist with providing rides to the elderly, and a portion of it was then adjusted to the senior resource committee fare. Or
Okay, so we had this great idea, and we wound up using the money for something else. Sounds like, or other things in conjunction.
weighted
to
items,
that.
because essentially what happened is the liability associated with it became too great, and the 35 didn't cover what the actual intent was.
Okay,
I would suggest.
I understand.
I would suggest if you pass the $5, then what we do is going forward. I don't think the timing worked well. But going forward, I think we move the budget line item for CART, which is around $30,000 a year. Okay. There's one or two, as Justin says, I can't remember who they are, but there's one or two people that do some transportation work that I think the town falls on now and again.
Community caregivers.
And we take that money and we put it in, and we pay that line item through this $5 fund. So that would take up how much? That's got to be $50,000 in there when you add it all up. The CART money, community caregivers, and there's another one.
So it would be about 35, I believe. Because CART is 27. Let me just make sure it didn't go up. Yep, 27,000, and 5,000 goes to community caregivers to assist with. So you're looking at 32.
Not to try to lead you forward, but tomorrow afternoon, I'm going to a meeting with the Regional Coordinating Council for Transportation. And one of the things that's on the docket, if you will, is the problem of how we are going to pay what we're going to ask for from the town because of the cost has gone up, as you might say. And how long have we been paying that $28,000 or $27,000?
It's a good amount of time. It has not
5 years,
increased.
6 years, 7 years. We're long overdue to get hit with a big increase.
So it increased slightly after COVID, I believe, but not drastically.
The other thing that you have to keep in mind about this fund is the reason why we only pay CART $28,000 is that only represents about, well, it doesn't anymore because the numbers, I know the numbers low, but that was supposed to represent 20% of the cost of the transportation because they're getting federal money. It's an 80-20 split, so the 20% was a concept to be paid by the towns. So that service that we see from CART that we're paying $27,000, it really costs somewhere between $150,000 and $180,000 a year, and it's going up. And we have a dilemma of how to divvy up this money going forward because we know the cost of all the towns are going to go up. So, but that's just a side note. I mean, but in any case, we can move that to this fund and deal with that there money too. So if you pass this, theoretically, the budget actually goes down. Not by much, but it doesn't happen very often. Somebody brings something to the table with one, it takes care of a real problem for seniors, and two, it comes with a funding source. That's, it doesn't happen every day.
So my deal with this is that I don't want to ask the taxpayers for any more money, and I mean the property taxpayers. If I'm charging a fee per vehicle, it's kind of like buying gas. Everybody who uses the service, the roads, the everything else, everyone's contributing.
Yeah.
Because it's a user fee. So, and I don't want to ask the taxpayers for any more money than we already are.
And with that
And that's my reasoning, and I'll just be quiet.
I respect that. With that line of thinking, I do see both sides. I have concerns about adding something on the registration. However, as I mentioned last meeting, there are organizations that do not reside in the town, yet their vehicles do, and they're registered with the town. And it is receiving funds from non-residential property owners. I think I personally have the $5 I would be amenable to option one. I don't like the $5 amount.
What amount would you suggest?
Trust me, those companies that have garages up in the north end of town, the renters are going to pay for this.
So then I'd be fine.
They'll pass. In other words, they'll pass the cost on.
I guess my biggest problem is because I don't see it necessarily as a user fee, because I don't think the people who register cars are the ones that are targeted with this service, and so I don't see the one-to-one there. But I'm also pretty adamantly opposed against just adding an additional tax on. I think if we as a community find this valuable, we should find it valuable and pay for it through the taxes in the same mechanism. Just adding another tax on something else is the same method that they use to hide spending here and there, so you get nickel-dimed here, nickel-and-dimed there. And I think that's something that New Hampshire does exceptionally well, is we tax through a source. You know clearly what you're spending. It's not hidden inside things. And I don't see the need to add a different tax on every single. Car registrations are very high in this town. They're very high in many towns. I shouldn't say just in this town, but they're very high.
England.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's
a property tax.
Almost every resident in this town has a vehicle for the most part too. So
every vehicle that's registered in this town owns property and pays property taxes.
Which is true, but I just fundamentally oppose the mechanism of using it for that. Even
what we're doing, I mean, what about? Remember, my numbers may be a little old, but we, as a town, is something in the neighborhood of $10 million for registration fees.
I think it's more around 8.
What?
Oh, it's 10.
I have budgeted $10 million.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Look at your registration.
On the current registration, so there's an additional fee that I know that was Mr. Wilson had referenced previously for the disposal of tires. Is that on the current registration?
I think it is.
This fee is something that many of our surrounding towns, a couple of meetings ago, we had listed actually, many of the surrounding towns, Derry, Exeter, Salem, all have this fee. At a recent state meeting last Wednesday, there were a couple other towns that are in the same situation. We are looking to add this onto their warrant for that additional fee. It's something that's been around for many, many years. I do see all of your points with this because, you know, it is another fee to our residents, and if we have more than one car, then that, you know, is an additional expense. But it is something that will benefit our seniors. As we all know, our senior population is growing in leaps and bounds, and we're all going to be there very soon. And the struggle we've had on the Senior Resource Committee since I started on it 14 years ago is one, outreach to our seniors, and then two, the transportation issue. And that's where that van came in that Ford donated to us many, many years ago under Councilor Green, back then in the work that he did. It just never quite got used because of the maintenance and the upkeep, but that's the fund that Justin, you know, and others were referring to. But it's a major problem, and at some point we have to address it. And this is one way that we can start that ball rolling. Would it be a problem to put both options, both warrants there, and let our residents make the decision?
I don't see that. So I do want to give the rest of the public an opportunity to speak on this. So if we can, Mr. Wilson, if we could have the podium for anyone else.
I do have a question for Justin and potentially for Sherry.
I'm already sitting.
With the vehicles that are looking to be excluded from this, do we know what the actual total registrations are?
Around, we were just working on this last week, around 43,000. Last time I said about 45,000, but it's closer now to about 43-ish. Remember, we have the rental cars up at the airport, you know, all of those too.
So that would actually provide us more money than the 200 grand. That's 215.
Yeah.
You know, the other thing, you should consider the fact that, like John said, everybody that lives in an apartment or a rental property in this town probably drives. And we're not getting any money from them at all.
Good point. We are getting money from them because the people who own the building actually pay, and it's factored into the
But
rent.
that is not
Next
taxed
council comes in and
as
votes it
a
out.
resident.
Okay, what that
It's
comes-
taxed as a business.
It never stays in.
Business revenue,
Okay.
and the
I've seen
business
it.
revenue's down.
It never goes away.
There is another option. Some towns,
We
not as
just had
many,
something
have
go away tonight
offered
that
this
we had
starting
a
in
end
lower
date.
amounts,
That's true.
and
So
then kind of, you know,
That's true.
increase it, you know, so you don't have to start at the top. You could back up a little bit too, and then see how it goes. But we really should. Oh, no, you have to bring it to warrant again.
Yeah, is there an option just to do it next year?
Huh?
Like, just like Lions Hall, we didn't do that last year, right? Because there was no decisions made on it. It was just way too up in the air. Is this another kind of case? Or are we gonna make a decision tonight?
Oh, I hope so.
I hope so too. I'm just wondering, because there just seems to be so much.
Football game's over now.
It's early.
Yeah.
I gotta get up in 6.5 hours.
I gotta get up. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yes.
Richard Belinsky, 89
Good
Hall
evening.
Road. All right, so if first of all, I don't like this on the registrations. We already get $3 for the waste that's for tires. How many people bring their tires to the drop-off center? All that was a cover-up to give the drop-off center more money to run the drop-off center. I don't know why anybody would bring their tires there. If you go to get your tires done, they'll get rid of them for a couple bucks there, and you don't have to haul them there. So we've been getting charged $3 on each registration for, I don't know, 15 years, 20 years. Now you want to add another 5. So we're 44,000, one number Sherry used, roughly $220,000. Justin, you just said $32,000 for a cart and the other one that's coming out of the tax?
In that
roughly. So you're talking $250,000 a year. What are the costs that they need for this? I asked this at the last meeting. What do they need for money? It's like you're just throwing a number on the wall and hoping it sticks. Do they need $20,000 a year? Do they need $40,000 a year? I don't think they need $250,000 a year. So what sense does this make?
I think this, you know, I'm not opposed to this. I'm opposed with the fee. I think it should be on the warrant article. People voted in, they voted in. Let's have some solid numbers. I asked for those and nobody has solid numbers. How many trips? How much money? You know, you get 32,000 roughly. And you said, what, another 16,000 that the riders have been paid out of their pocket? So that's 42, that's 48, so you round it to 50. 50 is a far cry from 250.
That's what I was trying to get at.
I mean, the numbers are what the numbers are. I'm not beating up on seniors. Well, I'm a senior. Well, I guess technically in April I'll be senior when I hit 65. Depends on who you ask. This seems, while the idea is good and I don't have anything against what they're trying to do, the numbers aren't there. Show me the data. Show me something. The best we can come up is roughly 50,000. The 16, your numbers, roughly. Okay, I'm okay with roughly, but 50,000 is a far cry from 250,000 if you did the 5 at 44,000 plus what we're already paying out. Really? Did anybody put any thought into this?
Well, so for me personally, that's why I like lowering I still like option 1 and lowering the amount, and the fact that we can use it for transportation projects, roadway improvements, signal upgrades, potential development of new bicycle and pedestrian.
And I see that, and I see what you're doing there. So that's what this council does. If there's a future council, they may spend it all on potholes and signs, and they get nothing. I don't like this. You know, I don't like the way it's funded. You gotta remember, it's not only the $5, it's the $3. So that's $8 per registration. To some people, it's not a big deal. To me, it's not a big deal. To some people, that's their medication at the end of the month.
He's saying on top.
Because there's gonna be seniors that are gonna have cars, they're gonna be paying for it. Show me some numbers. You're showing me nothing here, except collecting a lot of money. Spend it on potentially potholes, signs, bike paths. It may not benefit them all. They may be better off now at the $2 to $4 a day and ride. You don't know what a future council is going to do. I think this was done too quick, too short-sighted. Nobody put the numbers together. 50,000 versus $250,000. Need I say more?
Let me ask you a question. So, what if we somewhat put a smaller fix in and tabled these warrant articles till next year? And the smaller fix I mean is, I don't think the riders should be having to pay, especially if the federal government's paying 40% of the cost and we're paying 20% for the cart. I don't think they should be having to pay the $2. So what would we have to change that cart line to be to cover that as an initial fix to the problem?
Mr. Campo?
And then you would be suggesting eliminating the warrant articles?
I'm suggesting that we fix
I'd
the
be
cart
amenable to
line
that.
and eliminate the warrant articles until next year. And I'm sorry, sir.
I'm agreeable.
I'd be amenable to that.
This came into the conversation kind of late in the game this budget season.
I'm agreeable to that.
Yeah.
What's the cost of the cart line?
What's the cart line?
They're paying $2 each way when they ride somewhere.
Agreeable.
And the line right now is 27,000.
And they'd increase by.
We're gonna partially fix the problem.
Yeah.
Based off
I
this past
like-
year, there were 4,000.
So here's a different suggestion. Different suggestion
Gentlemen.
is that we write in a sunset clause, whether that be for 3 or 5 years, and we lower the amount to $3. And what I mean by a sunset clause is it has to go back to the ballot in 3 or 5 years. It's not a council decision.
So for Sean and Ted, John proposed lowering the dollar amount and adding a sunset clause. So at the end of that sunset clause, having it go back on the ballot again for
or don't do it at all.
Or don't do it at all.
I like Patrick's. Yeah, I'm more.
I don't. We'd have to talk with CART to see if they're amenable to potentially increasing our fee and absorbing. I don't know their structure in terms of how they do it all. The other aspect is we set up a administrative task to reimburse those that come in with receipts, and at that point you'd look at maybe 5,000 based on the increase, because last year it was 4,014. So you'll get about 5,000 riders at $2 and go from there to increase it. But we'd have to set up a way to process the reimbursements and how we want to handle that, whether it's on a weekly basis, quarterly basis, annual basis.
But the number's $10,000 right there.
It's actually more like 20.
So you're looking at $2 for 4,000 rides.
$8,000.
8,000, so about 10, yeah.
But if you go off the calculation upon how much of an increase we've been seeing, we go off of
Yes.
5,000, it's $2, then another $2. So
It's
actually
increased significantly each of the past 3 years. So it's gone from 1,100 to 2,200 to 4,000. So about 50% each year.
So if
Or
we increase
double,
that cart
sorry.
line, we'll go with Ted's number, 20 grand, that sounds like more than enough. Then we could either come up with a new agreement with CART where we're covering those riders' fees, or we could reimburse riders that had to pay the fee.
Yeah, but then it doesn't go to the voters.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But it still goes to the budget, though.
It goes the overall budget and it can be amended during deliberative, yes. And this is no fault to you or a reflection of you. Personally, I wish there was more time for us to deliberate
Yeah.
and process, and that's why it's not that I'm opposed to supporting our seniors, because there is 100% validity in what was said. There is an increase of senior population in the town. Again, personally, I feel that, and this is just me venting. I wish there was more time for the council to process, think outside the box. I know it's been a couple meetings, but I just wish there was more time for me personally to process, and that's why I'm kind of leaning towards, putting this to next year.
I agree with you.
Somebody make some sort of motion.
All right.
All right.
You want to make the motion on?
Yeah, I make a motion that we put this off to next year.
I'll second it.
All right, so we have a motion to wait. John, do we have to? So would we just say not to move? Would we vote to not move it
them.
to the warrant?
Yeah.
All right, so I have a motion to not move Article 32 to the warrant. To not move it. All in favor of not moving Article 32 to the warrant, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Article number 32 is not moved to the warrant.
Okay. So when you get to the budget, are you going to try to
So Article 33
increase
becomes
it a little
Article
bit?
32.
Yep.
I am.
Article 33 becomes
Yeah,
32.
thank you.
All right, article number, sorry, Dan, go ahead.
I just wanted to know, once you get to the budget, are you going to try to increase that line item to help the seniors' transportation?
Yes, Dan.
There are
that's a maybe.
several things that are pinned for Article 2,
Thank
which
you.
we still have to
I'll
deliberate
keep
and vote
reminding
on.
you.
Might still be here tomorrow, Dan.
Article number 33, Phase 7 of the rail trail. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $641,000 for the purpose of completing Phase 7 of the rail trail. The Londonderry Trailways Committee will provide funding for the amount of $113,000 for the project, and the state of New Hampshire will provide a grant for the amount of $422,329 for the project. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $105,598 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0.016 in FY26, based upon projected assessed values. Public comment.
This seems like a smart move because we're only spending 105 and we're getting $600,000 project out of it.
All right.
And is there any phase 8 on this project, or is we stopping at 7?
Ms. Hilden then.
This is it. This is the last piece in Londonderry. This is the piece that connects over to Derry. So at that point, it's maintenance. Trailways will, of course, still exist to do maintenance and everything and improvements, but there's no other construction. It will connect to Manchester and it will connect to Derry, and whatever they do on their half,
On
that's
them.
them. But that's the rest of
So it
Londonderry.
would be fair to say that Londonderry would be complete for the
Yes.
rail trail pavement
This
portion.
is it.
For Londonderry portion only.
This
All right,
is it.
thank
Yep,
you.
this is the last chunk. It's been a long time project for them, but this is it.
Understood, thank you. So, Ron is gone. Any discussion from the council? All right.
I mean, for me, I would just say, you know, it still does cost us $100-some thousand, and you know, sometimes when times are tough, you got to say no to good things sometimes.
Yeah.
Let's wait for Ron for the vote, please.
Yep.
Right, so I have some comments on it. So this was the last meeting. We had a presentation from the Londonderry Trailways Committee. We did discuss whether it would come from the undesignated fund balance or from or through property taxes. At that time, the council did have a consensus to raise or have a proposed raise from the property taxes if approved by the voters. So with that,
So if this fails, do we lose the 422,000?
Kirsten?
Unless somebody else has $105,000 in their back pocket, yes. This is a match that's required. It's an 80-20 grant. So they give us 80. If we don't pass this, we lose the grant, yes.
thank you. Any other questions?
So
And that 105 cannot come from the town.
it cannot come from the
It cannot.
undesignated fund.
No, I'm saying if it fails,
No means no.
no means no. So that 105 cannot come from the town.
Right, so
it has to come from
You
another
can't spend a
source.
penny.
So either we invest $105,000 to get 422, and if the taxpayers say no, then the 422 goes away.
Yes. And that is it.
And that portion is not completed.
I mean,
unless it's from some
they would
other
have to
funding.
come up with the $641,000 on their own some other way. My guess is that if we, having applied for a CMAQ grant from the state, we were successful. The last portion, the phase 5 and 6, we applied for a related grant called a TAP grant, and that one gave us $800,000, to which we provided a $600,000 match. And actually, the percentage balance is more favorable towards us this time. This chunk, we're receiving a larger percentage of grant funding than we did last time. But my instinct would be if that we failed to raise the match here, I don't think this is a well that we will be able to go back to for another grant. It would be up to Trailways at that point to do that. So yeah, it's kind of a one and done type thing. It's not something that would come back the next year because, well, if we decline the grant, I doubt the state's going to give it back to us.
Okay,
So,
thank you very much. So again, this is to put finish down the dairy. It does put a signal at. I'm sorry. It's a a signal at
a pedestrian beacon,
Thank
yes.
you.
Similar
Similar to what is up by North School.
Yes, it is. It would be put up at Seasons Lane, yes.
Understood.
Which is the last major crossing.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the council? All right. With that, all in favor of recommending Article number 33, say aye.
Aye.
No, now 32. Thank you very much.
I've got it corrected here.
33. Hold on. 34. All right. Any opposed?
No. Opposed.
All right. Chair votes in the affirmative. 3-2. Warrant article number 30. I thank you. I'll accept the motion to move.
That was 3-2?
It was 3-2.
Yep.
In favor. What?
Who's the opposed?
Ron and Sean. What's that?
We all heard 4-1.
We all heard 4-1 out here. That's
Oh.
I'm sorry. 3. Did I say 4?
I thought you said 3-2.
I said
You
3-2.
did, that's why
Anyway,
we
all right.
asked.
Anyways, I'll accept the motion to move article number 32 to the warrant.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Yes, we moved.
We got rid of.
All right, so article number 33, citizens petition, replace library furniture. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $40,000 from the undesignated fund balance for the purpose of replacing the furniture in the library by citizens petition. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $0 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0 in FY26 based upon the projected assessed values. Open to the public. Go ahead. Well, he makes his way up.
Well, first of all, 40 is spelled wrong. Second of all, I spoke to a member of the library trustees earlier and the library director, and they didn't have any knowledge of this previously. At least the member of the library trustees said $40,000 was way more than they needed for furniture. You know, I think they put what, $4,500 in the line item this year.
Thought it was.
Is the petitioner here?
There is no furniture line item.
Oh, there is no furniture line item?
No.
Is the
Oh, I'm
petition?
sorry.
They took it out.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Just for the public, is this legal?
Yeah.
Because this is a very slippery slope. I mean, this is scary. That in the future, people could come before us and basically say we want all the $5 million to be spent, and we'd have no undesignated fund balance at all.
What?
And that, to me, is pretty frightening because you base a lot of the calculations you tell us based on how much money we have in reserve so we can get a credit rating. So based on this warrant article, it tells me that maybe some laws need to change.
I agree.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, the fact that this is legal is scary to me.
We had talked about changing the state law earlier today.
Yeah, we did.
Because, this is terrifying.
To me, it's absolutely frightening because someone could come with say, I want $5 million out of your undesignated fund balance, then you have nothing.
I'm not aware of any law that would stop them from doing that.
Currently.
Yeah.
Yes. If there is, please let me know, but
September 1 will be
had this
submitted.
with a situation earlier
Week after
in
Labor
my
Day.
career, and it was when I researched it, nothing has changed.
I understand. That's
All right, folks, we're still in public comment.
Okay, again, Richard Polinsky, 89 Hall Road. That was one of my concerns. You could bankrupt the town because you won't be able to get any bonds if you don't have any money. Let me tell you something about the furniture over at the library. I've been going to, some of you may know, I've been recording and going to library meetings since October. All the ones on YouTube are from me. My disappointment is you might know more about this had the liaison from the town council been there at all this year, and they haven't been. That's an issue, because you'd know something about this. Before one of the meetings over there, one of the regular monthly meetings, I got there early with one of the trustees, and I wanted to look at this furniture. There is some broken furniture. One of them has a side panel that's cloth that was cut. I'm not saying intentionally, but it was cut. The stuffing's out. It can be reupholstered. You have some wood chairs with the spreaders on the bar. You have your four legs that come down. You get your spreaders to keep everything in that have come unglued. They can be re-glued. You go down and get some polypropylene, the special glue down at Home Depot, the wood will break before that ever breaks. I get hardwood floors in my house that were installed with that, the stairs with no nails. Been there for years, don't have a squeak. I was told that they had a table that was broken. They did. It's one of those plastic fold-up tables that you get when you're having a party at your house and you need more space. If you watch any of the meetings, from their trustee meetings, they're the same tables they have in their little U where they have their meetings. I was shown some tables that had wear. Well, the wear's in the finish. They could be refinished and look like brand new. You know, we hear that the furniture's old. So what if it's taken care of? They had what I'll call a love seat, but when you go to the doctor's office, you have like a double chair that's got like the cloth backs, and one of those has a split wood back. Well, that's got split, I can guarantee you, from somebody leaning back against it, abusing it. Getting new furniture isn't going to solve that if you don't solve the, I don't want to call it vandalism, if you don't keep who's in there under control. They have areas in there that you can't see from the front desk. That's not their fault. Maybe you put cameras in there. Get that straightened out before you buy new furniture. You're just going to get new furniture abused. $40,000 is ridiculous. I mean, I saw this furniture. I have pictures of this furniture. I was there with the trustee. And don't kid yourself, they know about this warrant article. Because 3 of the people that are signers, and they have every right to sign it, are library employees. And one of them is one of the 3 that basically run the place. So don't kid yourself that they don't know about it. They're fully aware of it.
I don't think I've heard anyone from there say they weren't aware of it.
Oh. Well, it's kind of mentioned, I think, when we just opened up that they, you know.
No, I mentioned that, yes.
You did. So don't think they don't
Right,
know
but
about
I just
it.
wanted
So,
to
But also, the library in their budget did not request $40,000.
no, they
for furniture.
requested 25,000, and then they, 2,500, excuse me, let me correct that, and then they cut it out. So if you're gonna put something, you know, well, you don't recommend this anyway, citizens petition warrant article, why don't you go over and take a tour and ask to see this furniture? It is not $40,000 worth. Not even close. All those chairs with the spreaders and stuff that come out, I can put those back together. You clean up the joints, you re-glue them, you put a ratchet strap, well, you know, hardens overnight, and they're good as new. Maybe get somebody in there and see how much it is to refinish some of the tables, because it's just the finish. It is worn, don't get me wrong, and it could look nicer. 40,000 for this, what's next over there? Where did the number come, you know, you don't have the petition here, and it's not yours, so you didn't know. Where'd the 40,000 come from? I got my own theory on that. $30,000 cut last year, $10,000 cut this year. Well, it just happens to add up to the $40,000. Coincidence? I don't think so.
Thank you.
So is there anything that the council can do to,
Can Dan finish what he was going to say, please? Thank you.
is there anything the council can do to address that it's coming out of the UFB? So people are aware of that?
We can't
I mean,
edit
it's a scary thing that this is.
Can't fix the spelling either, can we?
We can't edit a citizen's petition.
Spelling either.
You can fix the spelling?
If it's misspelled in the citizen's petition, we can't fix it.
On a citizen's petition,
If it's, you technically can, I don't recommend it until deliberative.
Yeah, neither do I.
Of course, sorry.
Yeah.
You technically can, I don't recommend it until deliberative, just that way. I'm a fan of, they submitted it as is, and then at deliberative, adjust it as necessary.
Agreed.
Go ahead, Phil.
All I was going to say, gentlemen, is that we bought commercial furniture when we were to the fire station, and you do pay more for it, but I can tell you that because it has lifetime warranties, because it's commercial, we've used that because it's been broken, because firemen break things, and it hasn't cost us anything. So all I'm saying is that I can tell you that $2,500 does not get you anything in the commercial furniture world. You have to pay more, but when you pay more for it, one, you're covered by the lifetime warranties of the commercial furniture, and two, it meets fire code, it meets liability codes, it meets all of that. So
ADA.
just keep that in mind when you talk about furniture and, you know, what it's being used for and who's using it. We just have our employees using it. This would be having townspeople using it, right? And so patrons, right? So I'm just speaking from when we did it at the fire station, and we went from using furniture that we took from places up in North Londonderry that went out of business because that's what they did for 30 years at the fire station, was used, and bought commercial furniture, and has paid dividends financially because it hasn't cost us a dime to fix any of it when it gets broken. And I'm, again, just speaking from what we just did across the street. So.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Erin Matlin, Library Director. To my knowledge, the furniture line is still in the budget for $2,500. And to speak to whether I was aware of it, I was not aware of the citizen's position until after. So it was, what I'm saying to that is no one came to me asking for numbers or information regarding what went in it. And my employees who signed it are Londonderry residents, so they can sign whatever is presented to them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron is correct, the 2,500 is still in the budget.
Thank you. All right, so we can't amend, we can't change, we
don't vote, right?
We don't.
You just move
We
it to
don't
warrant.
vote. All right. So
I think
we don't vote on citizens petitions.
If it's financial?
I think you do if it's financial.
Yeah, if it's financial.
Well, I guess, right, then
We can hold off until the deliberative and provide your recommendation at that point if we want verification on that.
I can vote on it. I mean, it's not a problem. I just don't.
I was under the same impression you were, Justin.
We can't.
If it's financial.
Right?
Because I'm looking and the pickleball engineering work from 22 was a citizen's petition and there is recommendations on it.
Okay.
So
if it's
just
monetary, then yes. If it's not, then no.
just for clarification, we can't vote not to put it on the warrant, though. So why even vote?
No, we can't vote not to put it on, but we vote for the recommendation.
Okay, that's fine. Right.
Yeah.
So
It has to go on the warrant.
Motion.
Okay.
make a motion to either recommend or not recommend.
I make a motion not to recommend Article 33.
I second.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All in favor of opposing Article 33, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes, what? Chair votes in the affirmative. Go ahead, John.
So it's opposed. So we're 0-5.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. We have to anyway. So Article, I'll accept the motion to move Article number 30.
automatically, right?
No, it goes automatically.
It goes automatically.
Do we have to vote to move it regardless or no?
Yeah.
Because I
Huh?
vote not to move it.
No?
It goes automatically.
Yeah,
Okay.
it automatically goes.
All right. So Article number 34, citizens petition, 100% property tax exemption, 100% permanent and for 100% and total disabled veterans. Shall the town vote to give 100% property tax exemption to veterans who are rated 100% disabled, permanent, and total by the Department of Veteran Affairs? The veteran who is required to show, the veteran would be required to show documentation from the department which shows that they are rated 100% permanent and totally disabled by citizens petition. I am going to recuse myself because I am eligible.
So I will refer to, we had
I don't
gotten
believe this
some
is
legal advice from,
Okay, it's an illegal.
Can-
Okay.
Yeah.
can we please go to the legal advice that Justin had received?
So when I sent this to our legal counsel, the response I got is this is illegal. All real estate is subject to property tax except as otherwise provided in RSA 72:6, RSA 72:36-A. Already exempt taxations on homesteads for certain veterans in certain financing arrangements. RSA 72:35 provides tax credits for military service connected total disability, but that credit is for $700 annually on the person's residential property. RSA 72:35I, the town can vote to increase the credit through a option tax credit in the amount up to $4,000. RSA 72:35II.
So it's advisory only.
Doesn't even go if it's illegal. Even if it passes, it's illegal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Why
I
even
mean-
put it on the ballot?
Well,
It's illegal.
all the things that we put on the ballot last year were illegal too.
Yeah, they still go forward.
I don't think we can take it off the ballot.
But the one last year was a little more subjective. You know, like
Yeah, we didn't know
I
if it
mean,
was
you know,
illegal.
like
This is well, they were
100% black and white.
they were unenforceable, so they were illegal.
Okay, but this is 100% black and white illegal.
Hi, Chairson.
Hi. Is there, and this is maybe a question for Ron, is there currently a bill in front of the New Hampshire legislature trying to make this legal?
It's in committee on last Monday.
Okay, so there is a bill there. So my question would be if this pass, like which order, how does that work? Because I guess that's what I don't know anything about this. I had never seen this before it came up, but.
Yeah, we can't do anything that the state doesn't permit us.
Right, but so if we passed it, the state doesn't permit it, it would have to happen again after the state permitted it?
Mm-hmm.
But we don't have current
Right.
current permissions to do it,
Right,
so.
yeah.
Honestly, it's almost minute. I was just curious.
No.
Yeah,
I just-
no, great question.
Yeah, you just let this go to the ballot and we deal with it at deliberative.
Okay.
Okay.
You still have to vote to recommend or not.
But
Nope, it's no money.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll accept
Oh,
the
it is money.
It's no
There's,
money.
there's no money stated in here.
Yeah, but it's
but you're gonna be taking
financial.
dollars.
But it's no, but there's no money stated. There's no dollars, and it's illegal.
because it's a tax exemption. There's money tied.
Right.
What's the number?
We don't know.
Justin.
Right.
It could be $1.
But
it
it's
could be
illegal, so it's
100,000.
unenforceable. That's why it's advisory only.
Yeah.
Justin. Question.
Why don't you just vote to be safe?
Right. Justin.
Just a suggestion.
That's not a bad idea.
Why don't you hold
Here's an
off until
attorney.
deliberative, and then I can check with legal to see if if this would count as monetary or not, because it doesn't have an actual monetary impact on the budget. However, it does, because now those people are being removed from the property tax valuation, which then would increce the tax rate for everybody
They
else.
can't be removed if it's illegal.
Yeah.
Correct.
So it's an advisory thing.
It has to be advisory because it's illegal.
That's why I'm saying leave it to deliberative and deal with it there.
All right, so I'll accept the motion to move article number 30.
Don't have to move
No,
it.
no, don't move it at all. No.
All right, so
No, we have
all right,
to.
It just moves.
Next.
You don't have to move 35. You don't have to move 35 either. That just automatically happens.
Yeah.
All right.
Transaction of other business.
Article 2. Article 2. So fiscal year 2026 town operating budget. Shall the town raise and appropriate the operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles or other appropriations voted separately? The amount set forth on the budget proposed with the warrant or as amended by vote of the first session for the purpose set forth therein. Wow. Totaling $50,111,482. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $49,654,290, which is the amount of the appropriations contained in the operating budget authorized for the previous fiscal year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law. Or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, Roman numeral 10 and 16. Thank you. Took me a minute. To take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $26,213,784 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $3.998 in FY26 based upon projected assessed values. Public comment.
Going to increase the 20,000 for the seniors,
That's what we're gonna talk about.
That's what I'm talking about.
right?
Among with other things, I'm sure.
Okay.
Three things.
All right. Anyone else from the public? Good evening. Is it evening still?
It's still evening.
It is.
4 minutes.
Yeah, Beth
That's
Morocco
morning.
for Western Drive. I just wanted to address the suggestion made by Sean Faber that the library cuts their budget by another $30,000. As a taxpayer, that's going to cost me a pizza. It's not going to impact me to save that money, but it's gonna be significant in the budget line of the library. So I feel like budget season is long and it's drawn out. There's a lot of time to mull over these numbers, to make suggestions. This feels like a little bit of a last-ditch effort to take another slash at the library. They made cuts last year that weren't made in other departments. They made additional cuts this year, and then this is another one kind of out of the blue. And frankly, I think it's just not it's not respectful of what they were producing for our community. They don't have a union, so it's apples and oranges to say, well, these groups are negotiating their wages, and well, the library doesn't have negotiation. So it's apples and oranges. They're separate forms of government, and I think we need to be mindful that they've made a lot of cuts. If you'll go back and review the meeting from December 2nd, I think it was around like the 47-minute mark, Kate Burbridge read the statistics of neighboring communities. And comparatively, when you're looking at what our library does, across other towns. We are creating more opportunities with fewer funds. We are producing more programming with fewer staff. They are open longer hours, more days. They literally are number one with fewer resources. So to continuously ask them to cut, I feel it just lowers the bar, and I don't think that's what we're asking our community to do. Our community is attending these programs because it's an investment that they've made in their community and they want to continue to see. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to add one thing. In 1979, when I came here, we had one union in this community. One. Okay? The town, through their actions of trying to, cut salaries of employees and stuff, ended up with everybody's unionized now. From department heads, everybody. I think what you want to caution yourself with, if you're going to attack the employees at the library, are you going to force them to unionize? Once you force them to unionize, okay, you're going to end up costing you more money in negotiations, in tying your hands, we're tied to a contract. So I'm just want to caution the council. It's the only group that's not unionized. I'm not a union fan, and I'd hate to see them, unionized.
So you have a point to that, but I will say this is the whole point of me bringing this up, is because it is costing us more than all the others.
Well, I can tell you that in 1979, the police department was the only union in this community, all right? And we would fight tooth and nail. And if we got 3%, the town council went out and gave everybody else 5%. So, it didn't make any sense, but with time, it changed, and they started hammering the employees. They ended up being unionized. I'd like to know, you think about this, Sean, how much did it cost the town to negotiate your 5 contracts with attorneys? Is it really worth it? It's penny wise, pound foolish is what I'm saying. All right, I know what you're looking at, but again, it's the bottom line budget. So with a bottom line budget, they don't have to take the 30 grand from salaries.
They don't.
They don't. They can take it anywhere they want. So that's my thought. That's why I stayed till 12:01.
Good morning, Dan. Anyone else? Good morning.
Good morning. Excuse me. I'm Donna Plant. I'm the assistant director at the library. I just wanted to, I do have a question about the figure, but first I wanted to note that since the last budget season, the Board of Trustees did take the time to review and revise their personnel policy. And I was part of that discussion. Those minutes are available on the library website if you would like to read through any of those meetings. They were subcommittee meetings under the Board of Trustees. Those meetings did have staff representation since the personnel policy does directly affect the library staff. Something that came up as a big factor in considering whether to match the town's non-represented employee policy was the ratio of part-time to full-time staff. The majority of the library staff is part-time. I have 52.9% to be exact. Those employees do not receive insurance benefits or retirement benefits, which is a huge cost savings to the town and the taxpayers. We asked the town, and specifically I believe it was the Human Resources Department, at the time that we reviewed the policy, what if the ratio for non-represented employees for part-time to full-time was anywhere close to the libraries, and it was not. The majority was full-time and received those benefits. So that was a big factor in the trustees deciding to stay where they're at. So I wanted to share that. And then my question was where the $30,000 came from. what percentage increase are you basing that off of?
So I based that off of what a teacher's contract had gone through, and then just took that on what it would have been over year in a year, 1 year, not cumulative over time, because over time cumulatively that adds up. 6.5, or it was previously 8% on top of 8. That starts to widen a gap over time. So that's where I base that from. But just 1 year, not any accumulated or anything, just 1 year of the difference.
Okay, so the percentage I think you shared earlier was about 4.6%
4.6.
increase. I don't know if you can share this. Can you share yet what like maximum increases for the contracts that
Can't speak on the current.
Can't speak on this. Okay. I hate to put you on the spot, Justin, but does 30,000, if we match the 4.6%, is 30,000 the
I think it's 4.65.
change?
4.65, sorry. Correct.
What I can tell you is that the town contracts are comparable to the school contracts.
And can I also ask, prior to bringing that suggestion here tonight, did you bring it to any of the Board of Trustees?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
I got a question for you. How many part-timers do we have at the library?
So there's 17 total employees. 9 of them are part-time.
Okay, so we have 9 part-time employees at the library. Okay, they get 0 benefits. Okay, we have part-time employees on the town side that get medical benefits.
We do.
They're saving money.
What does that have to do with raises?
Let's look at it, cost.
Cost, not raises. Okay.
How much it costs you.
So, I went over and asked Justin a question.
Yes, sir.
I asked him what the library's, how much the library is over default now. And they're over $8,000.
Okay.
So, if the budget we're proposing fails, it will go down $8,000. The wages that the trustees are proposing are part of default. That's all I'm saying. Just more information.
I was kind of astounded on the school side that the IT budget was $1.1 million, not including employees. Where I think if you included the employees, it was over 1.6. And I forget what the budget is for the library, but I think it was comparable to that. And the school side spends as much on IT as the library does in total. And I feel like we're nickel and diming the library for every $2,500. $30,000, Beth said, it's a pizza. It's not even a pizza. $30,000 is $2.50 for a $500,000 home.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're wasting our time talking about $30K there. I say we go to the other things that we put a pin in earlier. One being the potential cut to the fire department overtime line in response to establishing that $350,000 expendable trust fund. And the other being the cart line, can we increase that?
And the other piece of history is the library used to be unionized. They were Teamsters. I forget how many years ago that was, but it was in the last 10 years. So I'm just giving history and information.
So the fire department overtime line, and I'm changing the subject a little bit. The fire department overtime line went up $493,000, I believe, unless I'm mixing up the numbers. $493,000. And when budget committee looked at those things, we thought that there was some room in that number for movement, that there was some really safe assumptions taken at different steps along the way. And that was a good approach.
I'm just trying to stay awake, Patrick. You don't have to look at me like that.
No problem. No problem.
I saw you back there throwing the bird. No, it's not it. Anyway, that we felt like there was some fluff in those numbers, and I know the fire department defended those numbers at the time, and we heard that. But since we're setting up the $350,000 expendable trust fund for public safety overtime, what do we think we should do with that fire department overtime line? What do we have the number that Ryan suggested originally? Was it? I think it was a decrease of 150.
That was 191.
I think in total it might have been 190 with benefits and.
Oh, yeah, which would have resulted in 190 with benefits. Yeah. And I understand. I think the impact to the fire department is going to be the same, right? If we reduce that line.
Oh, thank you.
And there's a problem. Wonderful. We have the trust fund.
All right, so let me start off with midnight is not my best hour.
It's anyone's best hour.
So, thank you. So the problem is,
Guys on shift are having a good hour right now. Yeah, I bet
the problem
they are.
is that if you decide to do this year, and let's say that my numbers are correct and we have to dip into this fund, if next year you decide not to do this and we have to dip into this fund, not only is it not in default, and not only would there not be enough money unless this gets refilled again, if there's no other problems during the entire year for all the departments. I mean,
Yes, but-
are we calling this the Londonderry Fire Department, we don't trust you fund? I don't know, is this for all the unions, or is it just for
Public
us?
safety.
It's for public safety.
Okay.
And I'm not suggesting that we reduce the fire department overtime line by $350,000. I'm only suggesting that we reduce it by 150, and then we still have this $350,000 fund available for all of the public safety overtime if necessary.
All right, so,
Fred, can I just ask Justin a question?
by all means.
If we take the money out of that fund, let's just say as an example, we reduce this by $150,000, and we take $150,000 out of that fund and we use it in the operating budget, does that now become the default number?
It's not, no.
Okay.
We won't know that for 2 years, because next year at this time, we won't be in drop-down. Last year, we dropped down on the 25th of January, after any decision could have been made at this level. I mean, there's going to be decisions that are made at the deliberative session that are going to affect the budget one way or the other. But our budget process, we won't know what happens until we get into April?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. So we're 18 months into this process before we know whether it's success or not. And that's after you guys decide if you want to put more money into it next year. That's if there is no catastrophe on the police department side. The highway department has an easy year where they don't salt every other day.
And that's one of the reasons I'm saying hopefully is it's emergency services. You guys can be golden through April, and then all of a sudden everything breaks loose in May and June. It's shot.
And I think that's the problem with this is we're mixing two separate things here. We're mixing a fund that's off to the side in case the police or the salt or if something happens for us. And we're talking about our overtime line to staff people at the amount of time that we just agreed to contractual time off, right? So we're mixing two separate things here, right? We presented a number, and you, by all means, are allowed to do your own math. And Ryan did a very good job, and I do like to commend him for that. But we're talking about the number that you folks and us think is appropriate to fill overtime for the amount of time that has been contractually agreed upon for members to take off. Not, Justin's talking about if there's a massive snowstorm or, God forbid, a major emergency that takes overtime dollars. They're two separate things. But we're mixing them together right now. And I think that is only going to lead to this conversation happening again next year, possibly the year after that. And we can certainly come back every year and talk about this. We can, and we have been. And we can do it again next year. But I think we're mixing two separate things here.
Yep. So as of last week, we are now fully staffed. Every one of our shifts has 13 bodies on there. there is no extra money going into next year's budget for salaries. So last year, when we had our budget crisis, we overspent by like 250,000, of which about 100 of it, that was covered by salaries that we didn't spend. That's not going to be an option next year. I'm pretty confident that a $150,000 deduction is going to result in us not staffing at 13. So I don't know how we budget on our side. Do we just spend money until we get to the point where we say, hey, we need money, and then if you guys say no, then what happens? Because it's a super majority. So do I budget for 13, and then I hit Justin with a roadblock at January where he says you don't have enough money unless you get an allocation from this fund, and if they don't allocate, then we're dropping down to 12, we're dropping down
That would
to
be your
11.
decision, not mine.
If I don't have enough money, I can just keep spending?
We would implement a freeze similar to how we did last year.
Okay.
At the direction of the town manager.
Pardon me?
At the direction of the town manager.
Right.
So
I guess, how do we budget with the idea that we have so much money and we're staffing at 13 because, one, we really think it's a good, safe plan. Two, the public really thinks that's what we are going to do.
I'm fine.
And this is more of a budget process question that I'm asking, because it's possible that two of you won't be on this budget to vote on this concept next year.
So, I mean, I understand, but Patrick, what you want to do, all right? And
Trying to find a balance.
I know what you're trying to do, find a balance. I don't think it's fair to hit one department with it. I think,
hold on.
wait a minute, let me finish, okay?
Can we please?
I think that if this fund is for public safety, all right, be fire, police, public works, anything could happen, okay? Police department could go over their budget because they have, all these situations that require overtime. Public works, we could get hit with snow. We haven't been hit with snow for a long time. We could get it, all right? So they could go over budget. Fire department, same thing. Maybe if you're saying 150, I would look at it, if you're looking at even balance, you take 50, 50, 50 from each. I wouldn't recommend that. I think this whole fund thing is in case of an emergency. So,
And I would argue that if we're wrong and we have more money than we need, then it goes back to the taxpayers. It goes back into undesignated fund, and we're not going to be spending overtime money. Okay, staffing at 400 today, or it's a budget. We're trying to project to it. So I guess.
And then through the budget process, we readjust that number.
Justin, what was the percentage spend of the overtime last year?
So last year, if I'm not incorrect, we spent 982.08
I guess what-
out of the firefighter line.
Although I guess, what is the percentage? Was it 100% spend? Was it 95%?
120?
Percent?
Yes.
136%. And you have to keep in
136%.
mind too, that is with drop down.
And that's just the firefighter line. That's not the administrative, there's multiple overtime lines.
Right.
And we
So-
dropped down
The
to 11
administrative
last
was
year.
107.
107%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So
The only one that really fell in line was dispatchers and fire marshal, which has got a really, really small budget.
We don't
was
let
over.
them take overtime. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
But that was small money. That was like $1,000.
Yeah, but
So-
Justin, what were those lines last year as compared to what they are in this year's budget? Sorry to interrupt you, Ted.
So last year, we spent 982,000-ish. This year's default budget is just a little bit over $1 million. And that was with us staffing at 11 for almost half a year. And this is us at 12 right now.
But this
going forward.
proposed budget is 1.5.
The proposed budget is
1.3,
1.3.
which is an increase of
300.
493,000 from last year.
And what was the overspend amount?
Overspent was, I believe, 258.
$258,772.
And
From the
again,
firefighters.
it's important, it's just firefighters, and it's important to keep in mind, February through June, they didn't call in past 11.
Right. So if we cut out 200 grand, we could be drastically affecting the operations.
Okay. Dan, you know, if you stay up there, you're automatically going to be put on the budget committee, right?
I'm not trying to, by all means, I appreciate what you're trying to do. I'm just trying to figure out how I budget if two of you are gone and two people that are here instead of you guys, because you either choose not to or not reelected, what their feeling towards this account is. Because I don't know. And I need four of you to agree to give me a nickel. And I get to January and I'm like, I need money, and there is no money. I mean, I can tell you that 12 is safe, 13 is efficient, 11 is dangerous. There's no other way around it.
Brett, I personally would hope that the education that everyone has received recently around fire danger would certainly help them make good decisions. I don't want to get political, but I would hope that they would make good decisions based on what they've seen recently.
What do you want to do, council?
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, just trying to keep it moving. Just keep it moving.
We're the council, your budget.
Do you want the gavel?
No, I want the door.
I think we all do, but
I mean, if your idea of a fund is a good thing in case something goes awry, by all means, because we don't want to have to go to this, what do we have to go to get money out of the undesignated fund if we go totally upside down?
To the state.
you have
Yeah, you have to go to the state
Supreme
and,
Court.
Supreme
Yeah.
Court.
You gotta go and you gotta get permission to go to ballot for special election. My only reason behind the majority vote is just so that it raises to the level they understand that, like, this is important.
Oh, I don't disagree, but I'm saying that this body will be different possibly than it will be now.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I can tell you this, and this is a decision that you all have to make. We created this budget based on what it costs to run the fire department. Fred has almost 40 years in the fire service. I have 20, right? We both have education behind it. We didn't come up with these numbers to inflate something. We didn't come up with these numbers because we have wants and not, or needs or wants. And this is what it costs to run it. It's up to you guys to decide if that's what you want to fund it at to run the fire department in this community with 13 members on duty every day. That's ultimately what it is. These are not inflated. This is what it is. And certainly through the budget process, if we, after the 18 months of figuring this out, come back and say, okay, it's high, then we readjust it. But this is based off of us doing our job with what it costs with increases to run the fire department.
And actually, I believe it'll get readjusted by default.
it will. And that's actually one of the other items here is where the negative aspect of default is the freeze from last year, as well as not constantly, but when they would drop down to 11, impacts the average number of overtime hours that we use to calculate default because it decreases it. So again, you're kind of getting hit there as well.
I just want to add, as a senior citizen, okay, I count on the firemen, the policemen, the highway. Those are my people that I need, okay? When I'm at home, and if I'm having a heart attack, God forbid, I want these guys over there. I don't want them, busy somewhere else and having to wait for dairy to come here, all right? So I don't think it's a lot of money, and I think it's just the town council has to set policy, and, Justin works with these department heads to say, okay, this is what you got to do for your budget, and work with them. That's all I ask as a senior from this town. And we have a lot of seniors in this town that want these services.
So Justin, give me some numbers. What is the overtime default budget number for the fire department now? I mean, not now, going into next year.
So for firefighters or everything?
The total number for overtime default, and then I want overtime proposed.
So for firefighters, it is, the default number is 1,012,234. The current proposed is 1,338,816.
What's the difference?
The difference would be $326,852.
So, Fred,
Yes, sir.
proposed budget fails. What happens?
We go to default.
I understand that. So then,
Fred and I have already started
Yep.
having meetings about what happens should,
If we're in default, we start with 12 right off the bat, and we hope to make 12 the entire year. Actually, we're going to make 12. I don't know where we're going to take the money out of, but we're not going to drop below 12.
So the
we might
argument-
put fire trucks out of service. We might close fire stations because we can't afford the heat or the electricity, but we're going to stay at 12. It's
well, the
gonna
other
be
thing,
up.
keep in mind, you'll be at 13 to start, Tal.
We'll
So-
be at 13, but we're going to,
Yeah.
our minimum staffing will be 12. And that might be that we decide that when we have a firefighter retire, that we don't replace them. We start playing the game of, hey, that's not a real firefighter position, and we'll use that to offset overtime. I mean,
So your argument is that you're asking for $326,000 in order to staff at 13.
Yes.
That's the argument.
that's my argument.
Okay.
And I'm saying that I could be wrong, but if I'm wrong, it's going to be, we're not going to spend over that. And if we're wrong on the other end, we're going to cut something.
Okay.
One thing to add that I think it's been alluded to, but not fully expanded on, is that yes, the data that we have is not for 13. So now that they are fully staffed, we will have hopefully 6 months of data of what does overtime look like when the fire department's fully staffed. We don't have that right now. So all the data we have is either a freeze, drop down mode. It's just not at 13. So now we will have some figures.
We haven't had a full roster since 2017. So how do you have data when you haven't had every position filled since 2017? So 8 years, we've not had data.
So
And this goes to part of the step that we've been taking for the past several years of trying to right-size line items so we can fill the roster. Right now, the fire department's budget is in decent shape other than the overtime line. And now that they're fully staffed, they don't have the money to save to cover the overtime overages, which is normally what we do, which we're trying to get away from.
Yeah. So some of the things that we did this year intentionally is that we delayed the hiring of the 4 people by 3 months. 3 months is really one person times 4. So we saved in our piggy bank that money. We're currently saving for the fire chief's position. So that money every week is going unspent. So that money can be used towards staffing right now. Not going to fix it next year, but with the savings that we have, the delay in hiring positions, either because intentionally or because of surprises with a retirement. So somebody retires, it's going to take us 8 weeks to process a new employee from, hey, we love you, and start with us to our entire process. So we save that money, and if we're staffing at 12, it's a savings. If we're staffing at 13, it's an overtime expense.
Is that a change from previous policy?
Previous policy is we have stayed under our staffing level since
Probably 2017.
No, I mean, sorry. Previous policy of hiring, does it usually take 8 weeks? Like what you're describing here, is that a change from previous policy, or is that?
It's actually quicker.
Okay.
I got it down to 8 weeks from 16.
Gotcha.
Since when I took over doing the hiring process, and that's just through.
We have probably the most comprehensive hiring process there is in the state. We're one of a few departments that do a lie detector test. We do a psychological, we do a NFPA physical, which everybody else does. But our steps are far more complicated than other departments. And I think we get good employees out of that, but it takes us time. So what I'm trying to say is that some of that money that we have saved through the salary line, plus some of the money that we have for the overtime line, we're gonna start moving towards 13 to see how it rolls. It's gonna be a trial period, I guess we can say, on how long we can do 13 and what 13's effect is. Unfortunately, last week we had a good week, nobody got hurt. This week we had somebody hurt themselves off duty. We don't know how long they're gonna be out. We have somebody else out for 8 weeks, so, 8 shifts. So it's been fluid, guys, it really has, and girls.
We had one of our members had a baby, so he's taking some time off to spend with his
So, just to recap, so the proposal for the council, so the discussion is essentially questioning the calculations for the overtime, or there's some speculation for the overtime for the fire department, and is the council proposing reducing the warrant article two, or article two? warrant?
The budget.
Well, there's no speculation, it's just, I think there's redundancy.
Yes.
Okay, so I think that if we're gonna put $350,000 into an account, we need to drop that down to 150 if we're gonna keep their budget the same. We're kind of causing redundancy here. We're saying, okay, they need more money, we agree. And then we're saying, okay, we're gonna back that up with another $200,000, just in case they go $200,000 more over.
Yeah.
So get them $400,000.
But it's really not
See what I'm
giving,
saying?
but
It
it's
is.
really not
It's-
giving them that, it's all first.
It's all of them, right. But we're
So then I guess my question is, if we're going to propose a budget that is targeting the fire, why wouldn't you propose start doing it for all three first responders?
When is the last time that they went over on overtime?
I'm just causing discussion.
No, and I'm asking the question.
I don't have that answer.
So in your package.
But then the question.
This is where I think it's redundant. So you're applying it going from the contingency fund and going backwards to them. I'm applying it the other way. If we do this and we right size theirs, so they don't have to go over on overtime, police hasn't gone over on overtime, DPW hasn't going on overtime, why does that exist at all, and do we even need that warrant article? That's where
Right.
I'm saying the duplicity is.
I agree.
So then.
I mean, if we
remove
don't
the
ever
warrant
need that
article.
money.
remove the warrant article, yeah.
So,
fine.
well, hold on.
Well,
If we
and
don't-
also hold on too. I 100% I understand what you're saying. Default budget passes. They're now $429,000 short, and we don't have that fund.
We
So-
figure it out.
Okay, so let me ask you guys a question.
Right.
Are you okay with the proposed budget of $50,111,482? Are you all good with that number?
Where'd that number come from?
50,400,000.
$50,111,482, that's what we're proposing, right?
Yes.
So you guys all good with that number?
I think it depends, we're trying to take.
Yeah.
I have a point where I'm going, but is that a good number for us to work off of?
Work off of. I don't necessarily agree with the number because we've talked about changes to it.
I understand, but it's the one on the piece of paper.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
it is a piece of paper.
Okay. So if I subtract $326,000 out of that, I'm $185,000 over default.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess the question becomes is, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to have, if you want a different number, fine, let's have a different number, but we're really we're in a small window here.
So I guess I'll speak for myself. What I'm saying is, if we're right-sizing the fire department budget to the correct number, and we agree
understand.
that's the correct number, we believe that what they did is correct,
Yep.
and DPW is not going over, and police is not going over,
Well,
why do we need this fund?
I would argue that the police department has gone over every year on their overtime.
Okay. Right, I'm just trying to say, why do we need
Well,
both?
I know,
I'm just
and-
saying there's redundancy.
Well, Ron, I think the thing about it, though, is if you have one major incident in town and you're operating at exactly what you need to operate, again, coming back to contractual agreements, the reason you have a contingency is because the second you have something major, you're going over what you have in your operating.
We don't have a contingency right now, and we have a mechanism to do that.
Yeah.
Without the contingency.
The mechanism would be going to the Supreme Court.
How about we simplify it? I was suggesting, and originally the conversation about the fire department overtime was that there was 150K. I was suggesting 150K reduction. Let's reduce that $350,000 warrant article by 150K. And make it 200, and then there's at least something in there to deal with an emergency issue, and we move on with the conversation.
I literally said that 5 hours ago. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you.
All right, so
problem
for those
with-
of us that are at 12 something, what is that? 1233. What are we looking at, sir?
200,000 now. The contingency fund.
You're good.
So in other words, what it,
Yeah.
what it means is you're, basically what it means is that 1338, okay? Let's say it fails and you have the default budget. The 350 would have made up the difference between whatever that number is. That number is now 200, not 300 and whatever. So it puts you in a position of where you can't get back to the 1338. No matter if they release the money or not, or whomever uses it.
It's 30 now, it was 31.
But we have a mechanism if we had a severe emergency to get that money.
Yeah.
It's not like we have
You know how hard it is to go to Superior Court and get them to let us go to the ballot?
But we
never need it. I know. You know how much that costs?
So
How much
what
does
this
it cost
what
for the ballot?
what the expendable trust fund allows us, or what the
Never needed it
expendable
before.
Yeah, we
over
have
time.
used it.
Can we please let the finance director answer?
What it allows us to do is maintain where it is without having to get overly concerned regarding going over budget. You look at last year, we finished 500,000 over budget because we don't know what emergencies will pop up in June. And as I mentioned, that's about 1% of our budget, where you will put it on a personal level. Nobody wants to come that close because your tires go out, you're done. Not you're done, but your budget shot and you're over budget now personally. You look at the fire department and their apparatuses, their engines. I mean, their ladder truck right now is 2002. It's refurbished. If that gets some severe work, one, we may not be able to replace it. Two, if we do, it's going to be very expensive. So are we parking that and maintaining the staffing, or are we essentially coming to you, and let's say it's last year in January, we're coming to you and saying, hey, this is a concern. We want the ability to draw on it. However, we're going to try to maintain the operating budget. But come June, we want the ability should we get that point. That's how I would address that expendable fund, where you go to the council and say, this is the situation that's happening. This is why we're in this spot. We don't want to drop services, whether it's police, fire, or DPW. However, we want to make sure we don't go over the appropriation and have the ability to draw on the reserve.
Okay, so Ron, you want to amend Article number 31, the establish this expendable trust fund for additional overtime public safety under RSA 3119A from 350 to 200. If that is done, then the discussion regarding the Article 2 for the fire is over.
Correct.
So then make
Can
a
we agree to that, or we
make
have to
a,
revote
make
that?
make a motion.
I'll make a motion that on warrant article number 31, we reduce the dollar amount from
Amend.
350,000. What?
We'll use the word amend.
Oh, we'll amend, sorry. It
Article
from
31.
350,000 down to 200,000.
All right, so Ron is proposing amendment for Article 31 from 350, option 2, 350 down to 200. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Sean, with the also the amendment of the supermajority per
Correct.
John.
Yep.
Everything else stays the same.
coming from the undesignated, unassigned fund balance. Right? No?
Yes.
Yes. All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Oppose?
I want to be clear, I'm gonna vote for the amendment, but I think 350 is the right number, and I think we're making a mistake. But I'm gonna vote for the amendment because that's where we're at.
Okay.
All right. It is,
So it stays 5-0.
Is that 5-0?
5-0. Chair votes in
So
affirmative.
that's, I was voting to change the language.
Well, hold on a second. No, we voted to change the dollar amount on Article
Yeah,
31
that's what we were.
Yeah.
from
Yes,
350
yes,
to
yes,
200.
Yes, yes, I'm agreeing with the changes. I'm saying that doesn't, as I said before, my recommendation was based and contingent on what we did with 2. So I
So we need to vote again whether you
need to
recommend
vote
or not.
again, yes.
All right. So thank you. All in favor of recommending Article number 31 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Chair votes in the affirmative. 4-1. Do we have to vote to put it back on the warrant?
No.
All right, thank you. Article 2 now.
The only other thing you guys had put a pin in was the cart line. Can we increase
Thank you,
that
gentlemen.
cart line to
Thank
try
you.
and find a way to eliminate that $2 fee for riders?
Well, and it's a matter of, will CART be willing to amend their contract with us to,
As you suggested, or Justin suggested, if they're not willing to amend their contract, then it could be a refund policy from the town or something like that.
I think it's something we should just take a whole deeper look at in the entire thing. I don't know that we should make adjustments to it today.
I don't disagree. All right. Council, you agree with that or leaving it as is? I know, John, you.
It's a little late to the party here.
All right.
That was the problem.
I just want to
Yeah.
know if we're good with 50,111,482. That's all I want to know.
All right. Anything else for Article 2 before I go to a vote? Anything else going once, twice? With that, I'll accept the motion to recommend Article 2. All, huh?
we need to vote.
We don't? Yeah, all in favor, I'm processing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Pose. Chair votes in the affirmative 5-0. With that, I'll accept the motion to move Article 2 to the warrant.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. With that, I'll accept the motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I'll accept any new business. No.